Good morning. We have about a minute. We'll give everybody just another minute. Do I have everyone? No, getting there.
Good morning.
Seven. Seven, eight. I'm missing Mr. Almberg. We'll give him a minute. Did everybody get a lot of snow? I know probably Tom was getting snow yesterday. No, not a lot. We have a lot. Kirsten got snow too.
It's
No,
gone.
we just had a little
every
bit.
day. Every time we get snow, it's like our entire city lights up. We're so ecstatic. We had it was like slushy snow.
Well, I would say that people up at Lake Tahoe are extremely happy.
Yeah.
He's going to be up there doing a lot of fun stuff. We got a lot of snow down there. It's really good.
We
And
do.
I think one thing is for sure is I was so concerned, and I'm sure you too, is all of our good animals that we have any water. You know, a lot of problems throughout the state. So I think we've done pretty good so far.
Yep.
Down in Vegas, we went, it was like a record number of days without precipitation. And then it finally started to rain. So everyone, even down here, was a bit worried because we have to get at least our minimum for our desert animals, you know? So it was kind of nerve-wracking. So we're happy.
We're still missing Mr. Almberg. I'll just give it another minute and then we'll get started if he doesn't join us momentarily. It's pretty here today. It's a little overcast, but
One thing for sure is that they're changing it now. On Tuesday, it's going to be 70 to 80% more snow here.
I like it.
Yeah, yeah. So it's not stopping yet. So
No.
that's good.
Yeah. Although I haven't really been out of the house much this week, but I'm enjoying seeing it outside.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go ahead and get started. It's a couple minutes after 9, and I am sure that Mr. Almberg will join us as soon as he can. So I'll call this meeting the Saturday, January 30th, 2021 meeting of the Nevada Commissioners to order. And Commissioner Perini, will you lead us in the pledge this morning, please?
Thank you very much. Okay. You can raise your hand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me okay? I had my speaker way down. Here we go, my volume. Okay, super. Thanks. Good morning. Roll call. Will Missy please call the roll?
Absolutely. Good morning.
Morning.
Chairman East,
Here.
Vice Chair Barnes,
Here.
Commissioner Almberg, doesn't seem he's joined. Commissioner Cavilla,
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs,
There.
Commissioner Keel,
Here.
Commissioner McNinch,
Here.
Commissioner Perini,
Here.
and Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missy. Members of the county advisory boards to manage wildlife, Chairwoman East, with the CAB members just send us a note either in the chat box or by email at wildlifecommission@ndow.org to indicate that you're with us today. And we'll just keep moving so that they can do that on their own time. Number 11, agenda item number 11, approval of the agenda, Chairwoman East, for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do I have any comments on the agenda for today? No. Okay, I'm not certain that we need to take this out. It is an action item. Will you let the record reflect that Commissioner Almberg has joined us? Good morning. Okay, but I think we do, it is an action item, and we're Dag Burkett, do we need to take action on do we need to take this out to public comment?
We probably should, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and do that since I don't have any comments from commissioners on the agenda. We will give 3 minutes for comments on the agenda, so come back at 9:08, please. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back. And we don't have any public comment on the agenda. So do we have a motion to approve today's agenda? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Almberg. Do I have a
Yeah, I'll make a
second?
motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Almberg.
Oh, I just was gonna say, I would make a motion to accept the agenda as written for Saturday, January 30th, 2021.
Okay, and I have a second.
Ron Fernie, second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Almberg and a second by Commissioner Perini to approve the agenda of Saturday, January 30th as presented. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And the motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Item number 12, member items, announcements, and correspondence, Chairwoman East informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since their last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. And so I am going to read into the record two comments that came yesterday that were too lengthy to fit the department and ask them to forward to everyone. Some are regarding today's items, some were still left over from yesterday, but you should all have copies of that. Okay, so from Elaine Carrick. Below are my public comments to be read in support of agenda item number 8, the petition to ban the use of hounds in the hunting of black bears in Nevada. I have focused on factual points below regarding the negative effect on black bears on using hounds to hunt them. With approving this petition, hunters will still be able to successfully hunt black bears using their own hunting skills without the use of hounds. Thank you for considering this petition, which levels the playing field and gives our bears a fair chance. Facts. Number 1, the Nevada State Report 2018 titled America's Wildlife Values, commissioned by NDOW, has these statistics for Nevada residents regarding using hounds to hunt black bears. 63% of residents surveyed disagree with using dogs, hounds to hunt black bears. 2.3% of Nevada residents are hunters. Public opinion should be given full consideration. Manner that does not give an improper advantage over such animals. The use of hounds does give the hunter an advantage over an animal, which is why hounds are used to hunt and kill black bears. Number 3, in the fall during the hunt season, September 15 through December 1, bears can forage 20 hours a day to increase their body weight 35%, eating 25,000 calories a day called hyperphagia, so they can survive their long hibernation without eating. Using hounds to make bears run great distances can affect their ability to find and retain calories. Number 4, a female bear will send her cubs up a tree to safety if she is alerted to danger. A hunter may not know she has cubs because he doesn't see them and may release his hounds to chase her, which can result in her being killed or unable to get back to her cubs, which can result in their death by starvation. Number 5, if hounds catch a bear on the ground, both the bear and hounds can be severely wounded or killed until the hunter finally arrives on the scene to call off his hounds. Number 6, a pack of hounds running through the forest and brush can disturb and or kill other wildlife living in the path of the running hounds. Number 7, female bears mate in the spring and summer and could be pregnant with an embryo that she could lose during a long hot run to escape a pack of hounds. Number 8, bearbiology.org states that 38% of treed bears cannot be identified by hunters as to their gender. And number 9, President Teddy Roosevelt refused to shoot an exhausted bear that had been chased by hounds and tried to hide in a mud hole. Perhaps he didn't consider this a fair chase. I would just ask, if you're going to submit public comment, that you do leave it to 3 minutes. It's a lot right now, I know, for all of us. So I think these are probably at that time, but brevity is appreciated. And then one more final public comment period, Nevada Wildlife Commission by Fred Volz. It needs to be said for the record that the conversations at the WAFWA meetings reported earlier today can be generally characterized as an echo chamber of wildlife killing interests and how to keep opponents in the general public at bay. There has been no outreach, diversity, or inclusiveness of non-killing interests in a meaningful way in any given Western state or at WAFWA. How do the deliberations at such meetings and the attendees proportionately represent all residents in their states, not just the wildlife killers, with such a closed system? We saw this biased mindset on display during this morning's discussion about Regulation 496 and potentially making it easier to trap and kill our state's animals. The trapping community was readily represented and participated through outreach from sympathetic NDOW staff in private discussions. Who from the other side of the issue was actively sought out and included in the research and discussion before this issue was brought to the commission today? No one. The usual situation over far too many years and far too many life and death issues. Is it any different with the composition of this commission, which is overwhelmingly populated by those regularly favoring wildlife killers' interests, freezing the majority of Nevadans out of ever prevailing in decisions about their wildlife? Per the State Wildlife Values Survey, the majority of Nevadans don't engage in or approve of destructive activities toward their wildlife. Yet they and those of us in non-rural areas have insufficient proportional representation on the commission, reflective of our numbers. Senator Goycochea's bill further worsens this ongoing injustice. The NDOW director claims WAFA wants to come up with uniform nationwide bear-wise standards, yet he won't use his position in the governor's cabinet to insist upon mandatory wildlife-proof human trash containment devices throughout the Tahoe Basin by advocating that the governor's representative work with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to make this a mandate. It's about wildlife safety, public safety, and minimizing the number of problem bear deaths. Yet we see no effort by NDOW to act in any manner with a reactive one. Why aren't preemptive measures being taken? The current reactive responses come at a great expense to NDOW and negative public relations with the local community. Finally, when item 8 on today's agenda is properly agendized at the next meeting, the statistical backup the department will be presenting at the meeting needs to be posted on the NDOW website before the meeting. That was from Fred Volz. And as I mentioned, forwarded to you this morning with public comment that I've received. I just wanted to make sure that everyone received everything that I've received. As well, I believe there's some other information that was sent to you for some of today's agenda items. The wildlife survey that the cabs filled out was sent in an email earlier this morning. So I just wanted to make everyone aware that you've got some correspondence. Wasley.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have anything additional.
Okay, great. Moving on. Agenda item number 13, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife Member Items Informational. CAB members may present emergent items at Wildlife Commission at NDOW.org. These comments will be shared with the commission. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. And I don't see any comments in our chat box. So we'll move on, but if you're a county advisory board, please provide us some comment. We'll read it as we get through the agenda. Agenda item number 14, Commission General Regulations, Adoption, Public Comment Allowed. 14A, Commission General Regulation 493, NAC 488, Simplification, Management Analyst Kaylee Taylor for possible action. The commission will review the Legislative Council Bureau's drafted language of the updates and simplifications to Nevada Administrative Code NAC 488 relating to watercrafts as proposed by the Commission and Regulation Simplification Committee. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org, or you may post your comment in the chat box. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Chairwoman East. So today we have the adoption for CGR 493 in regards to NAC 488. The language did come back from LCB after you guys voted to move it forward in the August commission meeting. There was no significant changes after the language came back from LCB, and the department has no concerns with the language, but we are available if you have any questions.
Okay, any comments or questions for Ms. Taylor on CGR 493? Quiet this morning. Okay, I don't see any. Wow. So we'll go ahead and take this out to public comment. Okay, it's 9:22. Can we all come back? Please? Thank you. Okay, we have no public comment on item number 14, so
Chairwoman East, would you like me to propose a motion to 14A?
of course,
Okay, so I would move at this time
that would be
to
great.
accept the verbiage for modifications or changes to regulation 493 NAC 488 simplification, or under the simplification proposed as is by the department. And I believe that's Nevada Administrative Code 488 relating to watercrafts.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Hubbs and a second by Commissioner McNinch to accept as proposed Commission General Regulation 493 NAC 488. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh. Having difficulty. I'm not seeing everybody. Is it just me? Yeah.
I can confirm that all 9 of us are raising our hands at this moment, Chairwoman East.
Thank you. I think my internet is a little unstable. So my apologies. Thank you. I'm going to see if I can't fix it real quickly. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm still on my audio, so I'm just responding. I'm getting a thumbs up from everybody and head nods. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on then to agenda item number 15 while I attempt to get my internet fixed. Agenda item number 15, Nevada Department of Wildlife project updates, Deputy Director Jack Robb informational. The commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide additional detail in addition to the activity report and are intended to educate the commission and public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities. Shit.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I know this
Yes.
item is agendized for Deputy Director Jack Robb, and I'll turn it over to him just briefly, but I did want to just provide a broader context for the presentation that you're about to hear. So as everybody knows, a great deal of uncertainty around us right now in the world, in the country, in the state, and the department. There is unprecedented reliance on the outdoors right now, people seeking solace and comfort. And we've seen unprecedented demands on our outdoor resources. Our state's budget is facing some unprecedented challenges that have affected our agency's share of general fund, if you will. We get a very, very small amount of general fund, as we've shared with you before. Approximately 95% of our agency's budget comes from user-derived fees, whether those user fees are coming from the federal excise taxes that are paid, and then the eligibility for access comes from actual license sales, certification of hunters and anglers, or whether it comes directly from tag and license sales. Approximately 95% of our agency's budget comes from those user activities and level of activities. And despite public comment to the contrary, our agency has a very, very broad mission. We take it very seriously. We have approximately 895 commonly occurring species in the state. Only 8% of those species provide any opportunity for revenue generation. So we have a very narrow funding model and a very broad statutory charge, and it creates obviously some opportunities for challenges, not the least of which are the sustainability of our funding and our funding model. So because all of this is swirling around us right now, and within the last 3 years, we've made a number of changes, we thought this would be a opportune time to look at those changes, look at the trends, look at what approach the department has taken to provide a little bit more sustainability in fulfilling our mission. This is about conservation first and foremost, fulfilling the agency mission of enhancing our ability to conserve Nevada's natural resources. So with that context, Madam Chair, Commission, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Director Rob.
Jack Rowe for the record. I appreciate this opportunity, Madam Chair and Commissioners, to share some of the good things we've done in the last 3 years. I'll try to share my screen here. Everybody see the screen all right? Okay. Today we're going to talk about our license simplification effort and CalCMI 3-year review. We're going to discuss the how and why NDOW took this on. We're going to look at national trends and initiatives, Nevada's trends, NDOW's approach to change, measure results, and what does this mean for Nevada's wildlife. These are the national trends dating back to 2004 through current using U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service data. We charted this out, and as you can see, fishing has been up and down a little bit, but remains just under 30 million anglers annually. And hunting is right around 15 million and staying steady. This was a Nevada trend prior to simplification and the new vendor rollout. We started with looking at license simplification in the 13-14 timeframe, and we really started working on it hard in the 15-16 timeframe, when you can see fishing just falling off. That was multiple things occurring there. We were in a downward trend already. You couple that with drought, reservoirs empty and everything, our angling was dropping at a rapid pace. Our hunting was on a steady but very low incline, but it was gaining. During this time frame, we looked at surrounding states, and this is through to date using U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service numbers, what they put in for their license certifications. And if you look at what was going on westwide, California was on a steady decline. Oregon was on a steady decline. Arizona was flat. But then you see in the 16 timeframe, Arizona had a big bump. And then in the 19 timeframe, Oregon has had a big bump. We were on the sidelines, going to those R3 conferences, listening to national trends, listening to what others were doing. And Arizona went through a license simplification process, much like what we accomplished here. At the time, Brian Wakeling was with us, and he had just recently come from Arizona, and he connected us with their human dimensions person and their data guru, and we actually contracted with Lauren Chase of Chase & Chase Consultants to try to mimic what Arizona had accomplished, because as you can see, they had great success and Oregon had success. So they had a jump start on us, but we were able to learn from their positive and their negatives. Like I said, it's not always what you did right that you can learn from, what you did wrong, and try to avoid those missteps along the way. So you can see there was great success on the hunting side. On the fishing side, if you look at California, continual decline. Everybody else was extremely flat. You can see the license simplification in Arizona for the fishing had that same corresponding bump in the same years. This is some of the data that Lauren Chase put together when we started this license simplification process. We looked at how outdoor recreation had changed participants per capita over time. If we look at 1990, we are above 13% of the state's population were anglers, and above 4% of the state's population held hunting license. Multiple things happened. We were losing anglers. We were not losing hunters, but the population was growing at a rate that outpaced the percentage of anglers and hunters at the same time. So we were losing a per capita share of people getting in the field recreating, fishing and hunting. At the same time we were losing per capita, our resident combo license, Chase and Chase Consultants put this together. This is a time frame from 2007 through 2015, representing our annual resident license combos. And you can see we had quite a few in the youth, and then that 20-year-old age group really drops off, and then you build back. But as you can see over time, the peaks were getting lower and the peaks were creeping older. The highs weren't as high, and it's called the aging out of our customer base. All states see this 20-year-old age group as a difficult group to get. That's when they're in college. That's when they're low on money. That's when we lose those people participating in those activities, and then we try to gain them back over time. Our goals in simplification were very simple. Remove laws and regulations that were confusing and potential barriers to participation. Simplify the license structure in a revenue neutral manner. I want to speak about this one before I go on to the other bullet points. The revenue neutral was one of Director Walsey's most coveted items. We have watched other agencies around the United States get into budget shortfalls, and they know they need more money. So what they do is they increase fees. And we approach this as a less is more, or less fees, more revenue is how we approached it. This was proven to me years ago, watching the Wildlife Commission, even before I was on it. Commissioner Tommy Ford, in the past, if you were applying for PIW, it used to be 50% of a bighorn sheep or an elk went to participate in PIW. So if it was $100, you put in $50 to even participate. And it was all of your deer tag application fees stayed in to participate. And Commissioner Ford at the time said, I believe less is more. And that's when we went to the $10 to participate in PIW. And the rest of the commission was very skeptical about less is more. And Commissioner Ford said, if I'm wrong, I'll write a check and cover the difference. I'm willing to take that bet. He took that bet and he won. The very first year, by reducing it from $50 down to 10 and $30 down to 10, there was more participation and actual an increase in revenue. You see this in multiple facets, that by charging less, you can get more participation, and more participation. When I go through this, I will talk about what participation means to the agency. Another thing we wanted to do is bring forward the best e-commerce practices for customers' ease of use and customer retention. We wanted to make the car go faster. That's a term we use around the Department of Wildlife, saying, are we moving a needle? Is it making it better? How are these changes? Is it just change for change, or is it change to make things better? And if it's not change, if it's something we do, why don't we change it to make it better? Make the car go faster. And then the last thing, delight the customers. This is something I've picked up through multiple things I've watched with Warren Buffett, and he puts it out there simply that if you're not delighting customers in today's world, you're going out of business. You can take examples like JCPenney, Sears, Kmart. The people that are struggling, they met customer expectations. Meeting customer expectations does not keep you in business anymore. If you're not delighting your customers, they're not going to come back. 4 steps to simplification and research. We did a comparative analysis to see how Nevada compared to other prices to other states. We looked at all the Western states, saw what their pricing structure was on license, on big game tags, on everything. We did data mining to see how current prices compared to historical trends. We hadn't made changes in 20 years, very nominal changes over that time frame. Focus groups to answer the whys behind customers' decisions. And then after the focus groups, the information we derived from the focus groups run by Lauren Chase of Chase & Chase Consultants, he derived a survey to ask questions of information he learned through the focus groups. And we sent those surveys out to a cross section of our hunters and anglers. We looked at age, we looked at where they lived, county. We looked at all the facets and made sure we represented every one of the groups that participate in our activities, so we had a statistically a viable survey. Some of the things we heard during those focus groups: a hunting license is really not good for anything. It's like buying a truck with no tires. And when you hear that comment, you go, wow. And that was the case at the time. You bought a hunting license and it didn't get you in the field. You needed a Nevada state duck stamp, or you needed an upland stamp, or you needed to have a tag. You needed something accompanying that. If you wanted to go fishing and you were fishing for trout, you needed that trout stamp. So we wanted to make it all on one. And then another comment we heard that really resonated with us is, I like the idea of bundling because I want to obey the law, and there are 6 different regulations or laws, and there might be a 7th that I don't know about. I avoid fishing altogether because I don't want to make an error and get a ticket for something I was unaware of. So when you hear these 2 comments, we knew that we needed to make major changes, because this was a theme that we were getting throughout. So what we did in simplification is, this is our 2017 and 2018 inserts in our magazines. And we went from 28 different license combinations and options when you throw in the trout stamps, the duck stamps, the upland stamps and everything. We went from 28 down to 8. No more stamps required. And combination license options for non-resident seniors and junior license holders. We had watched Arizona do the combination license, and it proves to be a good idea. It helps with your certification numbers. That's one item, and certification drives our PR and DJ money. But when you put that instrument in a non-resident or senior or junior's hands, their ability to get in the field and participate in fishing, we're trying to market to people during the time that they're out scouting for a big game tag, to say, hey, if you're in that area, here's the places you can go fish. Don't use every resource we have on the landscape. And if we can get them into fishing on the years that they do have tags and out scouting, the years that they don't have tags, they see that there's other avenues to get in the field to help retain them as customers into the future. We went from a completely desktop-based system to a modern e-commerce-based system. And it was very funny when we rolled this out. Depending on your age, the picture on the right, the new Calcumi system, I would walk around the office and say, hey, sign into your account, or sign on and claim your account. And depending on age is how the individuals used the system. An old guy like me sees this get started button and I'd hit that. But I'd go into a younger person and they'd go up and hit the top right and start. It just, different uses by different ages, but we were able to build a system that spoke to everybody. One main thing we did, a mobile first build. We wanted to be able to let people interact with us on their phones, on their iPads, tablets, whatever it may be. We wanted that to be the primary. We wanted the ability to display a license on your phone. That was part of simplification. We wanted ease of use. We branded get online, get outside. We truly wanted to put it in your hand and make it available to get into the field. This is a breakdown of our first year in our application period. In the very first year in applications, 53% were desktop, 38% were mobile, and 9% were tablet. That's a huge swing from 100% desktop the year before. Not only did we want to modernize the way that our Calcumi system worked or our storefront, we wanted to update our communication strategies through targeted marketing using different platforms, social media, podcast, email, text. When we were with the old system, we would send out emails and we would have a 50% bounce rate. Our emails, they were put in so long ago that when you were trying to communicate, people wouldn't update their emails. And so we made a decision with the new system that email was part of your sign-on. And everybody had to claim their account in the new system. So we were able to get fresh emails, and our ability to communicate with our customers increased tremendously. We're probably 97, 98% gets through with a huge open rate, much more than any other industry. When we talk about our open rates, and I should know them off the top of my head for this presentation, but I don't, but it's multiple times higher, our open rates. We use text, and many of you on this meeting probably have never got a text from Nevada Department of Wildlife. That is our tool of last resort, but it is a very effective tool. If right now, if you haven't done your big game return card, we have better than 2,000 and the last day to get those in without being subject to a suspension or a $50 fine to get back into the big game application period next year. We are sending out text to those delinquent people, and you can actually watch our dashboards when we're doing the big game application period. If we send a text to people, we're getting down to the last couple of days, and we send a text to the people that have a bonus point, they risk losing their bonus points if they're sit out for 2 years. We send a text and you can see immediate response from those text messages going out. So it is a very effective tool, but it's one that we save. It's not something we want to overuse. We don't want people to opt out of it. That's one of the things we try not to do, is wear people out. We don't want opt out. We want them to engage with us. Factors that we use when using these platforms, we look at age, gender, the activity. We don't want to send something about elk hunting to a striped bass fisherman at Lake Mead or vice versa. We do targeted marketing based on activity, region, every bit of it. We have the data at our fingertips. Our dashboards tell us a lot, our queries. We can pull anything out and target any group. And by targeting marketing, you don't get those people that opt out. You can connect with the people with the right information, and you just keep moving forward. The other thing we've done is we've worked well with industry partners. Go Hunt, it's a Nevada-based company that is continuing to grow. They cater to the novice. They're trying to help people discover how to get into the field. And their outreach and Epic Outdoors, they're two of the main ones. We've done a lot of podcasts with Epic Outdoors. These two private companies, we have 46,000 followers on our Facebook, and not all of them are hunters. These two have better than 100,000 on Facebook, Instagram, multiple platforms. Their reach is much broader than ours. And so we work with them, we give them content, we do podcasts with them. Go Hunt actually runs our dream tag for us. for the Community Foundation and the Dream Tag Committee. They're great partners, and we see tremendous growth in non-resident applications. We actually get about $700,000 a year more in non-resident hunting license revenue than we do resident hunting license revenue. And people will say, boy, that's bad because the residents are taking away our opportunity. Residents are capped at 10% of the big game opportunity. But what Go Hunt and Epic sells to these non-residents, that their odds, it's a long-term investment, as they put it. It's a long-term investment for a good, true, once-in-a-lifetime adventure on public land and great wide open spaces that you don't have to get a trespass fee or anything. So we're sought after in the West for that. 365 licensing was another big change we made. It's valid from 1 year from the date of purchase. But what this does is it allows us to market a fishing license 12 months a year. This weighs more into the fishing end than the hunting end. We used to see the last 3 months in 2018, the last 3 months of the year, 47% of our license sales went to one-day license people. They didn't buy an annual license because they didn't want to spend the full boat on something that was only good for a couple months. They'd buy on one day. We wanted to transition that to being able to market, and we're growing in those 3 months in the first month of the year because the license year used to end in end of February. We can market during those timeframes, but we went from 47% buying one-day licenses in 2018 to last year, only 38% of the people in that time frame bought one-day licenses. And if you can get an annual license into their pocket, their ability to get in the field more and become more addicted to that activity instead of a one-time something that becomes a habit to them, you have a better chance to retain them. Another thing we did was auto renew. In 2018, we had 52,000, 2019, 59,000. Today, we have 81,136 license holders. This doesn't count the boat registrations we have. If you look at boat registrations, we have over 90,000 customers on auto renew. Some of the boat customers overlap with the hunting customers. They have both, but we're in excess of 90,000 people with auto renew. That is our retention mechanism. When we did the RFP and fast-tracked RFP and all the things I've talked about to this point, and especially on this auto renew piece, when we were at those R3 conferences and talking to other states, they told us this auto renew was going to eat our lunch, that we would disenfranchise the customer and we would overwhelm staff giving refunds. We don't see that. But if somebody phones up or comes in through our chat line and says, hey, I didn't mean to auto renew, no questions asked, we give them their money back if it's within a certain time frame. And I would rather give back a few refunds and have this retention that is shown through the numbers we have in front of you. Another thing that we're really proud of is the average age of hunter. As I showed in the chart before, it was aging out. This is currently, we're down to 42.8. It continued, Commissioner McNinch probably remembers watching this number continue to creep. Every time we saw it, it would go up a few points. And we've been able to drive that number back down. And you can see where it's occurring, that 11 to 15 in the residents. And the 21 to 25, our growth is happening here, and we're staying stable in that 56 through 80 age group. Everything we've done with online only and everything on applications, we were afraid we may lose some customers, but we're actually staying flat in that demographic. And you can see our growth in the non-residents is very high in that 31 to 40, 41 year age group. That's where a lot of our growth is occurring, is in those age groups, and that's helping drive that average age down. Here's where we're at today. These are actual license certification numbers that chart this out. And as I had it before, this is right when we started license simplification and the new vendor rollout, January 1st, 2018. And this, the first year we had tremendous growth. The second year, if you remember back to the Oregon and Arizona, they did license simplification. They brought in new vendors. They did some things. They had a bump, but then they actually tailed off a little bit. We had a bump, and with all of our outreach, everything we've done, we've been able to not have that tail off. We were able to see modest growth that next year. And I truly believe this spike again, that represents the COVID year. If we had not made all the changes that we have made with ease of use and simplification, everything, we would not have been able to take advantage of the COVID rush to the outdoors as well as we have at this point. So it has really paid off, and we were prepared for what came along, not knowing what we were preparing for. So 3-year growth, fishing license sales, these are certified numbers that we have to turn in for Pittman Robinson and Dingle Johnson, apportionment from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. 73% growth in fishing license sales and 54% growth in hunting license sales over the last 3 years. Now, I get questioned a lot when we're at these national conferences. I pull out those two numbers I just pulled out, the 73 and the 54. And they go, yeah, but those are just fake numbers because you change your license structures. Non-residents can only get a combo. Seniors and juniors can only get a combo. So that's not true customer growth. That is growth derived from your change in license structure. But no, I'll still go with this number. We had a 42% growth in overall customers. But it does reflect better when you look at the license certification numbers that are key. And I'm going to get into that a little bit more here in a minute. Not only are sales going up, applications going up, but programs like the Silver State Tag have increased tremendously, 113%. This is where we were in 2017, 366,900. Here's the total dollars brought in this year through Silver State Tag, $782,000. We're going to discuss later today the heritage auction tags and trying to figure out what vendors to get those out to. And we always talk about record auction prices. But look at what we get for an elk tag through Silver State, $259,000, sheep tag, $172,000, antelope, $122,000, deer tag, $228,000. Those are loaded up numbers. Those include the Silver State Tag fee. On the elk, it includes the $5 elk damage fee. And on all of them, it includes the $3 predator fee. They are part of the Silver State package. So in this total of 782,000, you have a little over 90,000 goes into the predator account and 44,000 go into the elk damage account. But the veteran $600,000 do go into the heritage account, which is projects on the ground. Dream Tag sales increased 83%. This is a program when Dream Tag and Silver State came about, they seemed like they're competing programs, but they're both proving vital sources of revenue for different reasons to the Nevada Department of Wildlife. The Dream Tag, a few years back when the federal government had to shut down, it was right in the middle of when we needed to get seed on the ground, and we were supposed to be using BLM money to get the seed on the ground. But we weren't getting checks from the feds to get the seed on the ground during that crucial time period where you have moisture on the ground where you just can't put seed on any time and hope. There's a window that you have to get it on. That was the exact window that the government shutdown was occurring. Because of the structure of the Dream Tag Committee and being outside of the state purview, they can be a little more nimble with their funds. And we went to them, and in 1 year, I believe they gave us $350,000 to bridge that gap so we could meet that critical time frame. This year, when we needed to fly water in an emergency basis down in Southern Nevada, I was able to go to NBU Reno and ask for $50,000. I originally asked for $75,000 from NBU Reno and the Dream Tag, and they both committed to that. But we lowered our ask from them to $50,000 apiece. But having the flexibility with the Dream Tag outside the state process, and that committee working with us well, and the community foundation working with us well, these are real dollars on the ground. And the Dream Tag prides itself on buying seed and helping us with fire rehabilitation. So when you see an increase like that, you know that we're doing more for fire rehab on the ground. Dollars saved under the new contract. If you look at a cost per unit, so we knew what a application cost us in the old system, $5.70, and it's $1 in the new system with a couple little adders. And we used to pay an application fee on every single application. We pay an application on every application now, but that application fee under the old system covered the fulfillment, the sending out of the tags and all the processing of the tags. We have a different line item for fulfillment with the new vendor, and the major portion of the dollars you see saved in front of you right here comes through the big game application period. And over a total of 3 years, if you use the fee structure we used to be under and put in today's workflow and widgets that we actually sell to the public, we've saved $4.7 million in the last 3 years. But on the opposite side, with all these gains, we have gained 3.7 in 18, 4.5 million in 19, and $6 million increased revenue over where we were in 2017, for a 3-year total gain of additional revenue of $14.25 million of additional revenue to the agency. So you combine the savings with the revenue, we're approaching $19 million in increased revenue to an agency of this size. That's a game changer. It really is. Some of the things that are coming soon through all this, we're not just going to sit and rest and go, hey, our revenue's up, our customers up, everything's looking good. We're going to continue to look to improve and do things for the customer, which in turn does things for wildlife. Draw order. As we spoke about in prior commission meetings, we're going to be drawing all the male species before the female species, and that may increase how people apply, because people may apply for a cow elk when they wouldn't have in the past, because they didn't want that cow elk to be drawn before their possibility of the bull, with limiting one per species as we have. So we anticipate this may change the way that people draw, and it's a good thing for the customer. As we passed a little earlier in the year, the first come, first served tags, for those tags that are returned to the department 14 days prior to the hunt starting, we're going to get those into people's hands. That will be in place this year. You're going to have to be signed into your account to view the list of what's on there. You have to put it into your shopping cart, and then there's going to be a time limit. It can sit in your shopping cart before you check out. To make sure that this is a fair process, we are going to have Calcami randomize how these tags are put out in the time frame. We're going to process them at the department, give them to Calcami, and they're going to randomize the time that these display on people's accounts. You have to be logged into your account. We're going to watch for those accounts that set up algorithms to auto refresh, to try to game the system to let other people know what tags are out there. We want this to be a true first come, first serve, and take all the gaming out of it that we can to make it a fair opportunity for everybody. Something coming for 2022 that we're looking at is an e-tag option that, as you can display your hunting and fishing license on your phone, we are looking to provide an opportunity for those that opt in. It's not going to be mandatory, but for those that opt in, they can start displaying their tag on their phone. They will be required to, instead of it to return to their vehicles camp under the paper license or the paper tags now, they will be required to punch that tag at the location of harvest. But when they do that, it's going to automatically, when they get back into cell phone range, if they're in cell phone range, it'll be automatic. It'll be an application. But if they're out of cell phone range, when they do that, when they get back into cell phone range, it'll automatically populate their return card. Take that step out for the customer. So we're just trying to continue to advance things for the customer. Another thing we're looking at, we have it partially in now, and that's an easy button. Per species now, if you applied last year, you get in, it will say, here's the choices you did last year. If you like those choices, you can select now and you don't have to repopulate your 5 choices or 3 choices or however many choices you have. So we have an easy button per species or per gender of species now, but we are considering an easy button that you get in and say, hey, you applied for these 4 species this year in these areas. If you like it, buy now. Make it a 2-minute process. One concern I have with the easy button is we have really grown in applications per customer. And when you make it an easy button, our upsell option could be limited. But in the new system, we're able to update, change our choices, add new selections, add species anytime through the big game application process. In the old system, you did your application. If you didn't like it, you had to have it withdrawn and reapply. It was a very cumbersome process. We let you change your mind throughout the process from start to end and simplify it so people can get in. And like I said, if they change their mind, they can change it. They can add species and we can upsell. What did we accomplish? We reversed the aging out of our customer bases. We increased one of the 3 components in the calculation of PR and DJ funding, and I'm going to get into that a little bit. We can't speak to the exact numbers yet. Anytime we get new numbers from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, it's on a 2-year lag. So they're working on certifications for our 2018 license year right now. That's what our apportionment will be based on, is 2018. So there's a 2-year lag in apportionment off your certified hunters or anglers. And we had that great bump. And what we've been told, preliminary, is we are going to be up considerably, veteran 10 getting closer to 15% in Pittman Robinson and Dingle Johnson funding for the agency this year. Those are big. That's what we were chasing. It's that license certification is a key component to your apportionment. So that's why the less is more really comes into play there. If you get more revenue off the same customer base, you're not changing your apportionment. And so we chased more people buying to get a higher rate of apportionment from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we broadened the base of a very narrow funding model, which Director Walsey spoke of prior to me doing this presentation. So why is this important? We didn't do all this. We did all this to delight the customer. We did all this to do the things to interact with our base. But the most important thing is money on the ground for vital wildlife enhancement projects. That's why we do what we do. And without that, the 895 species that Director Walsey mentioned wouldn't have the care and the resources to take care of them that we currently do. So with that, I would entertain any questions or ask if Director Walsey has anything to add that I may have missed that he wants to chime in with.
Madam Chair, if I might, thank you, Deputy Director Rob. I really appreciate your guidance through all that effort over the past several years. And just one point of clarification, when Deputy Director Rob was talking about the revenue from residents and non-residents, just a clarification, he said a 10% cap on residents, and I think most of you understood that was a 10% cap on non-residents. His reference to PR and DJ, the Pittman-Robertson and Dingell-Johnson, again, those are the federal excise taxes on guns and ammo and fishing equipment, respectively. It's a 10 or 11% tax that goes into the general treasury administered by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that then is apportioned back to 50 states based on a formula that Deputy Director Rob spoke to. And that formula, one of the key variables in that formula is license certifications. The number of licensed hunters drive, that's a key variable in the formula to determine how much a state gets from PR, and the number of licensed anglers is a key variable in the formula to determine how much a state gets from the Dingell-Johnson. So again, 95 or so % of our agency's annual budget, it comes from user-derived fees. Deputy Director Rob just said it, very narrow funding model for a very broad statutory charge. We only, of that 895 species, only 8% provide us an opportunity to generate revenue. Government is really good at maintaining the status quo. Government's really good at getting to know. Government's really good at charging more to the same shrinking customer base. We think this represents an innovative, creative, and sustainable approach to maximizing our ability to deliver conservation. So this isn't about having more people paying so we can continue to do more of the same. It's about us truly enhancing our ability to meet the needs for all the wildlife and all the habitats in the state. And whether we think it's right, whether we think it's wrong, whether we agree with it, we are self-reliant in the large part when it comes to funding, and it is up to nobody but us. And sportsmen have an incredible history in showing that we are willing to put our money where our mouth is when it comes to conservation. The recovery stories of species in this country that have been funded through sportsmen's activities is a long list, and I'm really happy to see the results of some of these efforts and what it means to our ability on the ground to meet and fulfill our conservation mission. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. I have a couple of questions. Does anyone else have questions for either Jack or Tony? Yes? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And you guys spoke about the 8% of the species that actually contribute to the revenue generation, but do you guys have any thoughts on leveraging the other 92% of the species in the state and how we can bring revenue in there? I mean, there's probably already some soft metrics with bird watchers and other non-licensed activities that we do, but maybe any thoughts around that?
Yeah, I'll share, Madam Chair, if I might. There's been a number of ongoing discussions, and I see Commissioner McNinch sitting up in his chair a little bit because he's been party to some of these efforts that go back over 20 years. There was proposed legislation teaming with wildlife that looked at assessing a similar excise tax on outdoor equipment, binoculars, for example, backpacks, And at the time, there was a lot of pushback from pushback from industry resenting additional taxes. That failed. The most recent effort to do exactly what you're talking about, Commissioner Keel, there's a couple of them, but probably the most promising one is Recovering America's Wildlife Act, where we've talked about that quite a bit here, and there's a lot of momentum in DC. We're pretty optimistic about what the future of that could hold, and what that would essentially do is provide state wildlife agencies with a dedicated funding source towards the implementation of a state wildlife action plan. And we heard Jennifer Newmark mention the state wildlife action plan yesterday, and Nevada is currently revising our state wildlife action plan. Nevada's state wildlife action plan contains 256 species presently in 22 different habitat types, and included in those species are mule deer, bighorn sheep, Lahontan cutthroat trout, sage grouse, species of conservation priority for our state. It isn't a game, non-game divide. It is a species of conservation priority. And so, of course, pygmy rabbits and a whole host of raptors and other species are included in there. And it doesn't necessarily come from an excise tax like what we have on fishing equipment and guns and ammo, but it is a funding source that would assist us in meeting the needs of those other 92% of the species, many of which are in the state action plan.
Commissioner Hubbs?
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. That's so refreshing. I mean, to hear you talk about that, and I share your questions. And I was thinking, you know how you go grocery shopping, and most people know this, but I mean, don't want to put a gender on it. We all grocery shop. But anyhow, you grocery shop, and then it says, would you like to donate toward whatever, some charity or some nonprofit or something of that nature. But, in regard to like the binoculars, backpacks, or REI or sports, facilities that sell all kinds of things for outdoor use. I mean, have we ever thought about like asking if the people of Nevada would want to donate in some capacity to say, the desert tortoise or the flycatcher or whatever, you know what I mean? Or whatever, it could be anything to a non-game species or any species or just our wildlife in general. I always think that most of us would do that. I would do that. That's why I think there's lots of ways that we can. Is there no way to put that together, Director Wesley, with the community, or is it just it has to be a tax?
No, it does not have to be a tax. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hubbs. There are some of those efforts underway, whether it be license plates, for example. I think that there are a number of examples of efforts and attempts. There aren't nearly as many examples of successful efforts and attempts. I think that this idea of broadening that funding base in a sustainable way to help meet the needs of all those species is something that we should spend time discussing and exploring. I don't know that there are many examples of successful models, and even you brought up some of the industry partners in the outdoor rec community, and there's a number of efforts nationally right now to get with the Outdoor Rec Roundtable and try to embrace the outdoor rec community and the REIs, the Patagonias, the Orvises that in some instances have distanced themselves from state wildlife agencies or consumptive uses. And so there's a lot of nuance to it. I appreciate your question and welcome any of those conversations to look for sustainable, broad funding to meet the needs of all the species.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Of course.
There is an opportunity for the general public not purchasing a license to fund the Nevada Department of Wildlife. It's called the Resource Enhancement Stamp. And that Resource Enhancement Stamp came into being, and it used to be coupled with the Dream Tag. You had to have a Resource Enhancement Stamp to be able to participate in the Dream Tag raffle. When we looked at the laws and we had to privatize the Dream Tag, it can't be done through the Calcami system or prior the system consultant system. It had to be privatized and not in combination with the big game application. Go Hunt does it now. But if the department sold the Resource Enhancement Stamp, there was no way to crosswalk between us and Go Hunt to then tell them, hey, so-and-so bought the Resource Enhancement Stamp, they're now eligible to participate in the Dream Tag. So in the last legislative session, the department brought forward a bill to decouple the reliance on the Resource Enhancement Stamp to be able to participate in the Dream Tag. We work with Go Hunt. Go Hunt still sells the Resource Enhancement Stamp, but we brought it back in-house. So now we're selling a Resource Enhancement Stamp on our site and Go Hunt selling it on their site. And we went from just a little over $40,000 in revenue 2 years ago. This year, because of that law change, we're over $104,000 in revenue in Resource Enhancement Stamp because we decoupled those and we have the ability to sell it on 2 sites. And not only do we have the ability to sell that $10 stamp on 2 sites, you have an unlimited number of stamps you can buy. So if somebody goes in to buy a Resource Enhancement Stamp for $10, it'll ask you how many you want. And you can go down and you can buy 10. You can buy $100 worth of Resource Enhancement Stamps, or you can buy $10 worth. You can buy $1,000 worth. We made it so it's not just one. You say, yeah, I want to buy one, and it'll ask you how many. And like I said, in the first year we brought it back in-house. Between us and Dream Tag, we were over $104,000 in combined revenue on Resource Enhancement Stamp.
Zach, can you give us any demographic information on that? Do you have anything, or maybe we could talk about it at another time? Are sportsmen still funding the Resource Enhancement Stamp, or are the non-consumptive users helping to fund that?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but if I was to bet, 99% of the revenue comes through the Dream Tag sales and our hunt application process.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Commissioner Keel, you hit right in the middle of something that I have, it's the age-old question, how do you? But I want to give a little historical perspective here. There was a time where there was a legislation proposed to charge anybody using a state wildlife management area a fee for entry. If you had a hunting license or a fishing license, you wouldn't be assessed that fee. That would be your permit to go in. And really the whole intent was not necessarily the money collection side, although over the last 15, 18 years that would have occurred, it probably would amount to some substantial amount of money. But the whole point was to create an awareness with the general public that it costs money to do these things, and to engage them in paying their way, basically getting them to understand that their general tax, they're not paying for the department to operate. A very small, very small percentage. The public believes that their taxes are paying for the agency pretty much 100%, which is not the case. So this was an attempt to create that awareness. It didn't even get out of the commission as a legislative proposal. This very commission, the fact that you're even interested in it signals a major change from what I experienced at that time. And the reason for it was sportsmen in the state of Nevada did not want non-users to have a seat at the table. It was that simple. That was the reasoning behind it. And this goes to my whole push for the human dimensions and understanding your constituencies. And hats off to the department for the work that they've done to understand, to get to know their constituency and make these changes, because the whole talk of increasing fees, it's not even an issue in Nevada right now, because there's other things happening, and it's because they're providing these options that people are open to and wanting to participate in. So it's a lot of it's discretionary money. They're making choices, and it's awesome what's happening. But what I'm seeing by you asking that question is this shift to I see some doors possibly opening up to have those conversations, because we can't even, there was a time we couldn't even get out of the commission with that whole concept, simply because people didn't want others at the table. So I see that as an option still. Ironically, it came up at the commissioners committee, the same comments. How do we get others to support the agencies? An excise tax on birdseed came up. There was an attempt to do it many years ago, and it didn't work. But a commissioner brought that up. So these concepts are out there. There has been success in increasing sales taxes in Missouri. That was a long time ago, but you can imagine the lift on that. Trying to convince a legislature to increase the sales tax. So the point is that there's a mindset that was probably as big of a hurdle as anything. And it's really encouraging to me that maybe that wall is coming down a little bit, and maybe these opportunities will have a shot in the future that they really couldn't even get out of the gate originally. So you really got my juices flowing in terms of, hoping that maybe someday we can get over this hump and find a way to get everybody to help support this. RAWA is the best option. That it's a once in a lifetime thing. I'd really like to start talking more about it again. Tony, you kind of got me thinking about that now. So
Okay, Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, just to add on to Commissioner McNinch, yes, I do think there is a large swath of the population that is very interested in the rest of the 92% of our wildlife species. I just do not feel like we're able at this time to reach them, and that's been frustrating to watch for me personally. And so I believe if we explore that, there are a lot of individuals out in the community in Nevada who are very interested in wildlife, who would come to the table with money to help toward wildlife. And it makes me sad to hear places like REI or other retail stores may not want to be associated with the department, because a lot of people go there for products to go out into the field. And I mean, that's a great place to start. And I would hope that we can learn to work with those types of retail communities that a lot of outdoors people in general go to get ready to go out, whether it be kayaking, whether it be hiking. They're going out there to see wildlife. It's very obvious. So if we can tie in wildlife with any of that, I think there would be a good turnaround in a positive way. So I don't know how to restore that or what's happened over time, but I think those relationships are really important.
Secretary Wasley?
Thank you. I'd just like to respond to Commissioner Hubbs just briefly and share that, I've not heard REI or Patagonia, directly say that, they want that distance. But what I have observed is that there is a huge lack of awareness to the full mission, the statutory charge of state wildlife agencies, and that that disproportionate reliance on funding on a disproportionately small number of our species, that really narrow funding model, has made it difficult for us as an industry, if you will, state wildlife agencies, to achieve that broader understanding. And we are reminded of it every time we go into legislative session, and some of the questions that we hear and some of the assumptions that people make about who we are and what we do, whether it's the assumption that the Department of Wildlife has responsibility for the management of wild horses, or they see us for those controversial issues that take so much of our time here as a commission and an agency. Those things tend to define us in their eyes, and we have not done as good a job as maybe we could in achieving a more of an understanding and appreciation for the full breadth of our statutory charge and conservation mission. And to that end, there are a number of national conversations right now with the Outdoor Rec Roundtable, with industry partners, including Bass Pro Shops and Patagonia and others, to try to better integrate some of the wildlife pieces into those outdoor rec pieces, try to find how we can all work together to synergize our capacity, our interests, our customers, to elevate the importance of wild animals and wild places to the American citizens.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this is a good opportunity to point out that Tony's work, not just at the state level, but with the relevancy roadmap, is a major component of this whole thing. It's getting to, we just don't, I wish we spent the time on that we do these other issues, because if we want to see substantive change towards that, towards finding funding structure, a broad-based funding structure, and getting people really involved with wildlife, that's where it's at in my mind. I've said it before. It happens despite the comments made earlier in public comment regarding WAFA. There's committee after committee, just hours and hundreds, if not thousands of hours spent on this, trying to figure out how to turn this very long train on this very narrow track. And there are efforts going on. It just takes time. People aren't going to go there directly. They're not going to go there immediately. It's a huge change. It's a huge societal thinking. You're changing everything. And Tony's involvement, the Department of Wildlife and other staff's involvement in this is high. There's a lot going on, and they're deeply involved. And I appreciate their efforts in it. And I hope that they continue to find the energies to keep pushing forward despite the slow progress that occurs. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I appreciate the work that they're doing. And Tony, your leadership on that national stage, that national level with that stuff, it's going to happen, but it might take all of us to take a step back and really understand what it means. And it's challenging us, that's for sure.
Oh, sure. Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah, just real quick comment. As one of the newest members of the commission, I just want to thank Deputy Director Rob for his presentation this morning. Very educational and very informative for myself, kind of eye-opening on some things. So anyway, really appreciate the presentation this morning and all the work that's going into everything that you guys are doing for the department. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
Jack, I have two quick questions. One is, are we seeing, so there's kind of this resurgence with I want to say a younger demographic, a younger audience in knowing where their food comes from. There's these, we're seeing some establishments of community gardens and people wanting to eat healthier, leaner, organic meat. Do you feel like we have any information about that in our licensed sales? Do you feel like that's maybe been a part of the increase or not? And if it's not, can we take advantage of that in a positive way somehow?
Jack Rowe for the record. We anecdotally hear of that, but our numbers in that 20 to 35 range show us that that is occurring without a doubt.
Okay.
We are gaining, that's our biggest gains, that 20 to 35. We're seeing tremendous growth there. Last year, because we went Hunter Ed online, we had 49% more people take Hunter Ed last year than the prior year. So we will continue to see that growth. With it being available online, you're going to be able to reach that different demographic. We made it, prior to last year, we made it if you were over 21, I believe, forgive me if I'm wrong, 18 or 21, that you could do Hunter Ed online only. We still encourage people to take an in-class Hunter Ed if they have the time. Everybody that we've done online Hunter Ed last year, we're going to circle back with them and offer a field day for them, just so we can get that exposure to them and they get that exposure to different methods and the importance of the things we do. So we are seeing that age group come in and that demographic come in. It's just, we can't tease it out of the data.
And that was the demographic that I was most curious about, because it feels like it's coming from that age group. I had one other question, but I see Secretary Wasley's taken his mute off, so.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add to some of Deputy Director Rob's answer to your question. And I think the commission is aware that the department is a partner in the Wild Harvest Initiative with Conservation Visions. We were the third state wildlife agency. Florida was the first, Texas was the second, Nevada was the third to become partners in that Wild Harvest Initiative effort. We're continuing, we're currently working on some survey materials to understand the food value, the sharing index. And so certainly as we learn some of that, we'll share it more broadly. But then we also have a staff position, an outreach connection, an outdoor connection coordinator that was approved in the last legislative session. This is a general fund funded position to engage some of the non-traditional audiences, and that position is has the responsibility of that Wild Harvest Initiative relationship. And so those are, related to the locavore movement, local, organic, lean, healthy protein. You'll see a number of recipes being shared through our social media channels and looking at the food value of some of that wild harvest. So just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
That's great. My other question has to relates to the savings under the new contract, the 4.7 million. Is marketing included in that savings, or is that a gross number or a net number? I was just curious.
Jack Rowe for the record, that is just workflow dollars. That is per license transaction, per application transaction, per boat registration. If you look at all the products that no other monies other than the items we sell and the cost associated with us selling that item to the vendor.
Okay. All right. This was a fantastic presentation. I'm really appreciative of this, and I think I hope others are too that are watching today with us. So any other questions for either Secretary Wasley or Deputy Director Robb? Okay, seeing none, I think it's 10:35. Let's take about a 10-minute break and refresh before we jump into our CRs. So we'll be back at 10:45. It's 10:45. Can we bring everyone back, please? Here, just another second. Okay, we have all of our commissioners, and it looks like one of our Codys. So moving into our commission regulations for possible action / adoption, public comment allowed. 16A, Commission Regulation 21-03, 2021, 2022, and 22 to 2023, big game seasons. Wildlife Staff Specialist Mike Cox, Cody Schroeder, and Cody McKee for possible action. The commission will consider adopting the 2021, 22, and 2022-2023 hunting seasons and dates for mule deer, pronghorn antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat, including limits, hunting hours, special hunt eligibility, animal sex, physical characteristics, hunt boundary restrictions, and legal weapon requirements, and emergency depredation hunt structure and statewide quota. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Cody Schroeder?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm going to start off with the CR 21-03, big game hunting seasons for antelope. So just kind of to introduce things, I believe this was provided in the support material, but in general, we are recommending some expanded opportunities for muzzleloader hunts for both residents and non-residents. Shifting a few archery seasons to accommodate the muzzleloader seasons, and recommending an addition of one horn shorter than ears hunt in units 043, 046. And depending on how you want to tackle this, we can take on all the antelope at once, or you can break it up by weapon class. And if it's the purview of the commission, I can go through some of the alternative recommendations from the county advisory boards.
I think that would be helpful since we didn't get that information until just this morning. And we've got a couple of commissioners that have never been through this process. So I think let's break it up a little bit.
Okay, I would probably recommend then doing all of the horns longer than ears in one fell swoop for all the different weapon classes, and then maybe saving the horns shorter than ears.
Okay.
Break that out.
Okay.
There are different comments on those. So,
Right.
And I don't, depending on how you want to do it, I can share my screen and provide the survey results from the cabs and read them if that's helpful.
I think it will be.
Okay.
Thank you, Cody.
All right, can everybody see that window screen?
No. There we go.
Okay. So it looks like I'll just kind of take these on one by one. In general, the horns longer than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2151. It appears that most of the cabs were in agreement with the department's recommendations. A few were no comments, and the comments that were all in agreement for both resident and non-resident. For the horns, resident antelope horns longer than years muzzleloader hunts, we did have some disagreements or alternative recommendations, I guess. The first one being Humboldt County. Their comment related to the muzzleloader hunt 2171 was the proposed seasons would be detrimental to the health of the antelope due to hunting pressure when animals would be coming out of the rut and preparing for winter. Additionally, opportunity already exists for muzzleloaders to be used during any legal weapon hunt. Population estimates are trending down according to the department surveys. There was also an exception comment and disagreement from the Lander Cab. Muzzleloader hunters can hunt in any legal weapon hunt. Lander County Cab has been trying for 5 years to get a youth antelope hunt. We were told last year that the antelope numbers were down. If that was true, why are we adding 19 new hunts? The Lyon County was in agreement, but they did inquire about the reasoning for the muzzleloader hunts. Mineral County had a disagreement, but they are requesting to add a unit for muzzleloader for the 202 to 204 with the same opening and closing dates. I'm assuming as most of the other muzzleloader hunts. And those were the disagreements for the muzzleloader hunts. And then I believe there were also some in the archery. The Carson Cab was in agreement. However, they did have some comment about there was a vote was in favor, 1 dissenting vote. The dissenting vote was regarding only recommendation to shorten archery antelope seasons in units 041, 042, and 043, 046 by 1 week to allow muzzleloader hunts to run August 15th to August 21 for both residents and non-residents. We received multiple public comments on these hunts from members for 3 separate archery bowman clubs in Northern Nevada. All voiced their disdain for archery season to be lessened given the difficulty associated with this type of primitive weapon hunting, coupled with challenges of muzzleloaders and any legal weapon hunters scouting during the hunting archery season, which diminishes the opportunity for success in many cases. Disagreement from Humboldt County. They would like to, the elimination of the muzzleloader hunts would require the archery to remain the same as was previous in the 2019 to 2020 seasons. And those were all the comments. The comments for the non-resident archery was basically the exact same as the residents.
Any questions for Cody Schroeder? I had written down some notes as well in the resident antelope muzzleloader. Is that 6 days or 7 days enough time for a hunt like that? And will we, have to adjust the number of tags and those kinds of things? So I know we're not going to talk about the tags today, but it just feels like that's not a lot of time, but maybe it is. I'm not a muzzleloader hunter, so maybe somebody can explain that.
So for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. So the proposal the shift in the archery season is basically just reducing what is the length for the others, for some of the others, by 6 days. It still provides 2 weeks of hunting opportunity. And I will point out that we already have several hunt units that already have this season structure from August 1 to August 14th. So technically the opportunity does exist there for the longer seasons. Most of the other units, 011, 012, Western, the Western region and some of the central regions have that longer archery season already.
I think my question was more on the muzzle loader side. Is that enough time? The 15th to the 21st? That seems like short to me, but I like to have time. So,
I see. Yeah, I get what you're talking. So, I mean, again, we do have some of the existing ones already. 115, 131, 132 have that same season structure. Those actually happen to have some of the higher success rates that I looked at the data. It's over 70% already. So those folks that are hunting those seasons are successful.
okay. Yes, Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Along those same lines, Cody, is this like a transferring of archery tags to the muzzleloader hunt, or, and obviously this isn't the quota setting discussion, but or is it more of an additive thing where relatively the archery tags would stay the same and it would be more tags issued for the muzzleloaders?
Yep, Commissioner Keel, that's a great question. I probably should have brought that up. So these, the way we intend these to go, and I should probably refresh some of the newer commission members just on the demand success formula, because that's how the quotas will be decided. But essentially, we're not looking to add on tags. We would probably be shifting tags away and more likely from the any illegal weapon hunts where we have, quite a few more tags. So just for frame of reference, if it helps, our existing muzzleloader hunts range right now, the quotas range from about 1 to 10. And so that probably gives you a ballpark for residents of what these quotas might look like. And so essentially what we'd be doing is looking at a statewide average of demand. And so the demand part of the demand success formula, all that does is simply apportion the applicants based on weapon class, and it's based on the prior year applications. And so since we don't have these hunts already, we'd probably look at the surrounding hunts or the statewide average. They typically run in the 1 to 2% demand range already. So we're talking very few tags here for these muzzleloaders. And then after a few years, based on the applications, that may, drive how much demand there is for these tags.
Thanks, Cody. That was helpful.
Cody, I have one more question for you. Do you feel like we can accommodate the Mineral County request in hunt units 202 to 204?
So I believe we could. We did discuss that. It's a very small population. I think it's estimated less than 100 right now. So it's one of our smallest herds in the entire state. So there's not a ton of opportunity. That being said, one tag is probably, it would basically just be shifted away from one of the illegal weapon tags, if that's the purview of the commission.
Okay.
Result in any additional, ammo being taken. More likely it's just reallocating the tag, I guess, to a different weapon class.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Rogers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just back to your original question about the season dates, that short time period, August 15 through August 21, knowing that the majority of the dates are that September 25th start date. I was just curious what the, what the thought process was or methodology on a few of the units that have that shortened August 15th. I didn't know if maybe they overlapped on something or what the thought process was with some of those units that have a shortened season.
Yeah, that's really, if you look at our season structure for these muzzleloader hunts, there's two basic standard formats: the later post hunt structure from September 25 to October 4, and then the earlier one. And really, when we rolled these out, there wasn't, it was basically up to the individual biologist to decide which of those to choose from. And so in the case of like area 4, for instance, we went with the earlier muzzleloader structure, whereas the majority of the others, we went with the late post hunt or post rut season structure. They are interchangeable. I mean, there's some overlap, or there's not overlap among the weapon classes we need to worry about, but we'd have to basically decide which structure to go with.
Mr. Scott, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rogers, Mike Scott for the record. We do have a set of harvest guidelines, hunt guidelines that we use. And as Cody stated, that is in our harvest guidelines. We have two structures that we can use for antelope. One of them is August 15th to August 21st, and the other is September 25th to October 4th. So we're staying consistent with what we have, and some of those units can be added in between the archery and rifle hunts, and others are fine to go afterwards. Also, there was a question about from one of the cabs. There was a thought of that antelope after the rut and getting ready to go into winter, but I could be wrong on this, but I believe almost every other Western state hunts antelope after the rut. I think we're one of the few that actually has the early seasons. And maybe Cody can follow up on that. I could be wrong on that, but I believe we're safe to be hunting them at that time.
Cody, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just to reiterate what Administrator Scott repeated, that yeah, most of the Western states do hunt later than we do, into October, November, and really because we have already had some of these seasons going for years, we've never really seen any negative impact from some of the herds. We do have those muzzleloaders. There's just so few of them out there, few hunters. They're not really putting harm on the herds by hunting them during that period. And I would also point out that we hunt all of our other species, many of our other species, big game species, during and post rut, mule deer, elk, bighorn sheep, for example. So far, we've never seen a population level impact from hunting those during that time.
Okay. Any other questions for Cody Schroeder? Yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
My only question is, one of the cabs reported that antelope numbers were lower in their area or just lower in general than previous years. And from what I understood, the antelope numbers overall have tended to be fairly high and higher than they have been in the past. So I just wanted an overall feeling for how the antelope are doing around the state.
Yep, Commissioner Hubbs. So overall, in general, antelope have been doing really well across the state. However, I think probably what the reference was to is we do have some localized herds that maybe have had depressed recruitment rates. We really haven't seen large scale population declines per se, but a couple of years of poor recruitment essentially results in a zero growth of the herd. So I think the reference may be into some of the survey data that we've seen in Humboldt County and Washoe County, possibly, or Pershing County, excuse me, of just recruitment not being high for some units. But really, what we're talking about now is no net increase in harvest, and these are males that we're talking about now, horns longer than ears, and so really there's not any effect on the actual population trajectory of the herd. It's more about managing to a buck to doe ratio when we're talking about horns longer than ears hunts.
Just to follow up, you're saying those areas of low recruitment were in Pershing and Washoe County?
Pershing and Humboldt.
Humboldt, okay. And then do you know why that might have occurred in those areas?
Not a great, so we have some hypothesized reasons. It probably has to do with the habitat conditions. Last summer was one of the, very hot and dry drought until just recently. We haven't had a lot of moisture throughout Nevada. We've got overpopulation of wild horses in some of those areas. that could be contributing to that. Water resources, water's limiting in some of these areas that could be contributing to that poor recruitment. But it probably has mostly to do with the vegetation conditions just being extremely dry, and adult does not being in great health to nurse fawns and recruit them.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on antelope horns longer than ears? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Cabilia?
I guess the one, I think it's the Carson cab, they were talking about 041, 042, and 043, 046. It looks like that's actually the only hunt that you're gonna shorten up the existing archery hunt by about a week, right? And it looks like all the other muzzleloader hunts are the later muzzleloader hunt. I wonder if that one just can't be, the muzzleloader hunt can't be shifted to the later hunt. Is there a reason why you guys wanted that one early? Do you recall?
Honestly, that was just kind of a preference for the individual biologist managing the area. That is certainly an option, is to adopt the late season structure and leave the archery, with the August 1 to August 21, the longer time period. There's no reason we couldn't do that to accommodate the archers' concerns from the Carson cab. And then one other thing on the, I forgot to mention on the 202, 204 recommendation from Mineral County, that if you did choose to adopt another hunt unit that we aren't, you would have to decide on which of the season structures, because I don't think in their comments, they did not put which season they would prefer for that. And that is a bit of a herd that has some movement issues, I believe. So probably the later period would be a better time.
Actually, I think they did, Cody. I want to say in my notes, they asked for the September 25th to October 4th. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I missed that. So that's what I was just kind of saying, is that would probably be the better of the seasons to adopt for that one.
Okay. Commissioner Alberg?
Cody, I missed what you said, how shifting the archery. How would you shift those dates to stretch that season out?
So essentially, it would adopt right now we're proposing for 041, 042 to run from August 1 to August 14th. So instead, we would choose the August 1 to August 21, similar to, like Area 3, for instance. And then instead of having the muzzleloader hunt run August 15 to August 21st, we would, you could adopt the September 25th to the October 4th strategy. So it'd basically be swapping that to be sort of more similar to what we have in place for Humboldt County, Area 3, a lot of the other units in the Eastern region, for instance.
Does that answer everybody's questions? Okay. Do you want to move on to, let's see, these are longer than yours. Do you want to move on to shorter, and then we'll take all of the comments on antelope at once, Cody? All the public comment?
Yep, we can do that.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that then. So now we're talking horns shorter than ears, right?
Yep. So
Okay.
horns shorter than ears, resident antelope, any legal weapon, 2181. On my support material, it's on page 5 of 26. And it's really just adding one unit, 043046, with September 8th to September 24th season structure to mirror what we have in the other management area 4 unit. And so the rationale on the department's standpoint from adding that is a herd that that's one of the herds that's growing. apparently fairly rapidly. We think there may be some ingress from adjacent hunt units from maybe area 15 or area 18 because some of our survey data, we've actually counted, I think close to 800 animals on survey, and the previous year's population estimate was right around 800. So generally speaking, you don't observe 100% of the animals on survey. So it appears that herd may be doing well. So we just want to have this in place to, give us a tool in the toolbox to help manage the herd growth and provide hunter opportunity.
So Cody, I have a question because I've heard from a couple of cabs about the 041042 unit that the doe it's a pretty low population in there and they'd like to see no hunt in that area. Can you speak to that for us?
Yeah, so I mean, we're the last estimate we had was about 1,700 total. Over 1,100 does, adult does. So that right there puts us in our guidelines that we're using. It would qualify for a hunt, a season. Last year we had 25 tags only, and so that was I think a quota based on about a 3% doe harvest rate. We haven't seen the harvest data yet for this year, but even if it was 100%, we'd probably be looking around 2%, a little over 2% of the does. And so that is an area where we've seen kind of poor recruitment. I'd like to keep it in place if we can, because I think it's a great opportunity. We had I don't have the most recent data, but we had over 800 applicants the year prior. We could look at reducing the actual quota number, the doe harvest rate, and still be within our guidelines if we keep it in there.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
Well, I love working with my computer next to my other computer because I can pull up everything. And for me, the hunt ranges don't mean much. But do you think it's just that potentially the animals from 041, 042 moved over to the east?
I mean,
and that's why you want to open up opportunity there. Could that be it?
It's certainly possible. We don't have 100% understanding. We don't have radio collars. I think if that were the case, there would be some observations. They'd have to cross an interstate, for instance. I don't think that's likely. It's probably more, our best guess is that if we do have animals ingressing into this unit that we're looking to add, it's probably from the east or the south, where there's less barriers in terms of roads and fences and things like that. But it's certainly possible, the radio collaring studies we've done in other places shows that these animals do move quite a bit, even to adjacent herds.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs, any other questions?
No.
No. Okay. Commissioner Caviglia.
I guess I do have another question, and not regarding to that new hunt, but on the hunt unit description in here, is the intent of the 115 hunt strictly within the 1 mile of Baker Ranch? Is that the intent? Because if you look at that, that's a little awkward. It's 114, 115, comma, then says Baker Ranch C. So, and then you go down to C and it's within 1 mile of Baker Ranch. But what is the intent of the doe hunt in 115? Is all of 115 included, or is it strictly 1 mile within 1 mile of the Baker Ranch? I guess I could see some confusion there. I mean, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, so that is one that we've had for several years. The original intent of the hunt was to reduce pressure of antelope on the actual ranch. That's what the restriction for the 1 mile, within 1 mile of the property is. In terms of the ability to hunt all of 114, I'm not actually sure. That might be a mislabel actually on the regulation. Check.
Commissioner Alberg.
That may not be, they do have property in 114 as well. So it may be trying to cover their entire property. Is there a map that would go with that? I think that would be the key.
Yeah, we have a map that we send out to the hunters, the successful tag holders. I don't have it up in front of me.
So it's different than this our hunt unit map?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's kind of, it outlines the boundary of the 1 mile buffer, I guess, around the ranch properties. Then within the properties itself, there are areas where that are off limits to hunting. And it's basically a hunt that we set up in coordination with the ranch manager to coordinate to go out there and hunt and be on the property if they're hunting on the actual ranch property. But you are allowed to hunt on the outside of it as well without permission on public land.
Okay, so you're allowed to hunt the entirety of 114 and the entirety of 115, or no? I mean, that might be where you need to put I know we've done it in other spots where you do like 114, then you put the C, at 114, the C at 115. Because I mean, when I read this looks to me like if I'm Joe Blow and I look at that and I see 114 and 115, I'm going to be able to hunt the entire unit. When we've done this in other areas, like, I mean, just right above it, you go 114, then you put B right at it, and it's specifying what part of 114. I just see there could be a little confusion there, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm on my part, maybe I'm the only one that's confused. I don't know.
No, I agree with the confusion the way it's written. I believe I understand the intent. But the way it's written, you could interpret it exactly as you're interpreting it. I certainly do as well.
Yeah, I think the original intent was, we actually had this listed as like a depredation hunt at one time. And so it kind of had a standalone category similar to the deer. Actually, there's a deer hunt as well. So I do agree that's confusing. And I think you're right on the boundary spanning, or the property boundary spanning 114. So I suppose we could modify that to, just make it clear that the footnote applies to the Baker Ranch properties in 114 and 115. If that would help clarify.
well, they're separated because you've got hunt units 111 to 114, and then you've got 114, 115, and then Baker Ranch. So it's a little bit confusing, I agree. Mike Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this was a depredation hunt listed kind of by itself for years. The Baker Ranch is, if I remember correctly, it's a seed alfalfa operation, and that's why they wanted these antelope out of there. We decided we would, instead of trying to do it as a depredation hunt, we would include it in the general hunt as a horn shorter, and but put the boundaries. And that is correct. It does, I believe they do have property north of Highway 50, but that was the idea, was to stay within 1 mile of those properties and actually remove those antelope that are causing the depredation problem.
Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, the property is right along Silver Creek. They got alfalfa fields along Silver Creek there, and they also have some more down below. But I believe that the long one is Silver Creek. So I'm sure that 114 is definitely was the intent there. But
what, if I may, would it be helpful if the footnote, the letter C, was just attached to 114 and 115, and then that would maybe make it more clear that it just pertains to the 1 mile within the Baker Ranch hunt?
Yeah, I think that'd be the way to do it. Yeah.
I'm seeing lots of nods.
Okay.
Okay.
I can certainly make that change on the regulation.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Schroeder? Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll take it out for public comment on all antelope season dates. It's 11/20. Let's go to 11/25. Okay. It's 11:25. Can we have everyone back, please? I'll read the public comment. We have several. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay. From Mel Belding, I would respectfully urge the commission to review the big game status book from the last couple of years before deciding to approve a tag in either of these hunt units. The area biologist stated that these herds were stable or declining and stable or maybe slightly increasing. We have had multiple augmentations in both of these units and have yet to see even modest herd population gains, not at all like what we've experienced with the majority of the transplants and augmentations throughout the state. Neither of these units have had regular aerial flights the past couple of years, and more data should be considered before a hunt is approved. Just what is the current status of these herds? We were told just last year at this time that there were not sufficient older aged class rams to offer a tag. What has changed since then, other than the area biologist has retired after many years of faithful service to the state and its wildlife? Is this a one-shot tag for this year and this year only? Can this hunt be sustained for more than just this season? Unfortunately, as confirmed, mountain lion predation on all CBS units in Washoe County and the Sheldon have been documented. Those units are in danger of closing along with 041 because of it. Please deny the opening of a hunt unit in 011013. Thank you. Also, Mr. Belding, please consider closing the horns shorter than ears in 041042 as recommended by the Persian cab, and the understanding that this herd has declined since the adoption of the hunt and poor fawn survival rates being experienced in 041042. I believe this next comment, yes, is from Joe Krim, Persian County Cab. We voted to not support antelope doe hunts in units 041, 041. I think he meant 042. Reasons for this is the declining herd. In 2019, we had a projected population of 2,000, and now we are projected to have 1,400 and a postseason fawn ratio of 19. We feel these antelope need time to recover. As for 043, 046 antelope doe hunt, we feel if a doe hunt happens in this unit, the unit will end up like 041, 042 with low population numbers and almost non-existent fawn recruitment. Having said that, we would implore the commission to not pass antelope doe hunts in 043, 046. If the muzzleloader hunt is a go, we would like to see the dates the same as presented as to not interfere with future surveys. From Rex Flowers, I had not planned to comment on this item, but given the fact we are going to have a hunt based not on herd health, but rather on it follows within our guidelines, I feel a need to comment. Facts are facts. Postseason fawn ratios since 2016 have dropped every year from 45 to 100 does to 19 to 100. Total population has dropped 30% since the 2019 estimated population. In this past year, buck harvest is below 100, first time in the past 11 years. As a member of the public whose family spends much time recreating in this area, we have seen less and less antelope each year, and I would hope you would recommend to not have an antlerless antelope hunt for the next 2 years. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. And that is all the public comment we have on antelope. Any further comments or questions for staff? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess, Cody, the comments that were, the concerns that were expressed with the muzzleloader hunt, if that is moved to, if it's accepted, the new muzzleloader hunt, and it's moved to September 25th through October 4th, will that interfere with any surveys that you know of? And then I had one other question.
I mean, I don't think it will for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. I mean, it certainly could, there's certainly be surveys done during that time period, but that wouldn't be unique to that area. I don't think it would interfere with the surveys.
Okay.
But the worst case scenario is we would, move our survey date a little bit later than what we normally would to avoid kind of,
Yeah.
pressure on hunters or interfering with hunters or anything like that.
Okay, very good. And the next question is with the horns shorter than ears, opportunity or not, is it something that needs to be done? Is it a biological issue? Are we concerned that by not removing does that we're gonna create that we're gonna exacerbate an existing problem? Or
So I think in regards to the horns and ears hunt, again, I'd like to really kind of the 043, 046 adding that unit is because we observe expanding population, increase the population size. We really need to have a management tool to keep it from exploding, I guess, or causing depredation issues or anything like that. So that is what I would say with regard to that one. Some of the others, they're not a need to have, I guess. So we could certainly, take them away if that's the purview of the commission. It wouldn't hamper us. I don't think it's detrimentally hurting the herd. The herd is maybe declining, poor recruitment on its own, but we're still over, like I said, we're still over, I think 1,500 or so on probably our more recent population estimate. Actually, I have closer to 1,700 from our past year's estimate. I don't know if that answered your question.
it did. It helps. Thank you.
Mrs. Chair, if I could talk for a sec, Ron Prinny.
Of course, Mr. Preeny.
I'm just talking a little bit with David mentioned and also with Cody there. Obviously, these are the dates only, and we don't really know the numbers are going to go forward with that with the tags at all. I think that's one thing that's already talking about that. They're talking to these individuals saying that there's less amount of antelopes than there was before. And so we're going to be very cautious about that. And I know isn't there a possibility, Cody, if I could ask you that, is that there is a possibility under those kinds of situations from August 1 to the 14th on those two locations, you can just absolutely say a 0 on it. Isn't that true? We're on later on when this gets completed, that there was too many animals that were going to, didn't live very long and we should wait for a while. Is that often happen that way, or do you hear it the other way?
Commissioner Perini, if I understand your question, if we have a season, we actually do have to have at least a quota of 1 when we get to that period, because we're going to offer that during the application period before we actually get to the quota setting meeting in May. But it's certainly possible that, we could reduce the quotas if we have this season in place to, like I said, a minimum of 1, I believe. I don't know if that's getting at your question or not, but.
Well, you do it better than what I talk. Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is exactly right. Is that if you have 1 on there, you have to have that at least one antelope, right? To have that particular date of those halves going forward with it then. Right. So if you were going to do, in other words, what I'm trying to tell you is, maybe I'm not making very good comment, but if by chance there was the 041 to 042, and it turns out there is a disaster on that, then we would eliminate that completely, right? Or would they put anybody in there having any kind of applications to go forward to try to hunt for those antelopes?
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, my understanding is that if we go forward with the season dates, we have to have a minimum quota of at least 1 in that hunt. So if it's antelope horns shorter than ears, it's a doe hunt, we have to have a quota of at least 1 in each of those units. So we are setting seasons for the next 2 years. Could we come back next year, Cody, and close that season?
Madam Chair, yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, anything's possible, but we could always make an adjustment at the March Commission meeting or something. But yeah, if we found some evidence that it was just, not going to have a huge impact, we've changed seasons for sure in the interim of the 2-year process. We come back next year and eliminate that hunt. If that was a concern.
I have another question, and it's kind of that chicken and the egg thing. You're telling us that sometimes our poor recruitment, is a condition of maybe habitat or an influx of horses and burros or other factors. Sometimes it's better to have the season and have the quotas than not, so that they don't suffer. If the herd is declining, do we want to go out and manage it to get it to a better place until some of these other things rebound? I know that's a hard question to answer, but maybe you guys can help us understand that.
I mean, it's certainly possible to influence the population trajectory by harvesting females. That is our primary tool, and if it is indeed declining, and we have additional doe harvest, it probably will contribute to, additional small amount of decline in the herd. I think what you're asking possibly is that a good thing, because you're basically bringing the population down to maybe below what the habitat can sustain. I mean, that's certainly a management strategy we've tried to employ in the past with some of our deer herds, for instance, where we knew that we might have a carrying capacity issue and we wanted to bring them down within a certain limit. I don't think what the rates we're talking right now, honestly, we're going to drive the population that far. We're probably looking at somewhere between a 1% and 3% reduction of the adult does in the population by the quotas that we have. For instance, last year there were 25 tags, 041, 042. So it's really more of a, I guess I'm kind of looking at this more of an opportunity because we have a certain population size and it fits within our guidelines. But having the season in place does allow us to, if we needed to, try to move the population down or lower it intentionally even farther. We can certainly do that with the quotas, but I don't think that's our intent with this hunt. It's just, for now, it's an opportunity hunt. The herd can sustain it, and it could be that the poor recruitment that we've observed, has contributed to the population decline.
Okay. Any further comments? Mr. Scott, do you have anything further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just add, I'm looking at the 2019 data. The 2020 hasn't been completed yet, but in 2019 there was 40 tags. There was 817 people that applied for this hunt. So, and there was a 73% success. So we removed 30 does out of this population by hunting, and the demand is absolutely there for people that want to just eat antelope. And this population estimate is 1,700. It's one of the highest populations in the state. And yes, we understand that it's declined. There's no disputing that. We've had weather conditions through this unit, different things like Cody has said, horses and things like that. But certainly this herd can absolutely sustain the removal of a handful of does for people to eat. So we would like to see it, but I understand there are a lot of people that are don't like doe hunts and believe that this is going to drive the herd down, but we don't feel that's the case.
Okay. Deputy Director Wasley, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just really going to reiterate some of the things that Game Division Administrator Scott brought up. Number one is I kind of want to address the notion that somehow our guidelines are independent of herd health. Those guidelines are steeped in herd health parameters. So the portrayal of those things as independent of one another isn't accurate. The other thing There is population number, absolute population number, but these ratios that are referenced in terms of fawn ratios, it's counterintuitive, but when a population is struggling to produce and recruit fawns, that is the time where harvest can provide some relief to those animals. And conversely, when those populations are growing, relaxing some of that harvest pressure can allow those populations to build more quickly. So it's counterintuitive, but at the end of the day, to reiterate what Cody said, the levels that we're talking about aren't going to result, in reversal of trends one way or another. And the point that Game Division Administrator Mike Scott made, we don't, the percents that we're dealing with are so incredibly small. However, we believe it's sustainable and that there's a great opportunity to provide where there's clearly an expressed demand for it.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Barnes, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this question is for Mike Scott. What is the, I'm slightly unfamiliar with that area up there, 041, 042. What's the horse population doing up there, the wild horse?
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes. Honestly, I don't know precisely what the horse population is doing, but you could probably talk to any number of people. It's anywhere in the state, our horse populations are generally above the appropriate management level. But I don't know specifically what they are in this area.
I guess the question I'm asking really is, is it an issue up there right now in that area?
Commissioner Barnes, Mike Scott for the record. Again, I don't know what the populations are, so I don't want to speculate and say, yes, that's a problem. I know it is in other parts of the state, but I don't know for sure what it's doing in this area.
Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And to your point, Commissioner Barnes, I will go out on a limb and speculate. They're doing extremely well, the wild horse and burro. There were some relocations in the 041, 042. I think earlier this year, they took 200 burros out of that, but there is still plenty of those species out there competing for, very for forage qualities on the west side of the county in that 041 and 042. And, I do want to point out, the public comment, I agree, the trends are not going the right direction. I think at this point, I'm likely in favor of keeping the seasons open and seeing what the new survey data tells us and adjusting that appropriately during the quota process here in a couple months. But yeah, the trends, like I say, I agree with public comment, and the department has noted as well, are, unfavorable at this point for multiple reasons.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so it's time for a motion. Anyone want to attempt? Commissioner McNinch? He's good for motions.
Well, no, I'm not always, but I'll take a shot at it.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve portions of CR 21-03, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 big game hunting seasons as follows. Resident antelope, horns longer than ears, an illegal weapon hunt 2151 as presented. Non-resident antelope, horns longer than ears, an illegal weapon hunt 2251 as presented. Resident antelope, horns longer than ears, muzzleloader hunt 2171 as presented with the following exceptions. For 041, 042, and 043, 046, move those season dates to September 25th through October 4th. And add a season for 202 and 204. With the season dates September 25th through October 4th. Non-resident antelope horns longer than ears muzzleloader hunt 2271 as presented with the exception of 043 through 046. The season dates to be September 25th through October 4th. I'll come back to a question later. Resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt 2161 as presented with the exception of season dates for 041, 042 and 043 through 046 to be changed to August 1 through August 21st. Non-resident antelope horns longer than ears archery hunt 2261 as presented with the exception of hunt unit 041, 042 and 043 through 046 to change those dates from October to October 1st through October 21st.
Do you mean August or October?
August, excuse me,
Okay.
August. I'll say it again, 041, 042 and 043 through 046, August 1st through August 21st. Resident antelope horns shorter than ears, any legal weapon hunt 2181 as presented with the notation for area 114, 115 in the Baker's Ranch, as we noted that to clarify that the intent of the hunt within 1 mile of the Baker Ranch properties.
A second on Commissioner Lynch's motion. Second from Commissioner Caviglia. Any other discussion?
Cody, did I miss anything with the changes? Did I get them all right in terms, did I miss a hunt somewhere or an adjustment in a hunt from some of the changes I made? Do you know, did you notice?
No, I think you pretty much covered it all. Those were, I know those changes. I don't have it up in front of me, the screen, but I could show you how it would look on the footnote. But you could pretty much envision it as Commissioner Caviglia described, just adding the superscript to the hunt units to make it more clear. And then, yeah, in terms of the other hunts, I think you got them all.
Commissioner Allenberg?
Yes, Dave, I just clarifying, did you intend to leave out the remove, we had the discussion of the possibility of removing the doe hunt in units 043, 046. Did you intentionally leave that in, or?
I did.
Would you would you consider an amendment to remove that? That's the only issue I have with the motion is I don't want to support additional doe hunt there just for opportunity at this point.
In 043 through 046.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and I have to admit, the for me, part of the conversation was with the potential pressure of the horses out there and the fact that those numbers are coming down, and that the range conditions out there aren't ideal. And I know Cody made the comment that there was some opportunity hunt there. But those were what drove me to keep it in, was concern from the biological standpoint. So I guess I'd be willing, I'd like to hear a little more from Cody on that.
Mr. Schroeder?
Yep, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Wildlife. I mean so I think when we're talking now about 043, 046, we actually think that that's an expanding herd, so it's doing well. That's why we are adding the hunt. If it's my preference, honestly, I would probably drop area 041, 042 and add this one if we're in a sort of a negotiation phase. But I mean, our stance is we'd like to keep the 041 and add this one. So it really is about, that one is more of a management tool to try to curb the herd growth and keep it within confines of habitat, because we've seen these increases for 0.3, 0.46.
So I think with that, John, I think that I'm probably, my inclination is to keep it in and then tinker with the quotas.
I'm okay with that. I guess I would have supported purging with the removal, and I was, for whatever reason, I got them mixed up, but it was 041, 042.
Well, I did too, so.
So yeah, I'm okay with leaving them. We can, the discussion can always be in the in the quota settings.
Okay, all right.
And I would support the motion with the fact that we would discuss this at quota setting in May. Okay, any other, do I need to go back through this? Or can I just say as presented with the following, with the notes? Do I have to, where's my DAG? Mr. DAG?
Sorry, I was listening. I think it's understood from the motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor of the motion by Commissioner McNinch and the second by Commissioner Caviglia, raise your hand. Okay, so I've got a 9-0. All right, motion carries 9-0 for antelope. Okay, thank you everyone for the conversation. Moving on to resident elk. Is that you too, Mr. Schroeder?
I believe we're going to have a new Cody to
New
present.
Cody.
This.
I think we're more than Cody squared now, right? Don't we have like 3 of you?
There's several Codys in the department. There's at least 4 that I know of.
At least 4. Oh, okay. Wow. It's a lot of Codys. Mr. McKee.
Hey, Cody, you sound like Alvin from the Chipmunks.
I thought we were in a commission meeting, not at Disneyland. You're still Alvin.
You might need to disconnect your microphone and reconnect it or something.
Is that better?
There we go.
There. Was that intentional?
No, unfortunately,
Okay.
just goes with the times. I apologize for the technical error. There seems to be some challenges in my webcam and the microphone included. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I have a brief presentation I'd like to go through here. And let's see. Can you please confirm that you can see this presentation? All right, excellent. So let me go through a brief rundown of the elk season recommendations that are present in CR 21-03. The first being, especially at least as a notable change, we're proposing an antler and antlerless elk depredation within 1 mile of the Great Basin Ranch in Unit 115. And this is to address ongoing elk depredation concerns on non-private cultivated cropland. And that's the key there, because many of our depredation programs are specific to private land. This particular area is owned by the Southern Nevada Water Authority, which is technically a government body. So this issue has been persistent over the last few years, and we're trying to come up with an appropriate fix to at least alleviate some of those issues, while we can also potentially come up with a more long-term program to address those depredation events. We're also closing elk hunts in Unit 16065 due to declining elk numbers and poor hunter success. We've also recommended ending all of our late season cow hunts on January 1st in all but 2 areas so that we can better align those seasonal with the seasonal closure dates for shed antler collection. And I would point out that there's still 1 day of overlap, that being January 1st. We are providing that January 1st end date so that those that don't have flexibility in their schedule to get off of work, but do tend to have the major holidays available to them, they would still have 1 more day paid holiday where they could get out in the field to potentially harvest their cow. We are introducing spike elk hunts in 8 new areas, and this is on one hand to help stabilize ever increasing bull to cow ratios, but we can also provide some additional elk hunting options to Nevada elk hunters. And I do have some slides that I'm going to cover pertaining to those spike hunts that might help clarify the department's stance on those spike elk hunts. And then finally, we're providing added cow hunting opportunity for primitive weapon classes, as well as additional non-resident cow hunts so that we can better comply with Commission Policy 24. And I'd also like to point out there were 2 errors within the CR. One of those errors being on page 9 for a resident elk hunt, spike and illegal weapon. The season or the area listed for 221, 220 to 223 early was an error. That should be 222 and 222 and 223 early. And then for the late season in that same area, it should be 222 and 223 late. I apologize for that error. We missed that in the vetting process. And then also, independent of these spike hunts, please note that there's a boundary description for footnote C on page 14 for a resident elk antlerless depredation hunt. And unit 121 is truncated. That happened in the Excel formatting process. That hunt boundary should be the same as in previous years. And when we drop the Excel cell and make it bigger, it showed the entire hunt boundary. I don't know if I need to describe that whole hunt boundary for the meeting, or if it's understood that we are using the same past boundary that we've traditionally used for that area. So let me jump into these spike elk hunts really quick. At the November commission meeting, Commissioner Allenberg had asked a question about how well are our spike hunts currently doing at addressing some of our high bull ratios across the state. So beginning in 2014, we introduced spike hunts in limited areas so that we could help either reduce or stabilize those bull to cow ratios. In the figure on the left, you'll see at the bottom, we have year 2010 to 2020. There's kind of a tail on either end, just filler. On the vertical axis, you're going to see our bull to cow ratio. So the figure on the left are 4 units, example units, where we offered spike hunts. And then on the figure to the right, again, we have the year on the horizontal axis and the bull ratio on the vertical axis. And we're looking at changes in model bull ratios over time in areas where we did not offer spike hunts. Okay, so if you turn your head just right, you might see that on the figure to the left, those bull ratios may have stabilized, but it's really difficult at this time to disentangle the effects of our spike hunts on our bull ratios. And it becomes convoluted because during this same period, starting in 2014, the department introduced some very aggressive antlerless elk hunts across the state. So while we were removing spikes from the herd, we were also removing cow elk, oftentimes 2, 3, 4, many orders of magnitude greater than the spikes that were being removed from the population. And what that ends up doing is that artificially inflates our bull ratio because we're taking out a consistent number of bulls from the herd, but we're greatly increasing the number of cows, if that makes sense. And we can circle back to discuss this at a later time if the commission so chooses. So why are we offering these spike hunts? Well, these high bull to cow ratios, they can affect calf recruitment. As Director Wasley explained, high male ratios in any ungulate population has the potential to affect female productivity and the ability for her to rear a calf to recruitment. We know that competition from conspecifics may also affect antler growth in the male population, and that also these high bull ratios in a year, especially like the one that we just had, where resource conditions seem to be limited, it was very dry. We also can see a lot of antler breakage. And again, that's through competition for resources as well as mating opportunities among that male segment of the population. Now, as I pointed out earlier, these high, these spike or bull ratios right now, it's difficult to kind of disentangle whether or not they've effectively reduced our bull ratios. But over the last couple of years, the department has also lowered our antlerless harvest. And as we go back to that previous figure, you do see towards the tail end, those many of those spike or bull ratios appear to be leveling off or potentially dropping. And that's because we're no longer removing the same number of antlerless elk from the population, because those herds are either at or in many cases below the population objective. So we believe that as this antlerless harvest is reduced, some of the concurrent spike harvest can be used to help stabilize ratios at appropriate levels, either with low or even in some cases potentially moderate harvest of spike bulls. So another thing to consider is that survival rates for these spike bulls, which they're yearling bulls, these are 1-year-old animals, is often much lower than the mature male segment of the population. And this is something that's consistent across ungulates of all species. These are animals that are being weaned from their mother. They're approaching a winter that on their own, and some of them just aren't fit for survival. So harvest of these spikes in some instances is likely a partially compensatory source of mortality. And what that means at low harvest intensity, we're probably killing some spikes that were going to die anyways. So we can see minimal effects to the future age structure, or at least minimal effects can be expected under low harvest intensity rates, which at this time, the department expects those harvest intensity rates to be either low to moderate, depending on where that bull ratio is in its trajectory. And there is one other point that I wanted to make on this slide before I move on. When I am discussing these high bull to cow ratios, undoubtedly the bull to cow ratios that Nevada manages for is part and contributes to the quality elk hunting experience that many of our hunters have experienced themselves or with others. Many other states, especially opportunity states, manage for very low bull ratios and very short seasons. And oftentimes those other states are not considered to be the elk hunting experience, once in a lifetime experience that Nevada offers to our hunters. So there is a caveat there that depending on how low we go, there could be a potential effect to the hunter experience. And that's absolutely not something that the department would want to do. So I think maybe one of the bigger concerns that I've heard and understand and I want to address is, are we sacrificing our future bull hunt experience for the present? So do spike hunts change the bull elk age structure? And so biologist Cody McGee did a brief population modeling exercise to help us understand these effects of a limited spike harvest on bull age structure in Area 11. And this was simulated from 2013 to 2019. So again, we didn't offer spike hunting during those years, but what we can do is we can introduce the harvest of spikes across that time frame and see what it would do starting at 2013, what the ending population would look like had we harvested spikes during that time. And again, the harvest conditions that were evaluated, no spike harvest was introduced into the population model. So that's essentially our current model. 25 spikes would be harvested annually, 35 spikes. And then also there's a 10% of the modeled spike population would be harvested annually. So that would be based on calf recruitment numbers from the previous year. And then one additional point is these numbers of spikes being harvested annually, that's all going to be estimated based on our demand success formula. And so if we are shooting for 25 spikes to be harvested, the department would probably be offering somewhere around 100 tags across the various seasons, because we know that success is right around 25%, at least that it averages 25% statewide. It's certainly not an easy hunt, and I think anybody that's been on one would tell you that. Okay, so this is just a brief figure of how these various spike harvest scenarios played out over time. And so again, Cody introduced these scenarios starting in 2013. This would be a glimpse of what the population age structure would look like today. Okay, so in year one, you can see no change, no differences among those that age structure for elk, the number of elk bull elk that would be in the population. That's because these are elk that haven't been subject to harvest yet. In year two, we see again, there's a slight decrease from about 250 to approximately 230 bulls once we introduce that spike harvest. But under the 3 levels of spike harvest, we see no change. And this carries out all the way until about 2000 or the year 5. After year 5, we start to see the number of bulls of that age segment drop, and that's because that's about the time when those bulls begin to become appealing to hunters, and they tend to be targeted by hunters. So there's kind of an age range between 3 and 5 where we don't see a lot of change from year to year. And again, not a lot of change under these various simulations between the number of bulls. Again, if there's no spike harvest, we do see more bulls. But I want to take you to the next slide, which is where we looked at our estimated age structure and what the number of bulls would look like in the population. Okay, so as we have no spike harvest, our population estimate would be about 1,300. We have a preseason bull to cow ratio of 92 and an average age of 4.4. And we see some slight reductions in the number of bulls that would be in the population. We see slight reductions in the bull ratios, probably somewhere that's more biologically appropriate. But on this far right column, as we step into these various levels of spike harvest, we see a very, very subtle reduction in the average age of what we would expect those bulls to be. So it goes from 4.4 average age with no spike harvest in the population to an average age of 4.2. And I would also point out that these harvest levels that were identified, that were simulated by Cody, this is probably about the maximum that the department would shoot for. It's more likely that we would be looking somewhere in the range of, maybe 20 to 30 spikes harvested annually. That would be determined once we go through the quota process, determine where the bull to cow ratio is and what we think that the population can sustain, so that we can provide both an opportunity today, we can help address some of these rising bull ratios, and then also ensure that the future of the Nevada bull hunting experience remains unchanged and is protected.
Hey, Cody, can I oh, okay, we're at questions.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of feedback, and I got a text from somebody that said it might be your mic, your headphones. Could we maybe try it without your headphones?
Sure, let me take these out.
Okay. You unplug them? Oh,
Is that any better?
little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on.
Sometimes if your phone is too close to your computer, do you have your phone too close to your computer?
Is that better?
Yeah, it's still there. Okay, but
I could try to leave the meeting and come back. That may, I don't know, there may be something there to.
we can address it when we go to public comment. How about that?
Yeah, I apologize. I don't.
It's okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Comments? Or I'm sorry, McKee, not Schroeder. I don't see any questions. Oh, yes. Okay, Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, I just hope that, that gave me quite a bit of comfort when you put in the simulated spike harvest on historical data and the curves are the same. So it does give me comfort that these spike hunts won't have a detrimental effect to the older class animals. And I think that was really important to maintaining the quality of the hunt.
I would agree with you. That gave me a level of comfort too. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Commissioner Caviglia?
I mean, are we just strictly talking about the spike hunts now or some of the proposed elk hunts? I don't
You
know.
can talk about anything within elk.
All right. I guess one item that, having been grown up in White Pine County, that's a hot item is that 115 depredation hunt. I know you guys are aware of that. I guess maybe to start so that kind of everybody's aware, there's, landowners can get a landowner tag, but not on cultivated land. I guess, can you describe the process, I guess, of what either Cody or Mike Scott of the difference in the two types of elk tags, I guess, that we deal with as the department to reimburse landowners for damage or for grazing on private land? Could you just go over that to start, I guess?
Commissioner Caviglia, I would be happy to address that. Is my mic any better?
No.
I have no idea what the problem is.
It's okay. We listened to your presentation. I think we'll be okay.
So I will answer those questions. So we offer two programs. We have the incentive elk elk incentive program, which essentially incentivizes landowners to maintain their non-cultivated ag land for elk propagation. So that doesn't necessarily apply in this 115 case because these are cultivated croplands. The department also offers our elk damage mitigation program. And I think Deputy Director Rob discussed earlier the $5 elk damage fee that was collected on Silver State tags. That fee goes directly into a pot of money that we use to either directly reimburse landowners, private landowners, for loss to their croplands, or we use that to build structures with a cooperative agreement with the private landowner to fence off the property or come up with other measures to address the ongoing issues. We also have a private lands antlerless elk tag program, and that's kind of the in between. I guess it's an opportunity where we can just get tags directly to landowners to address offending elk on their property right away. It can typically only take a few days for us to draft a cooperative agreement and get a list of tag holders and then get those tag holders in the field. So again, it's a very quick way, but it's also tailored to private landowners. And this 115 issue on the SNWA property presents a little bit of a challenge because technically it's not a private owner, it's a government body that owns and manages it. So between Cody and I, we had discussed either the implementation of emergency elk depredation hunts or the opportunity to equitably distribute tags to Nevada hunters to help us address this. As some of you might be aware, elk tend to respond to harvest hunting pressure really quickly. Once the bullets start flying, they often come up with plan B to get away from those areas. And so even with very light quotas on both the antlered and antlerless depredation hunt, it's likely that pressure will hopefully push those elk off of the property or at least alleviate that ongoing issue during the late summer and fall when they're kind of camped out on the ranch.
I mean, I guess it's my understanding right now, and I personally haven't hunted down there around the ranch, but from what I'm hearing, the hazing's not really working. I've talked to some of the guides down there, some of the guys that have hunted it, and you can go chase the group of bulls out of the field one day and kill one bull. And then, I mean, one of the guides, they killed, I believe, consecutively 2 days in a row in the November hunt, they killed 2 separate bulls out of the group of bulls. The hunting them the day before had no effect on them, you know, so that's the elk down there, the alfalfa is like the candy, right? So they're just drawn to it. And I know the arch there's been guys have been hunting around the fields now for quite a while that the elk have been in there. So I guess that's my question. Is this really going to have the impact that you guys are hoping, or something else? Is there something else that needs to happen down there to keep the elk out?
Yeah, that's also a great question and a good point. The intention of the season structure that Cody McGeaney and I had discussed was to offer multiple hunts over the course of the season instead of just a single hunt. You'll notice that we're offering 5 different seasons. Each one of those will have probably a small quota, but that's intended to kind of keep the pressure on the elk. Nevada hunters tend to stagger a lot of the hunting activity at the very beginning of the season. So we felt like if we only offered a single season or maybe even 2 seasons, that most of the hunting pressure is going to occur at the very beginning, probably within the first 10 days of the season, and then taper off. And as you pointed out, the elk would spill back onto the property. So again, that was part of the discussion, whether or not there is other remediation available. We've gone through some of the various options. There's potentially a long-term solution that has not been brought forward yet. Our seasons are approved every other year, but we have the opportunity to amend within a single year. Someone once told me that very rarely do we screw things up so bad in one year that we can't fix it the next. And I do see that as applying to these hunts, that if we learn that they're not going to work after the first season, that we would be more than willing to come back next winter and either change the season or eliminate the season if we have more information available or other options available to us to address the ongoing problems.
And then I guess my last concern, and I know that it's come up before, kind of like when we had the depredation hunt in Atlanta, and it would definitely happen down here, is that hunt ends up, although it's a depredation hunt, that's on the bull side, it turns into a trophy hunt where guys know there's some big bulls living in the fields, and they're going to go down there and they're not going to shoot the first bull that they see, right? They're going to hold out for one of the big bulls that's living in the fields. And I believe the department has seen that happen before down there. Specifically, I think the Atlanta hunt turned into that. Guys were drawing that tag, and guys had plenty of opportunity to shoot elk, and they were trying to hold out for a big bull. And I do believe you're going to run into the same situation on this hunt as well. And I don't know if you go to do a point restriction or something where it just makes it more appealing to shoot the first bull you see. That's another concern I have. And then one other question I have, and I brought it up at the last meeting, is the authority going to allow the hunters? And I know reading the NAC, they can or they can't, depending on, I think it's their right, but are they going to allow the hunters to hunt on their property? They own a substantial amount of property down there. Those are my 2 other concerns with these hunts.
Commissioner Cavilli, I'd be happy to answer both of those questions. Again, I apologize about the microphone issues. So regarding your question about whether or not access would be provided, I'm glad you asked that. It was a point that I had failed to bring up. So access is not going to be explicitly provided if a hunter draws this tag. However, as long as they're willing to reach out to the manager, it's my understanding that it's very likely that access would be provided. And that's just so that they can control who's in and who's out at what times. Going back to your earlier question about the Atlanta Farms hunt, yeah, I am aware of some of the ongoing challenges that occurred when we offered the Atlanta Farms depredation hunt. I really can't predict what our Nevada hunters would do for this particular area. It's possible that it may become a trophy-oriented hunt, which isn't necessarily our intention. However, just based on my experience, I think you guys may be aware that we've been collecting elk teeth statewide. I've got about 400 incisors submitted from hunters all across the state. And while Nevada is a very trophy-oriented place, we also have a lot of hunters that are okay with small bulls. younger bulls. They're just happy to have a tag and an opportunity to harvest an elk. And so whether or not every single hunter that receives that tag is going to be have that mental perspective towards this hunt, I can't predict. Regarding the point restrictions, I don't know if we have the authority to offer 4-point or less hunt. We have spike hunts, which right now the legal definition for the spike is no more than 2 points above the top of the ear. That does provide some flexibility. I think I've heard of even 3 or even 4-point bulls being harvested under our spike elk definition because of the lower brow tines potentially being below or being perceived to be below the top of the ear. However, I'm not sure that using a spike hunt in this instance is going to be appropriate because during that time of year, you're probably going to see many of the spikes hanging out in the cow and calf group. So with our antlerless elk depredation hunt, if we introduced a spike elk depredation hunt instead of the antlered elk depredation hunt, chances are we're going to be putting all the pressure on that portion of the herd, and the older bulls that are camped out on the property will not be leaving. They'll still be there, which is kind of exactly the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish with these proposed seasons. I hope that.
Commissioner Ollenberg?
I didn't know if were you done, Commissioner Cavilla? Did I interrupt you?
No, you're good. That was all I had.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of have a series of questions here. I kind of want to first try to address the gravity of, I mean, there's a lot of animals involved here. Could you tell me the approximate number of animals that are going to be addressed and what the anticipated quota might look like?
You mean the approximate number of animals that would actually be on the ranch at a given time?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, the idea of the depredation is to prevent the animals to being down in the fields. And so I guess my question is how many are down there and what would the quota be like to address it?
Yeah, Commissioner Olmer, I'll try and answer that question. I might have to tag in Tom Donovan potentially if I get this wrong. It's my understanding in discussions with Cody Mangini that at times there can be over 75 elk or more within that property. It's hard to predict what next fall will look like or next late summer and fall. A lot of that is also going to depend on what kind of environmental conditions the area receives this year. If there's adequate moisture, that may hold more elk up in the high country. As far as quotas go, we again anticipate those quotas to be very low. I would not expect them to be maybe more than 10 to 20 tags per season. And again, I could be speaking off base, but in conversations with Cody, we believe that we don't need the quotas to be high to have enough pressure on the elk to at least get them to move around and to move off of the property. And if Tom is listening in and Tom Donovan, if he has a better estimate on those, I'd be happy for him to chime in.
I don't see him, but
I mean, I guess I can obviously I've talked to Cody about this and his observations have been, there's frequently you can find 70 to 100 head out there, and his max that he's seen out there was 150 at any one time. So it's a lot of numbers. And so, yeah. And when he talked about a quota, it really, the range of he was thinking of was maybe between 5 and 10, but that turns out with 5 hunts, that's 50 tags, the quota of 50. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
So just now those tags will be coming off of will those tags be coming off of the regular season quotas?
Commissioner Olmberg, Cody McKee for the record. I don't anticipate that having an effect on what the regular season quotas look like. As I'm compiling elk tooth data, it's entirely early for us to really make predictions on what quotas are looking like. I think it was another really good season in Area 11, and I don't anticipate us having to cut back on the regular season hunts to address potentially 20 to 40 antlered elk tags on that property. And again, the area is confined within 1 mile of the area of the ranch boundaries. And so that is a pretty small legal hunt zone for those depredation hunters. And our intent is really to get those elk off of the property. And so once they exit the ranch, then they're no longer going to be accessible to the depredation hunters, and they may be accessible to the regular elk hunters, depending on those season overlaps, or they may not if there's not an active antler elk season going on at the same time.
Yeah, I guess I was just, my mind was going that would, instead of giving, there's roughly 300 bull tags in the entire 111, 115 last year. And so if we give out 50, are they going to be, are the amount of tags to the regular hunts going to be 250, or is it still going to be roughly 300? So this will be an additive quota. The depredation hunt will it be additive?
It's my expectation that this would be an additive quota. I don't see there being any reason why we would not be able to offer these additively with the data that I'm seeing being compiled from the regular hunts that occurred this past season.
So in other words, we're going to go from a quota roughly of last year of 300 to this year of 350.
It's entirely possible, depending on what the department recommends and what the Wildlife Commission approves for those seasons.
Okay, well, I'm just going to kind of go into similar to the observations of that Commissioner Cavilla reported of what I've seen out there and my concerns with the effectiveness of the depredation hunt. And I believe this was the White Pine County's CAB's concern is the same, is that I don't think there's a whole lot of faith that the hunt will work. I mean, I agree with you. It doesn't hurt to try. We got to do something for sure. We can't turn a blind eye. There's a lot going on right there. But I don't know that as we remove those animals out there, the area that is where the concentration of the animals is they're up above the field and they come down to the field. So it's kind of like a funneling effect. They come from, elk have legs, they travel a long ways. And so as long as that carrot's there, you're only removing, if you give a quota of 50 and people are being selective because they know they can see the bulls up above them. They're going to hold out and the take may actually be low, but the problem won't never go away because there'll always be replacement elk for them, and time will tell what the pressure. I agree with the pressure. The pressure changes habits, but there has been a lot of pressure for quite a few years. This isn't a new problem. It's just it's been a building problem, and there is a lot of impact. And also just the what if, because it is a unique situation out there with being in non-private lands, and looking down the road in the future of what we can start, looking at a bigger scope here. If you look, they have a lot of property in North Spring Valley as well, and so if you go up through North Spring Valley and look at the potential there, now there isn't currently a problem, but doing the what if if they put alfalfa up there, put pivots in up there, what's that going to do up to the north end of the valley? I mean, are we going to have the same situation up there potentially as we do have down at 115? Right now we don't, but as you drive up there and see the pipe on the ground, it makes you wonder, just that it makes you think, looking down, do we need to look way further down the road? And try to develop something that's going to be a little bit more effective down. I'm not saying that your depredation won't be effective, but what if it doesn't? Do we need to start looking further down the road?
Deputy Director Rob?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Raw for the record. With this agenda item being on the agenda, it raised an eyebrow of quite a few people in White Pine County. One of which was John Almberg, Commissioner Almberg, and Commissioner Cavilla, being a former White Pine County resident, I know they have some issues with it. And what this agenda item has done is force me to pick up the phone and call Southern Nevada Water Authority because of the amount of pushback we were getting on this. And I have had a very good discussion with Southern Nevada Water Authority. If COVID allows us and travel restrictions aren't there, I plan on meeting with Southern Nevada out there on property to discuss alternatives going forward. This is a big issue in White Pine County and a big issue to a sportsman around the state also. So it is something the department will work with Southern Nevada Water Authority on, and they pride themselves in being good stewards of the land and running a quality operation. So with that being said, I think we may be able to get someplace with them. They don't fall under some of the programs, the elk damage tag program. They don't fall under the fencing, the $5 fee for elk damage. They don't fall under those programs because of the way they're held. So we're going to work with them, get creative, and try to find some solutions.
So
Yeah,
I have,
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize, Commissioner Almberg. I just have a question. What would alternatives look like then if those are not options? I'm just kind of clueless. I apologize. I just don't know what that would look like.
Jack Earl for the record. I don't know if anybody has drove from Reno to Ely lately, but if you get out almost to Ely, you come across the Mormon Ranch and you look off to the Mormon Ranch on the right there, just past Illapah Reservoir, you will see a ton of elk fence. That's what it would be. It would be a costly endeavor. It'd be something we would have to share that burden with Southern Nevada Water Authority. We'd have to figure out the most cost-effective way to do that. In the past, we have used prison crews, and there is an honor camp not too far down the road, and we may be able to work with honor camp individuals, NDF, and share some of the installation cost. It would be sizable. It would be probably one of the bigger fencing operations the department's ever undertaken, but we will look at multiple options trying to fix this problem for the animals, for the sportsmen, for the landowner.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Commissioner Cavilla or Almberg.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was getting there. There are some very successful in the same valley there, on the very north end of it. There was pivots put in, and they support a lot of wildlife. It's a complex issue because, as we said, there's different programs for the deer and antelope, and so while they were before the elk moved into them, they were getting compensated, and it bought a lot of tolerance. But when the elk moved in there, and there's no way to compensate for that damage, it's just becomes too much, and they want the elk, away from their property. And so they put up the fence, and instead of having a depredation hunt, the fence was effectively, they just distributed right back to where they came from. They went back up on the mountain, which is where I believe, that we all want them. I don't know that anybody really wants to have this problem with the animals down in the fields. I'm glad to hear that. I really think that we need to open up the scope of it and just look for a better, longer term solution in the event that some of the shorter term solutions don't, turn out to be that. It's just you know, that is short term and we try it, but if it doesn't work, then what? And we got time because up north isn't an issue right now. They're not there. It's not the meadow grasses that cause the issue. It's alfalfa. When they plant alfalfa, you know, it's just it's candy to them, and it becomes a huge problem.
Mr. Scott?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Allenberg, as you know, this is the only tool that we had in the toolbox. A fence would solve the problem, but the fence, you know, this property isn't eligible under our statutes to put in a fence using sportsman's dollars. So we are going to have to get creative. We were just using the tools, the best tool that we thought was available to us under these circumstances. So you know, this is a bigger issue than we can probably deal with right now. But again, this was the tool that we were going to use this year because it seemed like the best one for us.
Commissioner Hubbs? Sorry.
Yes, as I stated, I think yesterday, I had a very brief conversation with the director from Southern Nevada Water Authority, only because I know him pretty well, I from schooling and so on and so forth. But one of the things that came to mind, I just wanted to be clear, do we not do the landowner compensation tag in general with elk? That's just a general question. Like if you were a typical landowner, do we typically do that? Or is it only deer and pronghorn?
Commissioner Hubbs, Mike Scott for the record. The landowner compensation tag program is only for deer and pronghorn. With elk, we have the elk damage program, which is the $5 fee where we can, as Cody explained earlier, we can either compensate the landowner for damage or we can use it to build fences. Also, we have the elk incentive program where for landowners that have non-agriculture type private lands, basically private range lands, we can use the elk incentive tag program. But with regard to alfalfa or agriculture, we're limited to the elk damage program for those lands. We can, there is another program that Cody mentioned, which is providing those landowners with antlerless elk tags. We can do that, but again, for this situation, it may not be all that effective.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hobbs?
Yeah, I'm just getting feedback that I'm a little fuzzy. Can you hear me now?
We can. It's just there's some feedback or something going on. So I just thought I'd let you know, and then maybe you can disconnect when we go to a break.
Okay.
Back in. All right.
Yeah. So one of my only points that I wanted to bring up, and I'm hoping everybody can hear me correctly, is that understanding it. Obviously, when speaking about this land for the Southern Nevada Water Authority, which I know can be. That in of itself can be sometimes, you know, people have their own beliefs and affirmations about all of that, but they have to run a productive ranch. They have to use their water efficiently. And I did bring up the fact that I think mitigation is important because it does remind me a lot of the compensation tag issues, even though we're talking about a different species, to have a good faith effort to potentially keep wildlife off the land over time. And I feel fairly confident that working with them and letting you know that I did work for an associate. I worked for a Las Vegas Valley Water District for quite some time. They're often very well versed in working with state and government officials to make ends meet. So I think they would be willing, more likely than not, to look at mitigation in that area to assist with keeping the elk off so it doesn't become a progressive problem.
Thank you for that. I saw some nods. I think that would be a nice alternative. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Allenberg.
Yeah, yes, no, I fully agree. They have, you know, they own the resources. They got to do it. That isn't the issue at all. It's what you said. It just could potentially go on down the road with success. And I'm really glad to hear that they're going to work, and because they've been very good neighbors so far. This is an ongoing problem. It's not, this isn't new. They've been supporting a lot of animals for a long time. But the elk changes things, and you know, when it comes down there, we have those kind of numbers. You know, they can't tolerate it, and neither should we. You know, we should try to do something to push those animals back up on the mountain.
Commissioner Barnes, or Vice Chair Barnes, I'm sorry.
Commissioner's fine. Because I am the ranching representative, I think I need to weigh in a little bit. And this is a little more complex because it's not a private owned property, but still there is something that I think that we need to do for them, you know, to try to help them, because they do try to operate a ranch and do the best they can. And listen to the discussion, you know, I understand the concerns of Commissioner Cavilla and Almberg. And I think they're a little skeptical of what this plan does, but I've listened to the department. I mean, I think they'd like to do something different too, but this is pretty much all we can do right now. So I guess where I am is that maybe we try this for a year, see what happens. And in the meantime, hopefully the department and Southern Nevada Water Authority can come up with a plan, a long-term solution, not just a short-term solution.
Thank you. I saw other hands. Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
And I totally agree that the tools that the department have are limited, and I'm kind of speaking again on what I said earlier. I don't believe even with these hunt seasons and the low number of tags that you have there, I don't think this is going to work. Those elk are still going to go in the field all fall this year. You're going to kill some of them, but they have so much property down there, and there are so many elk. They're still going to be in those fields, especially these later seasons, like September 1st to September 30th. You're going to have 5 to 10 tags in that hunt. Most guys hunt around weekends. The middle of the week, it's going to probably be a ghost town out there. The elk are going to be back down in the fields. I know we don't, you know, there are no other tools in the toolbox, but and it's just my opinion. I don't know how successful this is going to be to keep the elk out of there. Cause like we said, it's that alfalfa's candy. It absolutely is to the elk. So I just wanted to say that again.
Oops. Commissioner McNinch, did you have a comment? No. Okay. Commissioner Almberg. No, you're muted.
You guys,
There you go.
You guys are going to get tired of me here. I had a question. If there wasn't potentially another tool short term here, is we're going to be talking about the emergency hunts, depredation hunts, because we can, in this situation, if we carry on with the cow depredation hunts, that pressure is going to be on in that same period of time. So if we withhold on the bull bull depredation and go with an emergency, I just have a little bit of a fear. Again, once we put something in, sometimes it becomes permanent. And if we can use the emergency depredation hunt, where if we don't, you know, maybe I'm just going nowhere, but it just seems to me that may be a possible tool as well, right, in the short term here, while we come up with something. You know, if we look and it doesn't, we can remove it quickly, and maybe we come up with a solution, to a permanent solution sooner than later, and get to that. It's a little bit more easier to come and go with that hunt.
Mr. Scott.
Commissioner Almberg, Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, that's true. We can use the emergency depredation hunt structure for this as well. There is a more of a burden on the department, different divisions to try to put that together, but that's certainly something that we can and do use for different species. So yeah, that is possible.
And now Commissioner McNinch. Oh,
Chair. So John, were you suggesting that we use the emergency hunt rather than what's proposed for the depredation now, or in conjunction with?
No, use what I was thinking of is if we kept the cow hunts in place, that depredation hunt that they're proposing, that would keep the pressure on their on the elk to keep them out of the fields. But there is a provision here in the emergency big game hunts. If you look at it, it calls class of animal. And I was wondering if, when we don't know if we can define what a 4-point bull is can we use that category in saying this becomes kind of a selective harvest, if you will, emergency big game hunt, where we can say 4-point or less on the bull, and by going this route?
that's an interesting perspective. Mr. Scott?
Yeah, Commissioner Alberg, Mike Scott for the record. I believe that we don't have a 4-point definition in statute, and that may be a problem. I don't know how we would go forward. I guess I would ask either Deputy Director Robb or Director Wassley if they have any thoughts on that.
Deputy Director Robb?
Jack Robb for the record. It would not have to go into statute. It can be accomplished at NAC like we put in the spike, but it is not a tool in the toolbox that we currently have. There's some other hunts that I personally would like to see happen, but we do not have those tools in the toolbox to have a one-horned ram or anything like that at this point. So maybe we can look at some additional tools to get to where Commissioner Alberg wants to go.
Madam Chair, Cody McKee for the record. I just had a couple comments following up on the discussion that we've been having. Number one, Commissioner Alberg talked about using the emergency hunt as a method to address some of the antlered elk that might be on the property. I know, talking to Cody Mangini, he preferred that we had both. It was not an either or, it was a both, that he would prefer we had antlerless and antlered depredation hunts ongoing at the same time. So as Commissioner Caviglia pointed out, there's probably going to be variations in when the pressure is going to occur. If we have both the antlered and antlerless hunters at the same time, there is the potential that even though an antlerless hunter is not pursuing an antlered elk, maybe as they drive through the area, maybe as they're on a stalk, they happen to bump bulls off of the property. And I kind of made a subtle point earlier about the equitable distribution of tags. And as I've noticed in the CR, we're kind of expanding the definition of who's eligible, how we're going to distribute those emergency depredation hunt tags. By going through the draw, we allow the people that are applying for those tags an opportunity to get it. And I think we can all agree that this is probably going to be a sought after hunt. What people's expectations are, I can't predict, but by offering maybe what may be perceived as a more sought after hunt, I personally believe that the draw is the best route for those tags to be issued. If you look at the explanation of how the new explanation for awarding those emergency big game tags are, I'm not sure who would be the one that would be the people that would be the recipients of those tags. So is it an unsuccessfully drawn 1-1 area 11 bull hunter? Is it a cow hunter? I don't exactly know how that would occur, but in my mind, if this is, as you guys have indicated, going to be a sought after hunt, then why don't we give all Nevada hunters an opportunity to get one of those tags? And then the other point I want to make is, I know that both Commissioner Alberg and Commissioner Caviglia seem to be on the fence about this hunt. They may not believe that it's going to be effective. I guess I would like to ask them just, hey, give us a chance this year to prove you wrong. And if we're wrong, we can come back next year and fix it. But the construction of a fence by SNWA potentially, or by other means, may not be within the next year. It may not be in 2 years. It may not be in 5 years. And this issue could continue to grow. And as we've pointed out several times, this is the best tool in the toolbox that we have right now within this specific property. I can't speak to how things might change across the landscape, across other properties that these individuals operate. But for this particular area, we'd at least like to give it a try. And that's why we proposed these seasons as we did.
Okay, thank you, Cody. Commissioner Hubbs?
I do like the idea of opportunity for everybody in regard to these hunts. So I do like the draw method, and I've always been that way because I like individuals who can't afford, to do a lot of different draws in and of themselves, or go for the lot, all of these wonderful tags that we have that you can bid on can have great opportunities. So I do like that aspect of it. But my question is the elk fencing in general. I mean, I've seen elk out in the field jump fences like they're nothing. It's amazing because they're almost as big as a horse sometimes, and you can't imagine that they would jump over them. But what type of fencing would even keep an elk out?
Cody? Or Mr. Scott?
Commissioner Hubbs, Mike Scott for the record. The fences that we construct are an 8-foot high woven wire fence. So it's, a standard barbed wire fence. Yeah, elk just pour over, and they aren't real effective on keeping elk out of anything. But an 8-foot woven wire fence seems to be pretty effective. It's just very expensive to put those in. I don't have the figures in front of me, but I know from some of the fences that we built when I was a biologist in Lincoln County, it was around $20,000 a mile. And the distance that these properties in 115 are is Cody probably has better information than I do, but it's a substantial number of miles. So it would be very, very expensive to build these fences.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, currently our elk damage fund has around $1.5 million, and we would probably use all of that funding if the department was on the hook to build the fence and then some. And we would not be able to respond to issues in other places of the state if that were the case.
Commissioner Hubbs?
I just was wondering, so I'm looking at this online, like how big it would be, and which is great to see the images. But so do we have a lot of NGOs that do work like this, so? Or is this like so expensive? I know we do all of the guzzlers and things like that. Do we have a group that does elk fencing or fencing of this nature?
So the current process for constructing these fences, Commissioner Hubbs, is we have a contract with NDF work crews. And so we're able to get a substantial discount by using the prison crews to help construct the fences. The department purchases the materials through that elk damage fund. And then we enter into a cooperative agreement with the NDF work crew and schedule the work when it's, when it's convenient for them and the weather allows. Whether or not NGOs would be willing to build this particular fence, I cannot say. My guess, my hunch is that probably not. We probably wouldn't be able to generate the interest in helping fence that particular property.
Okay. Any other questions? I think we've had some good discussion. It doesn't look like we have any other questions for Mr. McKee or Mr. Scott. So I think what I'll do is take this out to public comment. And then we'll come back and see what we want to do. So it's 12:54. Let's come back at 12:59 or 1 o'clock? Thanks.
Madam Chair, we be taking out all the hunts to public comment for elk?
Yes, are we done with all elk then, Mr. McKee?
Well, we never really went through the cab comments, but we could try to cover those when we come back.
Yeah, let's do that since I've already called the recess.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. let's see, we've got some public comment. Want to make sure we have everyone. I saw a note from Mr. McKee. There's Mr. Keel. Commissioner Keel, do you have sound? Okay. We had having some technical difficulties. I don't see Mr. McKee back though. He's been asked. Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. McKee, are you back with us? There he is.
Yeah, hopefully I fixed the microphone issue.
Yeah, and it was better too after a bit. So I think we're good. I'll start reading through the public comment. I see we don't have Commissioner Hubbs back, but we've got quite a bit of comment. Okay, so let me start with public comment. And there are some from the cabs, so we can discuss, I guess, some of the other cab recommendations after we go through public comment. It's from Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Our cab recommended hunt 4151 resident elk unit group 161 to 164, 171 to 173 early to be put back into a rotation for weapon class. We would like 2021, 2022, and 2022 through 2023 season to be archery. The following 2 seasons, muzzleloader, and the following 2 seasons, rifle. This gives everyone opportunity to experience this great hunt. We would also like the elk management plan to be reviewed as Chairwoman East asked for last meeting. This may help clarify the need for spike elk hunts in the East. And how does that contribute to the future of trophy class bull elk? Also, how does this improve the bull to cow ratios when cow hunts are still being conducted? From Ray Sawyer, White Pine Cab, what's the possible long-term solution Cody mentioned but didn't talk about? Is SNWA complaining about the elk? Do we have to act this year? The NICAB does not support a spike elk bull elk hunt in unit 161 to 164. We already feel this area is congested enough due to cow elk season being the same time a spike hunt would be offered. We also fear during this late season, more cows would be killed rather than spikes due to the way they gather in our hunt unit. When we have a healthy winter season, we typically have 50 to 100 or more cows gathering in a herd with a few spikes, adding a cow quota of 70. Last year's quota for this area and a spike quota of say 5 or 10. To us, this is asking for more problems than accomplishments. We did look at offering this hunt at a different time than what was supposed to by NDOW, than what was proposed by NDOW, but we're unable to fit this hunt into any other season that would not congest the area or cause problems. For example, if I had an elk tag that took me 25 bonus points to draw and had my sights on a 350 bull, and someone at the same time as me had a spike tag and shot his spike near my bull, running mine out of the country, I would say I would not be very happy. Thank you for your time, Chrissy. Toby Tyler, with all due respect, if natural predation on elk, i.e. mountain lions, were not limited to the extent that it is in Nevada, 365, 24/7 for hunting lions, then maybe the elk population could be naturally controlled. Cody is back. And the last one, Kelly Dean, bow hunting chairman of Nevada Bow Hunters Association, a statewide organization representing bow hunters in Nevada. This was not specifically discussed yet, but I was glad to see the antlerless archery seasons in Area 72 go back to a 3-week season. And that is it for public comment. Okay, Mr. McKee.
Madam East, I'll try and go through those. As I recall the questions, there was quite a bit of filler information along with them. I believe the first comment was from the Washoe Cab regarding the rotating rut hunt in 161 to 164. I first just point out that the department has recommended that we keep that season unchanged from past years. There has historically been a rotating season that would bring in different weapon classes. I'd also point out that the Nye County Advisory Board supported this season as recommended. So maintaining the rut hunt structure with any legal weapon being the primary weapon. This was a decision born out of our hunters, really. And what I mean by that is we have a lot of hunters that stick to any legal weapon hunting classes that only apply for this hunt. And we felt that by changing it to a different weapon class, that may limit that opportunity for those other hunters. And there are actually a lot of people that either have max or almost max bonus points, and this is the only hunt that they want. As you guys are probably all aware, our any legal weapon hunts are open to other weapon classes. So an archery hunter may hunt bow during the any legal weapon season, and same goes for the muzzleloader. So there are opportunities for the non-primitive weapon hunter or the primitive weapon hunters to draw this tag and be able to hunt with their weapon of choice. I know that overall, this is by far probably the most popular hunt in Nevada across all of our species. We offer very low quotas for that rut hunt. And by limiting it to primitive weapon classes, we may be excluding people that are very interested in this hunt. By making it any legal weapon, we open it up for all hunters, regardless of their skill set and their comfort using other weapon classes. Regarding the comment made by the Nye County Cab about spike hunts in 161 to 164, I appreciate their concern. There was a comment submitted that indicated there was a concern that a spike bull hunter might affect a antlered bull hunter's stock. All of our spike seasons coincide with the cow hunts, not the antlered elk hunts. So there would not be that overlapping of seasons occurring during the antlered elk hunt. We do not have data to suggest that flock shooting is a major concern, and that being that if there were spikes hanging out in groups of cows and calves, that there is a potential that our hunters would, for lack of better terms, lob bullets into that herd so that they could potentially harvest a spike, but inadvertently wound and lose cows and calves. I don't think that that's really a good reason for us not to propose this season. I do believe that in a limited quota scenario, it's unlikely that many hunters would even see a difference between the addition of 10 to 15 potential spike hunters during that late antlerless elk season in 161 to 164. Let's see, I kind of lost my flow. Were there any other questions that I failed to answer or need to elaborate?
I don't believe so, no. Commissioner Hubbs?
This is somewhat of a rudimentary question. And if we didn't have like these agricultural areas with the elk, can we say in our minds, like, I'm just thinking from a biological perspective and how we view this, Cody and Mike. If we didn't have these agricultural areas in general, would the elk populations be stressed because there were not resources there? I think that's important for us to understand.
Commissioner Hubbs, Cody McKee for the record. If I'm interpreting your question correctly, that elk rely on these agricultural zones to persist, or that if they did not, the agricultural zones didn't exist, we wouldn't have issues with elk depredation concerns?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is with all of these agricultural areas across Nevada, like if they were just gone, would we have some of these issues that we see, or does the alfalfa in and of itself? I'm assuming yes. That if access to alfalfa gives them additional resources that they wouldn't find in their natural surrounding, obviously. So I guess my question is, like, if for some horrible reason there were no more agricultural areas, would the elk populations be subject to depredation in and of itself anyways?
Well, that's a really interesting hypothetical question. Those agricultural zones, I think, as Commissioner Almberg might have pointed out, that's like cotton candy for elk. They really like green alfalfa. Those agricultural zones typically are associated with riparian areas. They may be irrigated, so it helps with the crop vigor. If there were not agricultural zones, there would not be the extent of depredation concerns. We still have landowners that don't own agricultural land per se, cultivated cropland, that still encounter elk depredation events, either because a group of elk ran through a private fence that was surrounding somebody's back 40, or maybe there's private rangeland that a rancher might own, and he's not interested in the elk incentive program, but he would like to be compensated for his for the loss of his property, either the fences or maybe even a haystack that's fenced off. So it would probably alleviate a lot of the issues, but at the same time, there would still be problems that persisted because elk just have a tendency to get themselves in trouble. And a lot of the programs that we offer, you know, we're kind of maxed out on the various tools. I really can't think of very many more elk depredation tools that we could use that other states have already offered. I think we've done a really good job of establishing various programs so that we can address all these unique situations that occur in the state. And I think that's just it's a testament to the cooperation between the department and the various landowners, the ranching industry, private property owners with vested interests, our sportsmen and NGOs, on where we've gotten today with our elk population. And I'm not sure if I answered your question or not.
I think you did. Cody, we do have I did see one other CAB comment, not in our public comments, but on the survey sent over from, I want to say Elko. Would like to see units 062, 064, 066, and 68 late season be eliminated. Can you maybe address that? And then if there are any other CAB comments at this time.
Yes, Madam Chair, Cody McKee for the record. I'd be happy to address that. That is a recommendation that was born out of the Elko County Advisory Board. And in discussions with our Eastern Region staff, we do support that alternative recommendation. That elk herd has been hit particularly hard by some, as many of you may be aware, what we've called a mysterious elk death. That, coupled with high harvest rates in the past, has made it difficult for portions of that herd to recover. We feel that the late season, when we have hunters in the area, doesn't necessarily put the portion of that elk herd at risk of harvest that we would prefer. And so by eliminating the seasons, we can, if we have to, we can fit the quota in the early season, both for antlerless and spike hunts, to address the harvest levels that we're going to need to maintain that population, or even to allow it to slightly increase.
Okay, so if I heard you right, leave it as is and address it in May at quota setting.
Actually, no, we supported the alternative recommendation, which was to close the late antlerless and late spike seasons in 062 to 064, 066, and 068. I apologize if I wasn't clear on that.
No, I think I'm not reading this correctly, so I'm going to go back. Okay. Okay, any other cab comments or questions?
There was an additional cab comment that we haven't discussed. That was the proposal by the White Pine County Cab to expand our spike hunts beyond any legal weapon and to offer archery and muzzleloader spike hunts. I was able to find archery spike hunts outlined in our hunt description. I'd have to have our deputy director, Jack Robb, chime in just to confirm that we can also offer a muzzleloader spike hunt if the commission so chooses to take that alternative recommendation. At this point, the department really has no opinion one way or the other.
Okay, Deputy Director Rob, any?
Jack Robb for the record. It is a tool in the toolbox. That spike is a designated opportunity, so I believe we can use it.
Okay. Commissioner McNinch?
So Cody, going back briefly to the 062, 064, 066 through 068 late season, was that for antlerless as well?
That's correct. That would be the late seasons for antlerless and spike.
And antlered?
Not antlered. No, we would maintain the antlered just for antlerless and spike. And I can give you those season dates, and that change would apply to the non-resident hunt as well.
Okay, very good. I got my wires crossed. So antlerless and spike, but not antlered. Leave antlered alone. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
Closing those dates or limiting the dates? Because I'm not seeing it's closed, it's limited. Am I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. So on hunt 4651, it shows closing on January 1. Am I looking at the right hunt unit or the hunt?
For hunt 4651.
Resident elk spike.
The late 062, 064, 066 to 068. So the season that we would be interested or that we would support eliminating is the November 21st to January 1st date.
We would eliminate it. So it would say closed rather than dates.
That's correct.
So this is inaccurate. In our packet, it should say closed season.
Yeah, so the season, the packet or the recommendations that I'm looking at, the Elko Cab has recommended eliminating both of those hunts for spike and antlerless. It doesn't
right.
It doesn't show minimizing.
Right.
And in discussions with our area biologist and the supervisor, the intent of Elko Cab was to close those seasons or eliminate. I mean, either way, they're off the books for the next two season cycles.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just, Mr. Scott, it should say closed season then, not.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mike Scott for the record. Our recommendation was to leave those open. The Elko County Cab has recommended to close that, and we have no opposition to that. We're okay with closing that season, even though our recommendation was to open it.
Was to leave it open. Okay.
And to clarify, Madam Chair East, the final CR won't show a season for that at all. It won't say that season was closed. It just will not be included. The late season will not be included in the final CR. If that makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner McNinch, did you have your hand up? Nope. Okay. All right. Is everyone clear on everything as mud as I've made it? Sorry. All right. Does someone want to attempt a motion? Commissioner Lynch?
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'll give it a try. So,
Give it a try.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion respective to Commission Regulation 2103, 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023 big game seasons. Those portions related to elk as follows. Resident elk antlered, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4102 as presented. Resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4151 as presented. Non-resident elk antlered, any legal weapon hunt 4251 as presented. Resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4156 as presented. Non-resident elk antlered muzzleloader hunt 4256 as presented. Resident elk antlered archery hunt 4161 as presented. Non-resident elk antlered archery hunt 4261 as presented. Resident elk spike any legal weapon hunt 4651 as presented, except that 062, 064, 066 through 068 late season be removed, and 221, 223 early and 221, 223 late both be modified to read 222, 223 early and 222, 223 late respectively. Resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4181 as presented, except that 062, 064, 066 through 068 late be removed. Resident elk antlerless, wilderness only, any legal weapon hunt 4181 as presented. Oh, I still got more here. Hold on. Okay, non-resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon hunt 4281 as presented, except that 062, 064, 066 through 068 late be removed. And resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4176 as presented. Resident elk antlerless, any legal weapon depredation hunt 4107 as presented, with clarification with the noted subsection or the subnote C that the truncated portion would read as it has in the past.
Did we get them all? I think we did.
I think you're missing one whole sheet there. There's
Oh,
13.
Did I miss a sheet?
13.
Sheet
Okay,
13.
I apologize. Let me do that one. And non-resident elk antlerless muzzleloader hunt 4276 as presented. Resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4111 as presented. And non-resident elk antlerless archery hunt 4211 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Tommy.
Okay. Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, I apologize, Madam Chair. I had a question. I know it was thrown out there. I don't know if we had a discussion on resident elk spike, the hunt 4651. I know it was briefly talked about spreading that those spike hunts over other hunt groups, rifle, muzzleloader, archery. Is that for this, or is that something at quota time? Just
I believe that Mr. McKee told us that any legal weapon constitutes any legal weapon. So you can use a muzzle loader, an archery, a rifle. Is that accurate, Mr. McKee?
yeah.
Madam Chair, that is correct. You can use other weapons. The White Pine Cab did ask specifically for primitive weapons on those spike hunts. if the commission is interested in carrying those recommendations forward, I do have the season dates and the specific areas of interest here. Again, you can use a different weapon class during those seasons, although that may raise a little bit more concern because you're going to also have rifle cow hunters in the field at the same time. So there may be some sensitivities towards someone wanting to take an archer or their bow on an illegal weapon hunt for a spike, just because of concerns of other hunters in the area pursuing the same herd animals and potential for conflict from rifles firing and so on.
That answer your question, Commissioner Rogers? You're good? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve the elk antlered with the noted changes. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Okay. What is the flavor or the appetite of the commission? Do you want to take a little bit of a break? Do you want to keep pushing forward? We want 20 minutes to grab something to eat and come back and finish up?
That might be an okay idea.
Okay. All right, let's come back at 2 o'clock. It's 1:27. Thank you. Okay. It is 2:00. So let's see, where's Mr. Cox? We'll move on to the next portion of our very long season setting agenda. There he is. So
Do I have a real voice or an Alvin the Chipmunk voice?
You have a real voice today.
It depends. It depends on what day it is.
So we're back with our CR 21-03, 2020, 21, 22, and 22, 23 big game seasons. And we're moving on to that portion of the bighorn sheep and mountain goats with Mr. Cox. Everybody ready?
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair East, and all the wildlife commissioners this afternoon. My name is Mike Cox, statewide bighorn sheep and mountain goat program coordinator, staff biologist. I was thinking we could go by subspecies.
Okay.
Maybe we'll start with desert bighorn sheep first.
Sure.
Do you, I was going through the alternative recommendations from the cabs, and there's not a ton of them. So do you want me to go through every little change that we're recommending, or just those that we have comments for?
I think just go, well, I think we better go through everything. Unless,
Yeah, even though there were changes, a few changes made, for example, in Hunt 3151, our primary resident desert bighorn sheep, any ram hunt, there wasn't any disagreements.
right, actually just maybe just the highlights then. But I think we do need to consider the cab comments.
Do you want me to share the screen of the season table or not?
Sure.
All right, so can everyone see the resident bighorn sheep, desert bighorn sheep, any ram table? We're closing that season in the Tobins. We've got a disease event that hit the herd last year, so we still have the early season. Unit 132, we're trying to target, provide more opportunity to focus hunt on a pioneering herd in the Quinn Canyon range with identifying a south portion of that unit. We extended season dates in the Toyabis to try to increase hunter harvest and success. Slight change in the Desatoya hunt 184. We reconfigured the unit groups for the Hykos and Pyrox and the Delamars and went back to their original unit groupings. And 221 is the Egan's. 252 is seasons that we accommodate with the Nevada Test and Training Range, so they always have to be changed every year to accommodate the calendar. We combine due to poor performance from the pneumonia events that have been hitting really hard, the Eldorados, South Eldorados and the Newberries, into a single unit group. And then also the season dates are adjusted for the calendar for our South Range hunts on the NTTR to accommodate Nellis. Non-residents, we are closing the non-resident for the Tobins due to our concern. We're not sure how many tags we're going to have because of the disease event we had last fall. Closing the Toyabis. That season adjustment for the mirroring the resident in the unit 184. We are proposing a archery hunt for desert bighorn sheep. Obviously, earlier there's been a lot of discussion on alternative weapon class hunts. We've been historically a single weapon class for bighorn sheep, but I think we wanted to see if there was an appetite for having an archery season. Certainly for mule deer and elk, we have had all three weapon classes for decades, even though any legal weapon does exist for those species, as does for sheep. But I know there's an increase in archery use, really nationwide. We've got archery in the classroom. We're promoting archery hunting. And for those who are interested, I went back and looked at, because it is a weapon that can be used in any legal weapon, how many do we harvest with a bow each year? Last year, we harvested 3 rams in the desert hunt with a bow. One was actually harvested with a handgun, but that's pretty common. Some years 1, I think I've seen maybe 5, as many as 5 in a single year, but I would say it's probably around 2 or 3. So we selected some units that we felt would be more appropriate, less inclined to have the hunter sitting on a water source, and the seasons, most of those are in central and western Nevada, with the one season down south being in the Mormons. So that season would be up until the opener for the primary units that start November 20 or November 15th if they have a split season. For our for a U hunts, we added the Mount Jefferson Unit 161 unit. That population is approaching 600 animals. Our biologist, Joe Bennett, and I feel like that population objective should be closer to 450 to 500. There are some huge concentrations of sheep for many of that go up and experience that tremendous, really cool sheep hunt and scouting opportunity on top at 11,000 feet. We know, you all know that it's pretty easy to see a herd of 120 to 150 animals. And the forage base is showing the heavy use. So we feel like we need to get that population down another 100 animals or so. We still have hunts in the Monte Cristo range and in the Muddies. And then we will offer up the sister non-resident hunt to all 3 units for the U hunts. So that is the overview of the desert bighorn sheep hunts.
Okay. I have one quick question and then we can open it up. I did see that Mineral County asked to add a hunt in units 202 and 204 for any ram archery hunt 3161. Do you have any thoughts or concerns about that?
No concerns at all.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Cox on desert bighorn? Commissioner Cavilla?
I've got a couple of comments, but I do have one question regarding the on the non-resident hunts and the units we utilize. It seems like we stick with, and it's kind of specifically looking more towards Southern Nevada. We've stuck with those same units forever, and there's some of the units in Southern Nevada that don't have any non-resident tags. And I'm curious if at any point we want to like alternate a little bit. And I'm just kind of looking at like, you know, the arrows, you could do the arrows, the bears, you know, you could alternate the tag out of the sheep range into the Vegas range. If there's any interest, I'm not asking about adding more non-resident tags, but if we wanted to shuffle tags out of like the 261, 262, 283, 284, and maybe alternate them to separate units in the South. It also gives non-residents the opportunity to put in for those units, right? Understanding that the resident, non-resident tag quotas are going to adjust, right? You're going to, I'm just curious as if there's been any thought to that. It's like, it seems like we always pick the same units, you know what I mean? I just want to throw that out there. I guess to see if we wanted to shake it up a little bit for the non-residents.
Good question, Commissioner Cavilla. I would say about every 5 years, I sit down with the biologists and say, let's get creative. Let's think out of the box. And we really only have, and it's only 1 or 2 sideboards, and they're pretty soft. And we typically try to choose units that have 4 or more, or will have 4 or more resident tags. We try not to target units that only have 1 or 2 or 3. We try to also share the wealth of the challenges that our residents have. So we don't try not to just give the resident or the non-residents all the gravy, the easier hunts where there's 170 class rams. We try to give them the same representation that the residents are choosing from. But I would definitely entertain something like the Arrow Canyon range, unit 244, to maybe replace the Last Chance range 261 or something like that. But yeah, I would say feel free. The other thing, we don't have to necessarily replace one because there are some units that we're having to put 2 tags in that might only have like 8 resident tags. So we probably could afford an extra non-resident unit with a single non-resident tag and give us more opportunities to spread the wealth.
Okay, we'll allow Mr. Caviglia to do that when he's ready. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Cox?
I guess I have another, it's not so much a question, but a comment and just my opinion on the archery hunt. And I know there's a couple cabs that disagreed with it as well. And I'm kind of in the same boat because, I mean, these are the desert, the Nelson tags, they're like the Holy Grail tag in Nevada. There's a couple others, but as far as when it's not like an art on, there's so limited tags and spread out all over the state. The archery guys aren't competing. It's not like you're competing with the rifle hunter. You're really not, you know, you're on all the sheep hunts I've been on. You got an extremely liberal season now. It's whatever it is, November 20th to the end of the year. Low tag numbers. Myself personally, I don't really like the idea of an archery hunt to set aside tags for a specific group. And that's just my opinion on it. I know there was a couple cabs that shared that opinion, so I just wanted to put that out there.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Keel and then Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Cox, I know you spoke about the disease event in the Tobin, and maybe you can just expand on that and how that related to the trap and transportation that occurred just adjacent to there on the Stillwaters when those sheep were taken to Utah. And did that actually provide the desired benefit we were after? And have we seen any disease events with on the Stillwater range? You know, all 3 of those units kind of combined right there. Maybe just give some color on that.
Yes, Commissioner Keel. Almost all of our herds are connected at some point with the landscape out there, as you talked about. We've known of the connection of the north end of the Stillwaters, the Sioux Hills, the East Range, that Granite Mountain, Root Spring area, McKinney Pass, connected to the south end of the Tobins and the Indian Cave area. We were not shocked, but surprised 2 years ago when, after the Clan Alpines had a disease event across the valley, the Stillwaters did in 2019, and there wasn't a lot we would be able to do to stop the movement of the animals that go back and forth between mountain ranges. But yes, going back chronologically, we did give the state of Utah bighorn sheep for the Mineral Mountains release in October of 2019. And we've been following a requirement of ourselves that we pre-sample the source stock population so that we're not going to be sharing sheep that may have a pathogen that could be detrimental to a release site. So all of our pre-sampling, which was scattered throughout the Stillwaters, was negative in early October of 2019. So, and the population has been doing really, really well. And in lieu of a hunt, we felt that it's a great opportunity to move sheep. So we were capturing sheep on the north end, and we started, and then continued to move south into the heart of the Stillwaters. So we started on Granite Mountain, in the East Range and move south. Everybody was healthy. All animals were swabbed and bled. So we got both antibodies and real-time PCR on whether they had mycoplasma actively shedding in their body. And all the 50 some animals were negative for both antibodies and for any active pathogen presence. So that was great. But we were made aware soon after that capture and translocation that on the very, very south end of the Stillwaters, we had some hunters during their scouting and during the early seasons of the hunt were seeing symptoms, clinical signs of pneumonia. So we averted a train wreck for Utah at least, but we did eventually assume that because of the interaction from south to north over time, whether it was going to be a year or two, that that mycoplasma was going to be transmitted throughout the population. And it was a shock to me to see now then a year later, last fall, and it looked like it was probably in the October period, similar to these other mountain ranges that we're seeing these disease events hit, that yes, the Tobins also went through a disease spillover, a pathogen spillover, a disease event. And we did get some samples collected from hunter harvested rams. We had a highly successful early season in that September 2020 hunt on the Tobins. And we did pick up mycoplasma in a couple of the rams. And it was the same strain that was in the Stillwaters, the same strain that was in the Clan Alpines. And it was the original strain that inflicted the Fairview Slate and Sand Springs herd in 2007. I wish we could stop this stuff. I've been working on this my entire career, and we've learned a lot. And just this event alone, we've learned how far the same strain can spread when you have connectivity. So many of our mountain ranges that were inflicted by this strain recovered well. So we're hoping that we'll have good recovery. And we've seen anywhere from 5 to 20, 25% adult mortality. So I think that's our concern in the Tobins was we were having some hunters having challenges finding sheep after the early season. We had a few hunters turn their tag in. And so we felt like we're probably going to have a definitely reduced tag quota. So let's just have a single season instead of a split season for the Tobins.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cox? Oh, I apologize, Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. First, I do share some of the same opinion as Commissioner Cavili on the notion of the archery ram hunt and that of some of the cabs as well. But one of the two questions that I have is of the hunt groups that are outlined, Mr. Cox, any idea on kind of a guesstimate or projection on quotas for those hunts, number one? And then number two, second question, for unit groups 271 and 242, you know, I know that those two ranges do have a number of water development projects, and I know one of the factors was with some of these units that they weren't so reliant on man-made water projects. Knowing that there's in those two units a number of projects, what maybe the thought was there with those two units.
In terms of tag quotas, we really haven't talked about it. I would guess it would be 1 or 2 tags. Probably mostly 1 tag in each of those units. Yeah, we were trying hard to find a Southern Nevada unit to throw into this first mix. And I guess the Mormons was the least unit that might have water needs in mid to late October as some of the others further south. So that there really wasn't any great thought into, and I think if that is a unit that some people would not prefer, then we could certainly eliminate it. But I have to admit, plenty of pronghorn, plenty of bull elk are harvested over a water source with a bow, and mule deer.
Mr. Allenberg.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't, I like the archery edition myself, but I would certainly be willing, you know, I think if there's some areas there that can be given up, maybe we start out taking a smaller bite and see what that appetite is for. And then we can always come back if you know, if people don't want it, then we don't have to have it. But if it shows, you know, we put 3 or 4 areas out there that are the best candidates for it. And including, and I don't know what your thoughts are of adding Mineral County wanted to add 202, 204, is if that would be an area that, you know, would be added to the mix, and we take the best 3 or 4 areas that, you know, we think are going to be good for the hunt and split the difference here.
Yeah, Commissioner Allenberg, I appreciate your support of the hunt, and if there is a unit that is of a concern, we could certainly pull it out. And as I said earlier, I think the Wassac Range and the East Walker River herd 202, 204 would be a reasonable unit that would be challenging. There are water developments in the Wassacs, but come late October, there's not as much use for sure. Cooler temperatures.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Did you have anything else you wanted to address? Maybe some of the cab comments? Mr. Cox?
Yeah, I'm looking at, there
was a comment about the U hunt.
Yeah, there was Lander and Pershing disagreed with the U hunts.
Mm-hmm.
So they were the only 2, and there were for the archery season, we had several cabs disagree: Clark, Humboldt, Lander, Lincoln, and yeah, those 4.
I have not been a proponent of the U hunts in the past. However, I understand the biological reason for it, and I'm coming around to it. I prefer to see if we can't do something alternative, but understanding, you know, conversation with Commissioner Keel about the pneumonia and the spread. And our situation from last year, I'm coming around to the idea that we need to seriously consider them. I would probably be open to the archery hunt, but I may agree with Commissioner Almberg to just try a couple of units first. But if it's not moving a lot of animals out, I don't know that we need to mess with which areas. So that's kind of where I'm standing at the moment. Anybody else? Comment? No? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess if we start down that road, do we run the risk of, going 2 or 3, 4 years down the road, people are applying and, they start developing bonus points towards it, and then we decide not to go? Are we opening ourselves up for, your nice ploy to bring in some extra money? Or, I mean, is that something we should be concerned about? I know we haven't had that conversation. I guess this one kind of highlights that opening a new season or a new hunt number. It just kind of highlights it because it's a little higher profile, I guess, but I throw that out.
Mr. Scott, I know we talked about this at one point. Do you want to add any comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure. The thought on this is simply to provide the opportunity to a different weapons group. Certainly these people could hunt with a bow during the other seasons, but there are dedicated archers that would like to have these tags, and having to compete in some of these units with rifle hunters makes it a little bit of a challenge. So this is just something that we wanted to try to see what the demand would be. And, it's just kind of a novel hunt that we want to see if it'll build interest in it. And if it does, great. And if it doesn't, the bonus points would still just be bonus points. So if we did decide a couple of years from now that this hunt would be eliminated, then they would just still remain as bighorn bonus points.
Okay, thank you. All right, no more comments or questions for Mr. Cox. Do we want to move on then to the other species and then the other subgroups? And then we can address the whole enchilada.
So Madam Chair, you want to make a single motion for all bighorn sheep? Or-
We can do that.
I would prefer if you would to go ahead and make a motion for desert bighorn sheep.
We need to go to public comment then. Okay, so seeing no more questions for Mr. Cox for Nelson Desert Bighorn, we'll take it out to public comment. It's 2:33. We'll come back at 2:36. Okay. We got people still hanging in there with us. Okay, we've got some public comment. Start through it. Wildlife Commissioners, the Traditional Archers of Nevada, TAN, fully supports the addition of Hunt 3161 archery ram to Nevada's hunting regulations. In an ever-evolving world of technological advances in the hunting industry, our organization supports any effort to expand opportunities for Nevada hunters through the use of close-range weapons. TAN believes that developing more archery-specific opportunities in the state of Nevada will over time lead to increases in hunter opportunity through lower success rates. Although Commissioner Caviglia is correct that some cabs did not support this effort, others around the state did support it, with some even seeking additional units to be added. TAN would ask that all cab comments be read into the record on this topic, as the commission only listed the cabs that were against it. Thank you for your consideration to approve Hunt 3161, and we hope that the commission will see this as an avenue to expand hunter opportunity through the use of proven fair chase hunting methods. Chris Jasmine, President, Traditional Archers of Nevada. Pershing Cab would like to see ewes transplanted to an area that needs augmentation instead of them being hunted in overpopulated areas. Joe Krim, Pershing Cab. All days are good, but some are better than others. Agreed. Okay, so I'll bring it back and see what the pleasure of the commission is. Any further discussion on especially the archery Hunt 3161?
Mrs. Chairperson, if I could ask a question, please.
Of course, Mr. Perini.
I just wonder about the muzzleloaders, the black powder rifles. I wonder if people are going to wonder about how come we're not being able to have certain kind of tags that they want to have. You have three ways, right? Archery and the muzzleloader and the other rifle. So I think that's going to be maybe an issue for some of them, kind of thinking that, we should have some tags maybe given that opportunity for those kinds of weapons. For Mike Cox, I just wanted to ask a question about him. On 173, that was with the sheep. That is the location that you had talked about with the diseases they had?
No, Unit 173, the Toyabis, has not been through a disease event that we're aware of for many years.
I just wondered, there's two of them I got in there. I was just curious about that. 2 years ago, it was fine, and then now there's nothing there. The water problem, right? And all that kind of stuff. Is that what the problem is in 173?
Actually, it's rugged, it's tree covered, and it can be a nasty mountain. Yeah.
Okay. Looking. Any other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion to approve the Nelson hunts?
I'll make an attempt at a motion.
Okay, sounds great.
So I want to make a motion to approve CR 21-03, just specifically in regards to the Nelson Bighorn hunts. Any legal weapon hunt 3151, approve it as presented. Any legal weapon hunts 3251, what I'm going to propose is the tag in unit 261, we strike 261 and put a tag in 244. And then I'm also going to propose that we strike the tag in 262 and offer a tag in 253, which is the bears. We can change it up a little bit for the residents with that. Archery hunt 3161. I'm going to propose to approve that as presented with the following modification. We will strike unit 271, 242, and then add unit, I believe, what were they asking for, unit 202?
202 and 204.
202 and 204. And I guess I need to back, those are individual hunts. Do we want to add a hunt for each of those then? I guess I'll make that my motion. So we're gonna archery hunt 3161, we'll strike unit 271, 242. We will add units 202 and 204 with the seasons to match the 2021 and 2022 and 2022 and 22 seasons as presented. The resident U and illegal weapon hunt 3181 will do as presented. And the non-resident U and illegal weapon hunt 3281 will do as presented. And hopefully that's not too clunky.
I think we've got it. Do I have a second? I have
I'll
a
second
second. Okay, I have a second by Commissioner Alberg and a question from Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Caviglia. So I did go back to Mineral County's comments, and they had requested for the archery hunt to combine 202 and 204 into a single unit group.
If the, yeah, is that okay with your motion?
Do you guys have a problem combining that, Mike, or?
No.
Okay, so I guess I'll amend my motion on archery hunt 3161 to combine units 202 and 204 as a single hunt.
Okay, and if the second's okay with that, we'll, yes, okay. He agrees. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Caviglia and a second by Commissioner Alberg to approve the resident Nelson Desert Bighorn hunt and non-resident Nelson Bighorn hunt sheep as noted. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. All right, we'll move on now to resident California Bighorn sheep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike Cox again for the record. Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll combine and discuss both California Bighorn and Rocky Mountain Bighorn.
Got it. Oh, yes, we do have those. Okay, yes.
Starting with California Bighorn, any legal weapon, 8151, any ram. I am suggesting that we open for the first time unit 011 and 013 combined unit group for a single tag. I know there was some comments made earlier today, but just wanted to give you my information that I have. And really much of it is based on Chris Sampson's work that he did prior to his retirement to put sheep back on those mountains in those units. Translocation history within those two units are in 2012, we released 29 animals in the Massacre Rim. 2013, 30 animals in Hayes Canyon. 2014, 19 in Coleman Rim. Same year, Massacre Rim had an additional 15 animals. And then in 2019, an additional 19 animals were released in Massacre Rim. And the population model that we currently have does show we should have a few 7- and 8-year-olds in the population and a few 6-year-olds, obviously. One bit of information I definitely want to share is our counterparts to the north, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and their biologist in Lakeview has been monitoring their herds. And I was sharing emails with John Muir, is the biologist, and he was saying that, and of course he gets out there because it's a heck of a lot less drive for him than it is for someone from Reno to get up there. And they've had an existing hunt across the border in what they call the guano unit. And like us, they have multiple herds within a single unit. And there hadn't been much hunters in the Coleman Rim that is somewhat split right on the state line. But there was a water development built several years ago, just within the border of Nevada. And he's been up there, and he said that really in his professional opinion, the majority of the ewes and the rams are on the Nevada side. And they finally got a couple mature rams harvested the last couple of years, one in each year. And but he says he thinks the majority of the rams that have been there for quite some time are spending time in Nevada. So that was probably one of the bigger nods that contributed to me suggesting that unit to open now in support of our efforts in the past to put sheep on the mountain there. We are suggesting to add the McGee Mountain to the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge hunt. It's the same piece, same chunk of butte, same chunk of habitat, and we feel that it would be more appropriate for the hunters, instead of having to hunt to the fence line, to be able to hunt all that topography in the same area. So we're separating the McGee Mountain, which was part of 032, and adding that to the unit 033, the Sheldon. One other unit modification is in 035 for the Jackson Mountains. Because we reintroduced Bighorn to the Bloody Run Hills 2 years ago, which is the eastern portion of 035, we want to not allow hunters into the Bloody Runs for a while. So we separated through a footnote the just having the Jacksons identified to be open in 035. And finally, we're closing 041, the Shawavis. We are just very uncomfortable with the lack of mature rams in that unit, primarily due to predation. And so at this time, we feel like we need to close it until we get new information. Non-residents, I would so the 032 would have its new unit group designation that would just remove the McGee Mountain, and you'd be just hunting the pine forest and the pueblos. And I do want to point out I had an error. I did not accommodate the new 035 unit boundary for the non-residents. So I would ask that that boundary distinction for 035, eliminating the Bloody Run Hills, would be added to the non-resident hunt. And we're closing 051, just limited number of rams, and feel like we could redistribute our non-resident tags to the other units. Closing the ewe hunt for California bighorn sheep in the Sheep Creek Range 068. We feel like we're down at the population level that we want, in sync with the habitat. And we do continue to use it as source stock. We'll be actually in the Sheep Creeks next Saturday, pulling out approximately 20 animals for an augmentation in Humboldt County. And then finally, the Rocky Mountain Bighorn Hunt, 9151. We are closing Unit 091, which is the Leppy Hills and Pilot Mountain, Silver Islands. interstate hunt with Utah. Both NDOW and Utah Division of Wildlife Resources feel like we have just ran out of mature rams in that herd due to the lack of lamb recruitment from the long-standing pneumonia that's been inflicting and causing high mortality in the lambs. And then we're extending the hunt seasons both in the north and south snake range in 114 and 115 in hopes of trying to get an increase in hunter success in both units.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Cox? Commissioner Kabilia?
Probably knew he'd get one for me, but on the 011, 013 on that California hunt, and it's in regards to kind of coming up later on our specialty tags. I know this year, I think there's nothing we can do now. If we open that hunt this year, the governor's tag, and I don't know if there's a ram there they would want to chase, but that tag would be open to that hunt. Later today, we'd have the opportunity to keep the PIW and the Dream tag guys out of there if the department thinks we need to. And that's my question is, do you think there's enough sheep in there if we open that hunt this year to allow the others? You know, I don't know what your quota is going to be in there, you know, however many ram tags, but are there going to be enough sheep in there to allow those others to hunt there as well this year?
Excellent question, Commissioner Kavilia, and I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah, we had some internal discussions a few days ago in the game division with regards to the specialty tags in light of the Monday's TAC committee that you chair, and we had some good discussions. And so I would put it back out to the commission of considering a guideline to not allow for specialty tags to go into a unit that's brand new that we established its first hunt, and then continue to have a feedback loop with us to see how things are going. Our surveys, the hunts, the mature rams that are hunted, and then if we feel like we've got the opportunity for one or two additional rams to be harvested, then we could pull that unit from the closure of specialty tags. But as you state, yes, the heritage has already been set. So the California heritage tag would have the opportunity to hunt in that unit this fall, 2021. I don't think there would be an interest, but any new unit, probably knowing for California bighorn hunters, they probably would look at it. Although, as many of you know, the Sheep Creek Range took the brunt of all the specialty tag harvests last year. So all three, the PIW, the Dream, and the Heritage, harvested in the Sheep Creek Range. Which brings up another point to later today regarding the specialty tags. That formula, I'm not quite sure is going to work in a situation like the Sheep Creeks, where we used a threshold of 7 tags to say that herd's probably big enough to accommodate specialty tags. But if we continue to get all 3 tag holders harvesting in the Sheep Creeks, we have to reduce the tag quota to the general public in the general draw for sure. And that was one of the main reasons why we went to formulas for the specialty tags, to not take away opportunity in our general draw.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Cavilla?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Have some finagling to do later, maybe. Anyone else questions for Mr. Cox? Okay. Do you want to continue with Mountain Goat? Or
Sure.
do you want to go out to, okay.
Yeah, there was no alternative recommendations for mountain goats. Steady as she goes. Same units, 101, 102, 103. Only a resident hunt. Pretty simple. Thanks for asking, Madam Chair.
Okay. I do have a question going back to Rocky Mountain. Any plans for augmentation into, I know you've got augmentation going for the Californias. I want to say someone called me a couple of months ago and asked me about Rocky Mountains up into Elko. You had any questions or comments about that? Any plans?
No, not at this time. Now, Tom Donham, I know, is on the call. He's our regional supervisor. And I know we've had, discussions during our coordination meetings, offline here and there regarding the pre-quaps. But we haven't really developed anything firm. And really, while we're on that subject in regarding U-hunts, and I will tell you, and many of you know me, I have lots of dreams when it comes to bighorn sheep distribution and restoration in this state. And we're not done yet. We're far from done. But at the same time, we're being very respectful of the domestic sheep industry and knowledge of the mycoplasma strains that we have throughout our bighorn sheep herds in all three subspecies. And so the landscape is much more complicated than it was when I first started. And so we've really got to think hard. And we have opportunities on the horizon. You know, I have a dream of where to put Mount Jefferson sheep when the time is right, along with some other herds. But for now, we're still wanting to try to get a better appreciation for the strains that are affecting our current bighorn sheep, their movements, and the current distribution of the domestic sheep on public lands and in farm flocks in valleys that also can create challenges. But we're just having to be much more strategic and have our eyes wide open in that program.
I've never seen you smile so big as I did on the transport that I got to help with. So I know you have dreams and I know it makes you happy. Okay, with that, if there aren't any more questions, we'll take it out to public comment and we'll come back at 3:03. Okay. It's 3:03. Let's come back. And I will. Read through the public comment. Okay. Mitch McVickers, we would like to see a coloring project in this unit. It has been discussed in the past years. Mature rams are hard to locate in the unit for the 2020 season. Not sure which unit he is mentioning, but it doesn't say. Mel Belding, I would respectfully urge the commission to review the big game status book from the past couple of years before deciding to approve tags in either of these units. The area biologist stated that these herds were stable or declining and stable or maybe slightly increasing. We have had multiple augmentations in both of these units and have yet to see even modest herd population gains, not at all like what we've experienced with the majority of transplants and augmentations throughout the state. Neither of these units have had regular aerial flights the last couple of years, and more data should be considered before a hunt is approved. Just what is the current status of these herds? We were told just last year at this time that there were not sufficient older and aged class rams to offer a tag. What has changed since then, other than that area biologist has retired after many years of faithful service to the state and its wildlife? Is this a one-shot tag for this year and this year only? Can this hunt be sustained for more than just this season? Unfortunately, as confirmed, mountain lion predation on all CBS units in Washoe County and the Sheldon have been documented. Those units are in danger of closing along with 041 because of it. Please deny the opening of a hunt in 0110183. Thank you. From Joe Krim, I don't support the hunt unit 011013 due to specialty tags also being able to hunt there. And then Mitch McVickers did clarify unit 114 Rocky Mountain Bighorn herd. You want to address any of those, Mr. Cox?
Madam Chair, yeah, I addressed the first comment from Mr. Belding already. You do have the opportunity to, going down to Joe Krim's comment, to restrict the PIW and the dream tag this year in that unit.
Mm-hmm.
And I have talked a bit with Cody Mangini regarding the desire to collect more information in the unit 114 on that Rocky herd.
Okay. Any other questions, or do I have a motion to approve? Yes, Commissioner Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't have a motion at this point because I'm not clear on this 011 and 013 unit for the reasons that they've stated. I really want to support opening a new hunt, and it would be exciting to be able to offer that, but I'm not clear on if we can restrict the specialty tags later today. To me, that's kind of the tipping point, because I do see the synergy that Mr. Belding and Mr. Krim are noting here. I know 041 has unfortunately been, closed numerous times over the last 15, 20 years. So if we can get some more clarity around that, it might help me, Mr. Cox.
Okay. Is there someone who can answer the specialty tag hunt question for us? No?
Madam Chair, go ahead, Commissioner Cavilla.
We do have the PIW and Dream Tag on the agenda, and we're setting those seasons. And I believe at that time we can limit the units they can hunt if the commission so chooses to. So we do have the opportunity to limit as far as I understand it, the PIW and the Dream Tag. The Heritage Tag, that ship has sailed. They would be the one that would get the opportunity to hunt there this year. I believe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is what's going to happen today.
I think you're correct. Getting a nod. Okay. Mr. Scott, are you looking for any additional information?
Madam Chair, I was just looking at the document for, that we talked about in the TAC committee meeting. And this will be up to you, but I was just wondering if there was language. We've talked about having this meeting and talking about what we should do going forward. But from the department's perspective, we have not had time to try to come up with a better plan. So we'll leave that up to you to make those changes today.
Okay. Okay, do we want to have further discussion? Does someone want to make a suggestion? Commissioner Caviglia?
I guess I have one more question for Mr. Cox. That 011, 013, the department believes there's enough. I mean, is this, and I guess Mel Belding asked a question, is this hunt something for this year, or do you guys believe the herd is to the point where this is a continuing hunt where there's enough older age class rams in there to keep having the hunt from this point forward? I mean, barring some sort of other event.
Commissioner Caviglia, again, Mike Cox for the record. Our population estimate in our population model that Chris Hampson conducted did show that we're over 80 animals total in the unit. And just like all the other units, we're not looking at every unit every year with a helicopter. Putting a lot of faith in our previous surveys. And we are showing that we've got 8 mature rams, 6 years or older. And based on our management plan, that allows for units to have a hunt, to have a tag. I really think because of the long-standing establishment of that Coleman Rim hunt or Coleman Rim population that we share with Oregon, that there's mature rams in the Coleman Rim area too, along with Hayes Canyon to support one tag, just one tag.
And Mr. McVickers brought up 041. Let's say I'm sorry, 114. My apologies.
Yes, in fact, we've had some discussions just recently about Mount Moriah. And at some appropriate time, I have a crazy idea for a different type of hunt that Commissioner Caviglia has heard a couple times, and he hasn't thrown me out the room yet. So I'll keep you in stitches, and maybe at the next commission meeting we can discuss. But I think better information in that Mount Moriah would be really helpful for all of us. So we'll go back to the drawing board and consider an opportunity to see if we can do something next fall, winter.
Okay, we'll be waiting with bated breath. All right. Yes, Commissioner Almberg.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment that I'm glad to hear that the mountain has a lot of opportunity. So I'm glad to hear we could take a look at it. Thanks.
Okay, so I don't see anybody jumping to make a motion, so I guess I'll do it. I would approve the resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal weapon, hunt 8151. Non-resident California bighorn sheep, any ram, any legal hunt, weapon 8251 with the noted subscript change to 035. Resident California bighorn sheep, any legal weapon hunt 8181. Resident Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep, any ram, any legal weapon hunt 9151. And Rocky Mountain Goat, any legal weapon hunt 7151. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Caviglia. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to CR 21-03 resident, junior deer, and all the deer classes. Who's joining us about deer? Mr. Schroeder's back.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. So I'll just kind of jump in here and give a real brief overview on mule deer. We don't have a lot of proposed changes. I believe you should have the support material. I do have one correction that was an error in the support material. But it was not pertaining to the actual regulation, but the memo explaining it. So that
Okay.
generally what we are looking at for changes are adding early, mid, late season structure to unit group 171, 173, similar to the structure we have in area 22. This is designed to just reduce hunter density and spread out people over multiple seasons. We are changing the 114, 115 Baker Ranch antlerless any legal weapon hunt, changing the early season that ran in September to a later season. So now we have two structures, December 1 to December 5 and December 16 to December 24, based on feedback we've received from the ranch manager and access during that early season. And then the error is in number 3 on the support material. So we actually are proposing to add a muzzleloader hunt in unit 111 to 113, run from November 10 to November 30, not any legal weapon.
This is muzzle.
However, it's correct in the actual CR.
Oh, okay.
And then there is one junior hunt change, a minor change for 065, really just changing the end date for the any legal weapon hunt to correspond to a change in the regular mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt for 065. Basically, we're just changing the end date to November 5th from November 3rd to provide a little bit longer opportunity to be more consistent with the other surrounding units.
Okay.
So that's about it for the changes. We can go through all of them, or if it's up to the commission, I can go through the CAB recommendations this time as well.
Why don't you go through the CAB recommendations?
Okay, and I think I'll probably just be easiest if I share screen like I did before.
Yeah, it wasn't clear on the support material we got this morning what was deer and what was elk. I figured it out, but I think it would be helpful for everyone.
Okay. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the version I have. We'll just start with the juniors. There was large consensus. There were 2 disagreements from White Pine Cab and Washoe Cab pertaining to the antlerless option. Both of them would like to remove the antlerless option for the junior hunt.
For the junior, just in their area respective or overall?
Well, it doesn't say.
Okay, maybe they can clarify in public comment then.
And then for the next category, which would be the antlerless any legal weapon hunt 1181, there was a few dissenting opinions. Lander County disagree. We do not believe in shooting does. Hudson County disagree, although no action. White Pine disagree. Board is opposed to doe hunts. And that's all the comments for the 1181.
Lander, White Pine, and was there one more?
Pershing.
Pershing. Okay, thanks.
And then for the resident, non-resident, antlered, any legal weapon, 1331. In large part agreement, there was one cab disagreement. White Pine County would like to remove the mid-season hunt in unit 221 to 223 and change the season date to sort of a standard structure, October 5th to October 20 for the early and October 21 to November 5th for the late. So going from 3 seasons to 2.
Two. Can you give us those dates again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they would like to change it to just an early late split.
Mm-hmm.
And the early season date would be October 5th to October 20th. And
Okay.
the late would be October 21 to November 5th.
Okay. Okay.
And then for the resident and non-resident muzzleloader, there was also large agreement from the cabs, but one disagreement from White Pine County. They would like to remove the muzzleloader hunt in 111 to 113 late. So that's the season that we're recommending adding. So they don't support that.
Okay.
And then the archery, there was all agreement. And that's it for.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Schroeder on any of the deer hunts? Commissioner Cavilla? Commissioner Allenberg?
I do have a question, Cody, and I know every year we kind of hear it on the junior hunts. Guys don't like the doe side of that hunt, right? Hunting the antlerless side. I'm curious if last year, and I don't know if you guys have all the data yet, but last year the deer hunt, I think kind of overall was difficult. I think partially due to the weather for the entire fall, basically. But did you guys see an uptick last year in the take of does? Just because of the difficulty of the hunt, finding bucks, that some of these juniors went out and took more does than standard. Like I said, I don't know if you have that data yet or not, but I was just curious.
Yeah, Commissioner Cavilla. So we don't have that, unfortunately, for this most recent season. I don't have it at this point. I can tell you that it is fairly stable. It hovers right around 19%. I mean, I'm looking at the 5-year average, and it's ranged anywhere from 16 to about 22% at the highest. So it's right there at about 19% of the juniors. That's statewide. Now, of course, within certain units that can vary a little bit, but that's what we're looking at statewide, is the percentage of does taken.
And then I guess on top of that, I know statewide we have the same season for juniors where they can hunt antlered or antlerless. Is there certain units where we have the really low tag numbers where the antlerless becomes a concern at all on the junior hunts? Or is it at that percentage, is it not, is it a non-concern? Because I mean, we hear this come up almost every year on the junior hunt about killing the antlerless.
Yeah, so it really kind of runs the gamut. Some of the higher ones that I'm looking at are, the Toyabis, the 171 to 173 can be as high as 40%. The Rubies, the 101 to 109 can be, it's probably hovers around 35%. Typically, the units with the lower quotas and the harder to get ones that are kind of more sought after actually have very minimal amount of doe harvest. It ranges from 1% in the 194, 196 unit to, 15% in some of the Washoe County units, which have pretty low quotas. If that helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Allenberg? You're on mute, Commissioner Allenberg.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No
While we're on
worries.
that same topic with the youth hunt there, people forget, we can't even change that at this point in time. It would have to be, I believe, now, again, correct me if I'm wrong, it has to be changed in the language of the definition of the hunt, does it not?
To remove all antlerless.
Yeah, I don't think, we have individual quotas for it, so I think it's in the definition of the hunt, is it not? That it's just that they're allowed any.
I'm seeing Director Wasley shaking his head, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly believe that's the case, Commissioner Allenberg. We can do a quick check in that language and rely on our DAG's interpretation as well. But that's my understanding, is that the either sex aspect is, I believe, written into the definition, but we'll verify that.
You have
And
any?
then,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
and then the second thing was, again, going back to the confusion on the resident mule deer antlerless and illegal weapon hunt 1181 on the Baker ranches, you might want to just to be consistent, add that A to 114 as well, just so there's no confusion.
Yeah, I can certainly make that footnote. I did have a note on that to make it consistent with the antelope hunt, but yeah, it's essentially the same discussion we had before. I'll make the superscript more clearly defining, the unit 114, 115 being restricted to 1 mile.
Okay. Commissioner Keel had his hand up, and then we'll go to McNinch.
Actually, I was going to ask pretty much the same line of questioning that Commissioner Cavill did, so I'm good. Thank you.
You're good. Okay, Commissioner McNinch.
So Cody, on the muzzleloader hunt, one more time on the 111, 113 late. Are those dates reflected accurately, what you're proposing in our paperwork, November 10 through November 30 for each year?
That's correct. They're reflected accurately in the regulation, November 10 to November 30. And there was, I'll just throw this out there now, it was not supported by the white pine.
Right.
And we certainly don't have any, strong opinions if you choose to remove that. It was simply just kind of a additional opportunity, unique opportunity to try to get a later season muzzleloader hunt in there with a fairly low quota. But we certainly respect the opinion of the white pine cab on that to eliminate that recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Schroeder on deer? Okay, I don't see any. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Schroeder, before we go to public comment?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. It's 3:27. We'll come back at 3:30. Okay, it's 3:30. Come back and I'll go through the public comment. We just have a couple, looks like. Washoe Cab recommended to eliminate antlerless from all junior hunts and make it an antlered hunt only. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Mitch McVickers, we just discussed doe hunts in general. All youth does does. Sorry, let me start over. Mitch McVickers, we just discussed doe hunts in general. All youth doe hunts would be the easiest. I apologize that I missed during our cab meeting, but I am opposed to hunting does while our deer populations are as low as they are, and I don't want to see any does harvested, and that's Mike Reese. Okay, that was it for public comment. Do I have any further discussion, questions for Mr. Schroeder? Do we want to clarify the antlerless hunt in junior deer? We have a, Director Wasley, do we have a decision on that?
I'm reading NAC 502063 that defines the junior hunt, and there is not reference to the gender of animals there. And now I'm following up a couple loose trails to NRS, and I don't know if our DAG or if Megan Manfredi in the license office has that information, but I will continue to dig.
Okay. Dag Burkett, do you have any?
I was just going to offer, it's going to take me a minute to find it, and I haven't had any luck so far. I know Director Wasley has much more familiarity with the reg and statutes as it relates to these issues.
Okay. Commissioner Caviglia?
And I guess, the TAC committee is looking at the junior hunt, so that might be a discussion we could have in the future at that level, because that is one of our topics, so.
Right. You are correct. Okay. Further discussion, a motion on deer hunts. Everybody jump at once.
I would make these motions, Chairman East, or Chairwoman East, but I just am staying out of the motion making because everyone has their particularities here. So if it's not completely asinine, I typically just go with it.
Okay, thank you. How about Commissioner McNinch? He's good at these.
I was hoping my mute button wouldn't work, but okay. I guess I'm kind of curious before I do make a motion. I'm wondering what everybody's thinking of on the muzzleloader hunt that was proposed in 111 through 113 late.
Well, personally, I tend to put some weight with the cabs, but that's been my preference since I started on the commission. Is Commissioner Almberg, he has a comment. Yes, Commissioner Almberg.
Yeah, I think it was mirrored after the unit 114, 115 late muzzleloader hunt, and it's a phenomenal hunt. I think a lot of the problem with 111 is it does conflict with another phenomenal hunt, and that's the elk hunt. And over in 114, 115, the deer and elk are kind of separated, but in the shells, not so much. So I would tend to support them as well.
Support the cab. Okay.
That helps. That helps me understand maybe some of the thought process behind that. So, okay, well then I'll make a motion that we relevant to the deer portion of Commission Regulation 2103, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 big game seasons. resident junior mule deer antlered or antlerless archery muzzleloader or any legal weapon hunt 1107 as proposed. I'm being careful this time, Tommy. Resident mule deer antlerless any legal weapon hunt 1181 as proposed, including the correction of the footnote for the 114, 115 Baker Ranch early and late seasons. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered any legal weapon hunt, resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 as proposed. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered muzzleloader hunt resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 as proposed, except removing 111 through 113 late. Resident and non-resident mule deer antlered archery hunt resident 1331 and non-resident 1332 as proposed. And I don't think that we talked about the landowner hunts yet, so that's where
Or just stop. I'll second the motion. Okay, any further discussion? No, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, please. Motion carries 9-0. Whew, okay. I have a question. Are we making decisions on these elk landowner hunts and the emergency big game hunts, or is this for information?
So for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. Historically, you guys have approved these, and we are recommending
Okay,
on the 21-22 emergency big game hunts. So
okay,
I believe we are looking for a motion to approve those. But
okay.
I would defer to Administrator Scott on how to proceed with that exactly.
Okay. Mr. Scott?
Yeah, I would agree, Madam Chair, that if you take a motion on these, that would be good for us.
Okay. Okay, do we have any presentation? Does anyone have questions on either the 2021 and 2021 and 2022 antlerless elk landowner hunts and or the emergency big game hunts? Yes, Mr. Schroeder.
So for the record, Cody Schroeder, so there was some cab comment on the emergency
Okay,
predation hunts.
okay.
And I can just share those real quick. They're pretty brief. I don't think we received any on the landowner hunts, to my knowledge.
Okay.
So the emergency depredation, or emergency big game hunts, Lander County disagree. Their comments are, this is too vague. What constitutes an emergency hunt? And Pershing County disagrees. We felt this should come under the first come, first serve. And I think those were the only disagreements or comments that we received.
Okay. And do you want to speak to any of those comments, CAP comments?
So I can, one change that is, new that we haven't had in the past is adding the bighorn. Historically, it's just been mule deer, pronghorn antelope, and elk. So we have the hunt number definitions in there. We haven't used these hunts very much in the past. They're just sort of there if we need it. The most recent one I can think of is for mule deer in area 6, where we had some, major wildfires that burned winter rain. So and it gives us the flexibility to institute a season outside of the normal time frame and structure that we have. That's how we've used it in the past. Everything else is pretty much the same except for the awarding emergency big game hunt tags. And I'm not 100%, I have to admit, I'm not 100% clear on that myself on, how they would be awarded based on the draw sequence.
Okay. So, Mr. Scott?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, this is an administrative change for us, and I'm actually going to refer this, see if Megan Manfredi will discuss this. This was some suggested changes that helped us with a depredation hunt that we put on just recently. So if Ms. Manfredi can discuss this, I would appreciate it.
Hi, thank you, Chairwoman. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Thank you. This change came about because we had an emergency depredation elk hunt come this year, and we didn't have time to build that draw in our system. And so we in-house internally used applicants from our big game draw who applied for similar hunts for similar species, either elk, spike, or antlerless, and offered the tags to those applicants. And so we're asking basically if that would be okay for future reference for the emergency hunts that we don't have time to build a draw and have an application period for.
So it's almost a first come.
Similar, I guess. It would be basically lucky if you happen to apply in that area that we needed the depredation elk hunt for.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's not. Okay, all right. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla or Ellenberg, I'm sorry.
What would happen in the event that you didn't have enough people in that category to fill your needs for the emergency? Say like it was Area 6 where it was actually a rather large number, and you don't have these people in queue. Then what happens?
Then we would start looking at applicants who just applied for elk in general and offering that way. We also started for the lowest draw number as well. I should add that in. So
Okay.
it's fair that the person with the lowest draw number gets the option first and then so forth.
Okay. Mr.
Commissioner
Scott?
Allenberg, Mike Scott for the record. That's why the language is in there that says the applications that meet similar criteria and similar season dates. That's what we're trying to do, is provide people that actually applied for either that area or that hunt. It's just given us some flexibility to find people that may want to go out and harvest one of these animals in an emergency situation.
Any other questions on these two particular hunts? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to take it out to public comment. It's 3:43. We'll be back at 3:46. Okay, it's 3:46. And I have a couple of comments. I think they're left over from Deer, but I'll go ahead and read them in. From Mitch McVickers, our cab feels we need to increase our deer herd in unit 111 through 113 before adding hunts. Glenn Bunch, when we started the youth hunt, it was designed so that the youth would be successful. And then from Director Wasley, we haven't found either sex for the junior hunt referenced in NRS or NAC yet, but on page 4 of the commission policy number 24, it is clearly defined as an either sex hunt. So we don't really have comments specific to our antlerless elk landowner hunts or our emergency big game hunts. So any further discussion or questions? Yes, Cody Schroeder.
Yeah, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Department of Wildlife. One thing I did want to add, we failed to mention is, one possibility, and this is like a worst case scenario, but we just wanted to kind of make the commission familiar. So in the event that we detected CWD outbreak in Nevada, which we have not detected it so far, some of the mitigation efforts that have been put forth by WAFWA agencies has been using a management hunt to control the spread of CWD. So that may be one instance that we haven't talked about or used before. Again, it's not a likely scenario, but it's a possibility. So we wanted to make you familiar with that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to move then that we approve the 2021 and 2022 antlerless elk landowner hunts and the 2021 and 2022 emergency big game hunts. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Hubbs. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, motion carries 9-0. Wow. We did it. We are finished with 16A. Move on to 16B. Commission Regulation 21-04, 2021 Black Bear Seasons Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The commission will consider adopting the 2021 hunting season dates, open management units, hunting hours, special regulations, animal sex, legal weapon requirements, hunt boundary restrictions, and dates and times for indoctrination courses for black bear. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. I have a short PowerPoint presentation for our Black Bear Season Recommendation, CR 21-04. These are our recommendations, which is no change. We recommend maintaining the same unit groups with the same season dates. To go over some of the harvests from this most previous year and then a 3-year average, which is our main metric to look at the black bear population and its harvest. We saw 13 bears harvested, 7 females and 6 males. Mean age for males over 9, slightly over 5 for female. And we did see an over 50% harvest of females this particular year. So in looking at the parameters that we use, in a single year, that would indicate a heavy harvest for percentage of females, a stable harvest at mean female age, and then a light harvest for mean age of males. However, we don't make decisions off the 1 year. We use a 3-year average to increase our sample size, and we're looking at a stable light, looking at 3-year harvest statistics. And with that, I'll entertain questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Jackson? Commissioner Hubbs.
I have a question. Pat, concerning just the wildfires, how has that impacted the bear habitat this year?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. To the best of my understanding, little to none.
Other questions for Mr. Jackson? Mr. Hubbs?
Just one more question. If using just, I know we didn't get to the petition on the hounds, but it's hard for me to understand if we're, I mean, what's the overall intent of the bear hunt? Is it to kill a sow or is it not to kill a sow? Because it sounds like we're allegedly using the hounds. We should be able to sex them better, but yeah, we went above our threshold. Like, what's our overall intent every hunt year with a bear hunt in terms of sexes?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So historically at this meeting, we've set the hunt units and dates, and then we set the harvest limits, either they be male or, I'm sorry, either sex or female harvest limits. In the past few years, we've had a male harvest limit an overall harvest limit and a female harvest limit. The purpose of this hunt is to provide hunter opportunity and to proceed with caution. A few years ago, the commission recommended adoption of unique to hunt group female harvest limits. And so we do allow the take of sows. However, that is more conservative than the overall take.
So I'm assuming this year, did we go over the sows, or do we just stop the hunting? Isn't that how we do that? Once we go over
I
that limit?
apologize, I didn't create a slide for that. We did close a unique hunt group because the female harvest limit was reached. I don't find that alarming, but that was what was set forth by the commission, and so we abided by that.
Is it true that the females don't typically have young until they're about 4 or 5 years old?
I would say that would be on average. Females can certainly have younger, but I would agree.
On average, the females we took weren't even able to have young yet. They were like, the average age was 4 to 5 years. Is that correct?
The average age was 5.1.
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Pat.
Okay. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Pat, last year, did we have, we had a threshold, I know that was, that we exceeded last year that wasn't optimal. Which one was that?
I think I remember Mike Scott, was it the one with hunt units 19? Is that accurate?
No, I believe it was 291 and 203.
Oh, my apologies.
And I'm sorry, I didn't make my question very clear. And I'm truly asking because I don't remember myself. The thresholds for where we have to have 2 of the 3 that would raise the red flag on the hunt itself. This year, not the 3-year average, I'm sorry, the one before that, Pat. Thank you. So this year we had a heavy harvest for this last year on the percent females in harvest. Did we have a heavy harvest on the females the year before, even though we may not have had 2 of the 3 metrics exceeded, but did we have a heavy harvest on the percent females last year as well?
To the best of my memory, my answer is no, but if you can give me one moment, I can pull up a spreadsheet and double check that. No, we did not.
Do you, I appreciate you looking it up, Pat. One of those, we were in the heavy harvest, one of the metrics, but I don't recall which one. I thought we were anyway.
Well, and apologize for this taking so long. Let me pull
I'm
up last
catching you
year's.
off guard, so I appreciate you digging it up.
I can pull up last year's presentation. The mean age of females harvested in just 2019 was under heavy harvest, yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Jackson? All right, seeing none, we'll take it out for public comment. It is 3:57. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. Ooh, what happened? Bring it back. And we have public comment, so I will start reading it. We have quite a few. Hey, Pat, could you do me a favor and maybe stop sharing your screen? And that way I can, thank you very much. Okay. This gives me a little bit more room to do things here. From Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab. Washoe Cab unanimously supported the black bear hunt with 100% support from our public. Good afternoon, wildlife commissioners. I am in opposition to the 2021 black bear hunt. This hunt is not for population control and is not supported by Nevadans. According to the most recent America's Wildlife Values Nevada State Report, 49% of the respondents disagreed with the black bear hunt, while only 30% agreed When asked if they supported the use of hunting dogs to hunt black bears, a whopping 63% of respondents disagreed with the use of this technique. When broken down by geography, 74% of Las Vegas residents and 66% of Reno and Carson City residents did not support the black bear hunt. As to what Nevadans value, 76% of respondents were interested in wildlife viewing compared to 29% who were interested in hunting. A living bear is more valuable to Nevadans. Thank you for your consideration, Jennifer Simeo, Reno, Nevada. Dear Commissioners, I oppose the black bear hunt as many people do on the following grounds. One, there is no stated management objective. We don't hear NDOW say that the hunt is for the health of the herd. No, it is always that the population can sustain these losses. Only hunter opportunity is that a good reason for this hunt. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to read. They're using lots of capitals. Number two, the black bear hunt is a trophy hunt. The head goes on the wall as decoration and the skin on the floor is a rug. That's it, decoration. There's no redeeming social value. Number three, the use of hounds is destructive. Even in exercising these dogs, what do the dogs do? They harass the wildlife. They certainly do harass bears, even female bears with cubs. What happens to these cubs when the mother is treated and killed? Because Nevada's wildlife belongs to all of the people of Nevada, it is important that you consider the voices of all Nevadans, not just hunters. Problem bears can be dealt with separately, moving them out of the area and educating people about proper garbage receptacles is a good start. Please make the limit at 0 or 1. Thank you, Stephanie Myers, Las Vegas, Clark County. Good morning, Chairperson East and members of the commission. Please see the attached testimony on behalf of Jeff Dixon, Nevada State Director for the Humane Society of the United States regarding the black bear hunt. Thank you, Haley Stewart, Program Manager, Wildlife Protection. Dear Chairwoman East and Commissioners, it is inherently risky to hunt small populations. I will only comment to say that the matrix has only a slight chance of detecting a significant decline in population due to the very small sample size. It is virtually useless, especially given that it is well reported that populations can decline without an alteration of sex and age ratios. I am hoping the department will run some simulations on possible outcomes of the hunt to determine the odds of detecting a declining population. Thank you, Kathy Smith. Public comment, item number 16B, bear hunt, Nevada Wildlife Commission from Fred Volz. The compelling reasons against the bear hunts haven't changed from year to year. NDOW's continuing inability to inaccurately gauge bear populations in each hunt unit surfaces in its wildly fluctuating guesstimates. It is of lowest guesstimate is if its lowest guesstimate is accurate and we have 400 bears in the entire state, killing 20 of them for hunter convenience, opportunity, and success, layered on top of the roughly 20 who die each year because they are designated by NDOW staff as nuisances or are hit by speeding drivers, translates into a 10% loss. From an objective biologist standpoint, those mortality statistics should be very concerning to each and every commissioner with a responsibility to preserve, not destroy, our wildlife species. Kudos to Commissioner Barnes for bringing up the recent Sacramento Bee News article about another California legislative initiative benefiting wildlife that seeks to end sport bear hunting. The article's author. I'm not going to continue to read Mr. Volz's. It's longer than 3 minutes. You all have it. I'm going to move on. In a split 6-1 vote, the Clark County CAB recommends approving Commission Regulation 21-04 2021 black bear seasons as presented. The dissenting opinion was opposed to all black bear hunting and wanted there to be no season. Paul Dixon, Deputy Director. That is it. I have had several emails come in while I've been reading, and my personal email is not public comment. It should be entered into the NDOW commissioner's email or the chat box. So I will forward those comments as I've been seeing them come through, but that's not the appropriate means for public comment. And if I'm wrong, the DAG can tell me that.
I agree with you.
Thank you very much. So any questions or comments regarding Commission Regulation 21-04? Commissioner Hubbs.
I do too also feel like I'm redundant every year on this matter, but some of my concerns are in light of a lot of the literature and information we received and that I researched independently concerning bear hunts, more specifically the use of hounds. But, you know, obviously when you're reading all of that information, you read a lot about the biology of the species. So this is kind of an apex, it's kind of like an apex species, you know, large, takes lots of resources. But one of the interesting things about them is that they are self-managing. If you really look at their biology, they don't need to really be managed in terms of a hunt. The female bears will not produce their young if resources are too low in the natural habitat around them. They actually reabsorb them into their bodies. It's kind of an interesting mechanism. I am concerned also about some of the wildfires. I have a wildfire map up here. I can see habitat in or around where our bears are located that have obviously burned in 2020. And then additionally, the take of the females, especially at that very young age, the sex ratios that we see, there's, you know, we don't know how many cubs were abandoned with each one of the females that were taken, or if there were cubs present at all. And supposedly, if we're using hounds, what I'm hearing is that those types of takes wouldn't be happening because, you know, I get so close with my hound that I'm able to shoot, you know, what I want to shoot. And so for me, I really don't really support this hunt. I find it highly chargeable with the public. They are very upset about having this hunt. I hope the money is worth it to the department for the amount of unrest it causes, because I really don't think the public would be so upset if we just left the bears alone. And I don't believe that they're harming. Their numbers are going to be dangerous in and of itself. As I say, they self-manage themselves. So if we were to shorten the season, obviously I will support that. Otherwise, I will not support the season for this hunt.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Bye. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I won't belabor my position on it too much, other than to say I have, while we may not be tripping the matrix, the 2 of the 3 metrics every year, that would raise the red flag. We're certainly hitting a peak on one of those metrics each year, and it just kind of compounds my concern that we're just not able to evaluate or statistically highlight or recognize potential problems with the population. At least I'm not comfortable with it, not in a timely manner. I feel that waiting for a 3-year average to show us that we've got a problem, we're too late. And this is just stuff that's been in my mind. And so I won't be able to support a season on it this year like I have in the past. I'm just not quite where I need to be to support it. I have those concerns. This year, we hit 1 metrics on the female harvest. Last year, it was different metrics on the female harvest. In years past, I believe if we look back to when we started to use these metrics, we were hitting quite frequently in the light harvest area. I think that if we were to evaluate it, it just feels like we're hitting more frequently in the moderate or heavier range now on some of those metrics, or barely missing the heavy range on 2 of the 3. So I feel like we're looking at a train wreck coming at us, and you know, I can't justify in my mind waiting for a 3-year average to show us that that there's something coming at us, and waiting for that to happen. So that's where I stand.
Okay. Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I understand where Dave's coming from. the way we've been bumping up against that, those levels. But, you know, we're setting seasons today, and I think if we knew if there's some more concerns, we could look at that when we get to the quota setting. And I don't know, Madam Chairman, are you ready for a motion, or you want to hear some more discussion?
I believe I'm ready for a motion because I don't see anyone else raising their hand for discussion.
Okay, then I will attempt a motion. I will move to adopt CR 2104 2021 Black Bear seasons as proposed.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Almberg. So I have a motion by Vice Chair Barnes and a second by Commissioner Almberg to approve Commission Regulation 21-04 2021 Black Bear season. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a 7-4 and opposed. 2 opposed. Motion carries 7-2. Thank you. We'll move along to 16C, Commission Regulation 21-05 2021 to 2022 Mountain Lion Season and Harvest Limits. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting the 2021-2022 Mountain Lion Hunting Season, open units, harvest limits by unit group, hunting hours, and special regulations. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. Can everyone see that okay?
Not yet. There we go.
We are recommending a small change this year. Historically, we have had a statewide harvest limit of 245 mountain lions and a unique harvest limit of 2 to Interstate Hunt 091. We are now recommending maintaining that hunt and then just having a total state harvest limit of 247. And if I can back up a little bit, I understand that there was a letter expressing interest and concern of mountain lions in the state. I believe most, if not all, of those questions should be answered in this presentation.
Okay.
So back in 2012, a PhD candidate has since finished, published a work in a genetics paper identifying some unique genetic subpopulations within Nevada. She used our tissue samples taken from hunter harvested lions, did this analysis and identified these genetic subpopulations. We then snapped those to our hunt units and identified her 5 populations and then an additional transient population. We all know that that transient population is a very, very arid part of the state, and we don't expect that there would be many lions there. In fact, most would be most likely to be dispersing individuals from other parts of the state. And so when we look at our lion harvest, we also use a 3-year average, and we look at adult female harvest and don't want to see anything above 35%, and we don't want to see above 50% for an overall female harvest. And so mountain lions, if you look to the literature in Nevada, you could expect about 4 lions per 100 square kilometers. They're not a dense animal, can be hard to detect, hard to model. And so at the moment, this is what we use to determine if we are seeing an overharvest or a concern that we might be seeing an overharvest. So with that, in short, we're not. I can come back to this if folks want to see it. And I find it fascinating. We don't expect to have many resident lions in the transient population, and we aren't seeing an overharvest there. If you look in the CR, these are the complete unit groups that we recommend by genetic subpopulation and then that total harvest. And I'd like to point out that we are maintaining the same units that are closed to hunting for one reason or another. And so if it's important to acknowledge that within NIC 502370, it's dictated that qualifying individuals, both residents and non-residents, can purchase up to 2 mountain lion tags per year. And then a mountain lion harvest season begins March 1st and goes to the last day in February. If you'll remember, February is the month that houses the date for leap year. To my understanding, 2021 is a leap year. And so with that, individuals can take 2 per year, 1 lion per tag. You can hunt any time of the day or night, unless the county does not allow you to discharge a firearm at night, and that's a county law ordinance, not NDOW's. And you need to check in with our 1-800 number to ensure that the hunt is still open. And with that, I will entertain questions.
I have a question for you, Mr. Jackson. How many lions were taken through this harvest last year?
Through hunter take, it was 178.
178. That's higher than usual?
I didn't retain that number. Our lion harvest is largely self-regulating, and it's really tied to snowfall and how often we get snowfall. Nevada sports, but the vast majority of mountain lions taken by hunters are pursued with hounds. In order to find lion tracks, you need to have snow, and ideally fresh snow. And so years where we get more snowfall events, we have more lion take. In the years that we have less snowfall events, we have less lion take. And I would say that that's on the heavier side of the spectrum. We've certainly had years where it's been lighter, but I wouldn't call that heavy.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Hubbs?
Okay, I'm going to try to talk. I don't know if you can hear me okay. Can you hear me all right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I have 2 dogs that just were barking at somebody. Anyways, my question to you, Pat, is say for example, do we have mountain lions in area 115? Like, do we hunt for mountain lions there, right? Or they exist there?
My answer to both would be yes. They exist and they are hunted there.
So do we have any predation studies going on in that area where we're actively taking out mountain lions?
You'll have to forgive me. I'm not battle born. And is that the unit that houses Mount Moriah? Can anyone chime in?
Yeah, we just had a unit, a hypothetical unit where we need to do a depredation hunt. The question is like, are we looking at all this together? Like, are we doing hunts where we're taking out mountain lions, and is that biologically sound?
So there are times where we NDOW would like to decrease lion densities for the sake of another game species, predominantly bighorn sheep. With Mount Moriah, we have used wildlife services to go in and remove mountain lions. So at the moment, we don't have a depredation hunt, so to speak. Any sportsman with a hunting license can purchase a mountain lion tag over the counter, but we do work with USDA Wildlife Services and private contractors to remove mountain lions.
Right.
And we do.
I guess my question is the ability to collaborate and work together as the department. Like, do the game officers come to you and say, hey, we're going to have to do a depredation hunt, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm actually getting rid of mountain lions here? Like, how is that dialogue set up? I mean, I think it's important dialogue to have, because like, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot. Like, if we have too many elk, I'm assuming mountain lions eat elk, correct?
Yes.
Like, if you have too many elk, when are we making sure we're easing up on hunting mountain lions in that area or in our predation plan and adapting as needed, like adaptive management, if you will.
So Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record, are you asking, are we considering mountain lions as a tool to manage elk numbers? Is that your question?
Yes, because we obviously consider them something that depletes numbers in other species, and we actively go out and take them for our predation management. So I guess my question is, if we have like this year, we're noticing, hey, we might need to do a depredation hunt because we have too many elk in this area. Are we making sure that we're not taking out a predator that might control that population?
The short answer is no, we are not. However, I think it's important to point out, I don't know that mountain lions, at least I'm not familiar with any literature where they've been used to, say, throttle back on harvest to increase elk take. Elk are substantially larger than deer. I would expect your average mountain lion in the state to consume more deer than I would than elk. So, and then referencing work we're doing down in the Delamars in the southeast corner, we see something fairly similar with horses, and there's a smaller bodied horse in that part of the state where all lions, all marked lions are eating some horses, but not all lions eat a lot of horses. So I saw that as a recommended public comment. And my opinion as a manager is that that would not be an efficient or effective management tool.
To a little bit more, but I know you handle our predation management plan too. So we found out that 178 mountain lions were taken through the season setting quotas that were set last year. How many were taken through the predation management plan in total? Do we have that number?
That was presented at the November meeting. And I don't remember that number off the top of my head. If you want me to take a break, I can tabulate that.
That's the total number taken from the state, right? That we're tracking. Unless there's other information, like some may be hit by car. But I think collectively we should look at all the numbers being taken. We have 178 through hunting, just traditional hunting, but then we have a certain number for predation management. I think that would be helpful to understand exactly how many mountain lions are harvested in Nevada.
Commissioner Hubbs, your microphone is giving us a very garbled sound. So maybe we could take a break from your questions and let Mr. Jackson look up some of that information and answer any other questions or go to public comment. Commissioner Olmberg?
Yes, I had a question. Pat, do you have the harvest summarized per unit group?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record, no. I have it by genetic subpopulation, but not by hunt unit. I could tabulate it that way, but I don't have it tabulated that way.
Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? Okay, seeing none, I think we'll let him look up that information. We'll go to public comment. It's 4:25. We'll come back at 4:28.
And just to clarify, the information that I need to summarize is the number of lions removed through various predator projects in the most recent predator report. Is that what you'd like to see?
Yes, I believe that Commissioner Hubbs was asking.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back at 4:28. Okay, it's 4:28. And we've got quite a few public comments. Again, I ask people making public comment to be brief. We have a lot of additional work to do today. I'll start reading through these. Dear Chairwoman East and Commissioners, thank you for reading my comments into the record. I was able to read this in about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Only a few states allow 24-hour hunting of mountain lions for 365 days a year, one mini step above vermin. Nevada doesn't hunt mountain lions with a population goal in mind, so there is another opportunity hunt. According to comments in the Predator Management Plan, the lion harvest is unlikely to be reducing state populations. Well, that's comforting. But department staff admits that small sample size in regional areas limit evaluation of harvest effects. I believe most lions are hunted with dogs. When hunting mountain lions, unlike bears, there is solid scientific data confirming improvement in accurate sex determination. When hunters are able to accurately select males to kill, how exactly can you use the sex kill data to determine a population decline? Studies confirmed that trophy mountain lion hunting increases human-wildlife conflict. Teichman et al., blah, blah, blah. 2016, Landre 2019. California has banned lion hunting and has one of the lowest rate human-lion interactions in the country per capita. Washington State biologist Wilgus says the best thing you can do is to just leave them alone. He also added in the 20 years of research I did with WDFW, we conducted the largest study of cougars ever done anywhere. We found that heavy retaliatory killing or preventative killing actually increased the problems. This data has been replicated in other states. The department and commission seems so concerned about humans being injured by bears and at the same time supporting recommendations regarding lion hunts that have shown to increase negative encounters with people. Even a commissioner who represented ranching told me that he has actually seen firsthand that mountain lion conflict increases because of hunting, although he still supported lion hunting. In summary, I think we need to start respecting Nevada's mountain lions more, follow the scenic science, and decrease the risk of mountain lion conflict with humans by substantially limiting the season. Thank you so much, Kathy Smith. Why doesn't staff provide a chart showing what hunt units the 178 lions were taken in? The commission should ask for that information for future presentations. Jenna Wright. Good afternoon, Chairperson East and members of the commission. The Humane Society of the United States opposes the mountain lion hunting season and harvest limit proposal before you. Hunters in Nevada kill hundreds of mountain lions every year for a trophy, not for subsistence. Hunters primarily use dogs to hunt mountain lions, which, as with bears, is not considered fair chase hunting by most Americans and causes significant harm to mountain lions, other wildlife, and the dogs themselves, who can be injured or killed during their chase. Moreover, hunters are permitted to kill mountain lions year-round at any time, day or night, including during peak birthing season when kittens are most vulnerable. In addition to the harm it causes to mountain lions, hunting of this keystone species has negative effects on other wildlife and even entire ecosystems. For example, research shows that killing mountain lions to protect big game species such as bighorn sheep is typically ineffective and may expose larger numbers of herd animals to disease. Research also demonstrates that trophy hunting of mountain lions is associated with increased conflicts with humans, pets, and livestock. Readily available non-lethal methods are much more effective for preventing conflicts with mountain lions before they occur. Therefore, we urge you to oppose the mountain lion hunting proposal and instead prohibit the hunting of these native carnivores. If Nevada does continue allowing the hunting of mountain lions, it must limit quotas to sustainable levels, which is approximately 14% of the adult population, and no longer permit hunting with dogs and night hunting. It must also limit the season to prevent overlap with peak birthing season, which occurs from summer through the fall, to reduce the death of newborn kittens. Haley Stewart. Public comment, mountain lions, hunter convenience, opportunity, and success have once again overridden good biology and sound stewardship of Nevada's mountain lion population. The backup material for this item disavows any NDOW responsibility to change NAC 502.370 that permits the year-round killing season 24 hours a day and which fails to give mountain lions time to recuperate from hunter pursuits. Any hunted species should have some period of time when they needn't live in fear of hunters, if only for procreation purposes. Nowhere in the backup do we even see a guesstimate of mountain lion populations by hunt unit, yet it has been proposed that up to 247 of them die from trophy hunters' acts plus contract killers' actions. There is no allocation of allowable deaths by hunt unit to minimize the local impact on survival prospects of the species. Predation Project 42, later in the agenda, admits the department lacks reliable mountain lion census information. No matter the mountain lion hunting season and contract killing must go on. How is this biologically sound for preservation of the species? Send staff back to the drawing board with a better killing plan that offers some modicum of protection for mountain lions and increases the probability of species survival in any given active hunt unit. I'm not sure who that was from. It does not say. On behalf of the Nevada Sporting Dog Alliance, we support the proposed season and quota limits for mountain lions as written. Jonathan Lesperance. Joel Blakesley. Lions and bears are spreading all along the California border. The deer-lion ratio is really bad in northwestern Nevada. Dear Commissioners, wildlife belongs to all of us, all of the public. Wildlife does not belong only to hunters. The views of the public must be taken into account. We speak for the entire ecotourism industry, which needs wild animals in their natural state for viewing. We speak for the majority of Nevadans who do not hunt for sport. The season is all year long. There is not a single minute of any day, this or any year, when you cannot legally shoot a mountain lion. This is simply wrong. The support materials say that the season is dictated by NAC. NAC can be changed and should be changed regard to the mountain lion season. Why is the mountain lion the only animal besides the coyote which can be hunted on any day of the year at any hour of the day or night? What science allows this kind of ubiquitous hunt? The kill limit should not be raised. Please make the harvest limit at 0 or 1. Thank you for considering my views. Stephanie Myers, Las Vegas. And that is it for public comment. Mr. Jackson, do you have the requested information for Commissioner Hubbs?
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. In most recent fiscal year that I reported on, we harvested an additional 21 mountain lions.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? Okay. Seeing none, I will move to approve CR 21-05, 2021 to 2022 mountain lion season and harvest limits. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Rogers. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 8-1 with Commissioner Hubbs opposing. All right, moving on to 16D, Commission Regulation 21-06, 2021 to 2022 and 2022 to 2023, restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas. Wildlife Staff Specialist Cody Schroeder for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting the 2021 to 2022 and 2022 to 2023 hunting seasons and quotas for restricted non-resident guided mule deer, including hunt boundary restrictions. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action. Mr. Schroeder?
Yes, for the record, Cody Schroeder, Staff Specialist, Department of Wildlife. So you should have received in your support material a memo that basically explains the season structure that essentially mirror the any legal weapon non-resident hunts. And this is unique in that it does have the quota. The quota is based on the prescription laid out in Nevada Revised Statute 502.147, essentially limiting the number to 37.5% of the tags for the any legal weapon and non-resident restricted combined the previous year, with an additional stipulation that it cannot exceed 16% of the total non-resident quota or 400 tags, whichever is larger. And I think I'll probably just share my screen now, and that might be the easiest way to look at these. I don't have anything prepared. We did not receive any public comment or CAB comment on this particular CR. But I did check to make sure that the motion that was passed, previously today for the regular non-resident hunts, the season dates should line up the exact same. We did add 3 hunt units to it this year. One highlighted here in red. You can see my screen, 115 to run December 1 to December 15 with 1 tag, 195, 195, October 5 to November 2nd, 1 tag, and 201, 204, November 5 to November 30th with 1 tag as well. And you can see the total here, the total quota would be 351. And with that, I would entertain any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Commissioner Olmberg?
Did we receive any of the CAB or any of the, any input on this?
I did not see any. I did not see any particular to this. However, I did not go through all the minutes from all the CABs they submitted. It may have been left off the form summary, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that.
I'm looking at an action report from Washoe County, and they did support this. I went through most of the action reports last night, and I didn't see anything, any opposition to this, but if there is, I would recommend they put that in the comments in the chat or send us the email. But I don't see any comments in opposition. Any other questions for Mr. Schroeder? Okay, seeing none, we'll go out to public comment. It's 4:41. We'll come back at 4:45. Okay, it's 4:45. And we don't have any public comment on CR 21-06. So any other questions? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
No question, but I'm prepared to make a motion when you're ready.
Go for it.
I'll make a motion to approve Commission Regulation 21-06, 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas as proposed.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch and a second by Vice Chairman Barnes to approve Commission Regulation 21-06, 2021 to 2022, and 2022 to 2023 restricted non-resident guided mule deer seasons and quotas. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion carries 9-0. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 16E, Commission Regulation 21-07, 2022 Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2022 Heritage Tag Species, Seasons, and Quota. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Munoz.
Thank you. For the record, Kimberly Munoz, Division Chief, Data and Technology Services. I am presenting the 2022 Heritage Tag Auction Seasons. The department recommends no changes to the previous year's Heritage Tag species or quota, nor does the department recommend having any changes to the Heritage Tag seasons that were adopted at the November Commission meeting. We do continue to of the hunt units for the Rocky Mountain elk, as well as the Nelson Desert Bighorn sheep for Heritage Tag number 1 and number 2. And these would be the units that were filled in the prior year. We also recommend the closed hunt unit for the California Bighorn sheep Heritage Tag number 1 for the unit that was harvested for the prior year. We have added language referencing the mandatory Bighorn sheep indoctrination class that was directed by the Commission at their June 2020 meeting. And with that, I will take any questions the Commission might have.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Munoz? Yes, Commissioner Cavilla.
I guess technically on the, and I know this like the hunt units that's allowed by the heritage tags always creates confusion every year, but and I don't know how, if we want to word it differently, but like on the Nelson tag for unit group, we have all open except for unit 263. And in reality, we don't know what units will be open yet, right? It's 2022, the 2021 hunt needs to take place. So I don't know if that's something we put to be determined or how you address that, right? Because it's in reality, we don't know what is going to be open and what's not at this point. I mean, nobody does those. The 2021 hunts haven't taken place. Because I know it's created confusions because people go back and look at this when we approve the hunt and you look and say, well, 263, and this has come up a lot and probably come up within the department a lot as well. It creates confusion. I don't know if we should just change that wording that it has to be determined at a later date, because in reality, we cannot determine that right now.
We could do that and then come back and amend it after we know what those units are. Amend this CR.
And that's kind of, we're having that discussion at the TAC committee too about kind of modifying how that's determined, but approving that's technically not correct because they're not even going to hunt 263 this year at all. So that is not correct, leaving it on there. And then as in regards to the California hunts, yeah, I guess you kind of have the same boat there as well. I mean, 041, we're not even going to have a hunt this year at all. So anyway, that was my only concern.
Okay, any other? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, we also did receive some public comment by an email. I think it was from Doyle Moss earlier. And from what I gathered there is we used to have language that allowed hunting in, I believe it was 181, the Fairview unit on public ground, and then also on the public portions of the couple units that are on the Nevada test and training range as well. And I was looking for clarification from the department if we need to add that back in, or if the intent is not to allow those units to be open.
I'll refer to Division Chief Mike Scott to answer that question. Mike, can you take that?
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Keel, my understanding, and maybe Jack Robb can even jump in, because my understanding is that these tags could still hunt the open portions of those units, but the military portions, they would have to go through the indoctrination courses that the military holds in order to hunt those portions of those units.
Okay, that was kind of my take on it as well. And I think the confusion is that we don't specifically spell that out in this CR. So it wasn't, readily apparent to everybody that it was in there. And should we put that language back in?
Commissioner Keel, Mike Scott for the record. I would say we should spell that out. The language should be in there so that it's clear. And I'll just ask Deputy Director Robb if that is reasonable.
I don't see him jumping on.
We can certainly investigate it and come up with an answer for you, but I'm not sure where he is. But I know we discussed this, but I'm not 100% sure that what I've said is accurate. But I believe they could still hunt the public land portions, but they would have to attend the indoctrinations that the military puts on in order to hunt those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cavilla?
And I guess to follow up to Casey's question, we do have that language. I think if you look at the next item, the silver state tag in that, we have that language at the bottom of those. I don't know why it wasn't included with the heritage tags, but I believe that language is specifically what they're talking about, and they reference the restricted parts of those hunt units. And I don't know if it's as simple as just including that language in the heritage CR.
You're right, we do. Could we do that, Mr. Scott and Ms. Munoz? Yes, okay.
I can easily make that adjustment. If you want to make a motion to add that in there and it passes, then we'll add it in.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Comments? No, okay. Go back out to public comment. It's 4:53. We'll come back at 4:56. Okay, time's up. It's 4:56 and we have no public comment on this particular CR. So any further comment, a motion? Commissioner Keel.
Thank you, Chairwoman East. If there's no other discussions, I'm prepared to move forward with a motion.
That would be great.
I'll move to approve Commission Regulation 21-07, the 2022 Heritage Tag seasons and quotas as presented, with the following changes to include somehow denoting that the unit groups that will be closed are subject to change to the prior year's heritage hunt, as well as to add the language to be consistent with the Silver State tag, and note that to hunt on the public portions of the test and training range, and when those hunters do, they need to comply with requirements for the naval station to hunt during that portion of the season.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Hubbs. So I have a motion by Commissioner Keel and a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve CR 21-07, 2022 Wildlife Heritage Tag Seasons and Quotas with the noted changes. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, motion carries 9-0. Okay, moving along. 16F, Commission Regulation 21-08, 2021 Silver State Tags Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2021 Silver State Tag species, seasons, and quotas. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. Ms. Munoz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I am presenting the 2021. The department recommends no changes to last year's species and quotas. However, we do recommend a change to the Silver State Nelson Bighorn season to mirror the Nelson Bighorn Sheep Heritage Tag season that amended at the commission meeting. The department has no other changes for the other species from the prior year. We do recommend the closure of Hunt Unit 271 for desert bighorn sheep and 91 for the elk tag. We have also added the mandatory bighorn sheep indoctrination class language as directed by the commission at the June 2020 meeting. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission has.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Munoz? I don't see any. Fantastic. Okay, I think that's very thorough. We'll take it out for public comment. We're not getting a lot, so I'm just going to give this 2 minutes. So we'll come back at 5:01. Okay, it's 5:01. And we don't have any public comment. So I will move to approve CR 21-08, 2021 Silver State tags as presented by the department. Do I have a second? I have a motion by myself and a second by Commissioner Hubbs. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. 16G. Commission Regulation 21-09, 2021 Partnership in Wildlife Tags, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2021 Partnership in Wildlife Tags hunt species, seasons, and quota. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action.
For the record, Kimberly Munoz, I am presenting the 2021 Partners Life Tags. So this year, the department recommends no changes to the Partners in Wildlife species, quotas, or seasons. We do, however, recommend changes of Hunt Unit 181, 263, and 271 for the Desert Bighorn sheep tags, and Unit 91 for the elk tag, Unit 41 for the California Bighorn sheep tag. The department has added the language for the mandatory Bighorn sheep indoctrination class that was directed by the commission at the June 2020 meeting. And with that, I will answer any questions that the commission has.
Commissioner Caviglia, I think this was something you were, can you speak to this?
Yeah, so I believe on the California Bighorn PIW tag, we just need to change it, and unit 041's not, there's no draw tags in there anyways, but I guess we can leave it on there, but then unit 011 and 013, I don't believe, based on our earlier discussion, we want to allow the PIW tag to hunt in there.
Right. Mr. Scott?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Caviglia, I would respectfully ask that you consider closing unit 068 as well. We had 12 rams harvested out of there last year. And that means we're going to probably have to reduce tags to the general hunts for that. So I would ask that you consider that change as well.
That's for the California
Yes,
tag?
ma'am.
Okay. So we would add 011, 013, and 068. Okay, we close 4 units. Okay. Any other, it's getting dark. Any other comments or questions on PIW? Okay, I don't see any. We'll go back out to public comment. It's 5:05. We'll come back at 5:07. Okay, it's 5:07 and we don't have any public comment on the PIW tags. Any further discussion, a motion? Commissioner Caviglia?
I guess I have a quick question to the department, then I'll make a motion. Do we even need to include the exclusion of 041 in there anymore if there's not a hunt in 041 this year?
Mike Scott for the record. I don't believe you do, but it probably wouldn't hurt just because it would better clarify it to the tag holders that that unit is not open.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve CR 21-09 2021 partnership and wildlife hunts as presented with the following exception on the California bighorn tag. In the excluded units, we're going to add unit 011, 013, and 068.
Okay, do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Perini. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Caviglia, a second by Commissioner Perini to approve CR 21-09 2021 partnership and wildlife with the noted changes. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. All right, moving along to 16H, Commission Regulation 21-10, 2021 Dream Tag Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider adopting a regulation to set the 2021 Dream Tag species, seasons, and quota. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action.
For the record, Kimberly Munoz, I am presenting the 2021 Dream Tag. The department recommends no changes from the prior year's Dream Tag season, species, and quotas. You will note that we have general description of the indoctrination class due to the uncertainty of the pandemic and the possibility to a need to schedule these classes. We do recommend the closures of hunt units 181, 263, 271 for bighorn sheep, unit 91 for the elk tag, and unit 41 for the bighorn sheep tag. Also note added the language referring to the mandatory bighorn sheep indoctrination class that was directed by the commission June 2020 meeting. And with that, I will answer any questions that the commission has.
So do we need to add the additional unit closures to this one as well for the Californias? Yes, okay, I'm getting a nod. So that would be 011, 013, and 068. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Comments? Okay, public comment will come back at 5:12. It's 5:10. Okay, it's 5:12 and we don't have any public comment. We get everybody back. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve Dream Tag? Vice Chair Barnes,
There we go. Sorry about that. Madam Chair, I would move to accept CR 21-10, 2021 Dream Tags as presented. Following corrections for the California Bighorn Sheep Tag number 1, closed unit group 011, 013, and 068.
do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Hubbs. So a motion by Vice Chair Barnes, a second by Commissioner Hubbs to approve CR 21-10, 2021 Dream Tags as presented. But I have a question from Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not so much a question.
Okay.
I'm gonna vent some frustration with, when the Dream Tag stuff came along, I was very supportive of it. And over the last couple of years, we've modified the number of tags issued for black bear hunts that would throw it into, that would allow a black bear tag to be thrown in with the Dream Tag stuff. And due to my concerns with the black bear hunt, it's forced me to take something that I have supported from the very second that it was thought of and started to work on. I put time and energy into it with the folks that they were swimming upstream. They did a great job, Diana and Judy, to get this thing pushed over the line. It was a very well thought out and very, I don't know, I've always liked it. And now I feel I'm forced to vote against it, but I want to recognize my support for everything but the black deer portion of this. I will be voting no. And I do want to point out one irony that's just kind of dawning on me. We're closing these seasons because of the number of animals that were removed from some of these other areas to preclude too much pressure. And when it comes to the black bear, we had areas that were closed because there were too many females taken the previous year. And we've had, there's really been no thought on it. And so that's of concern. So these are the reasons why I'm concerned about the black bear hunt. But I support everything but the black bear portion, and I'll have to vote no.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Commissioner Hubbs?
I'm going to withdraw my second. I actually agree with Commissioner McNinch on this too. And in light of trying to keep everything moving, I do remember we added the black bear to this. So I withdraw my second, and I'll probably be in line more so with Commissioner McNinch on this one.
Okay, I did see another hand on the second. Does someone want to raise their hand on the second? Commissioner Caviglia. Okay. So I have a motion to approve CR 21-10, 2021 Dream Tags from Vice Chair Barnes and a second from Commissioner Caviglia. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 7-2 with Commissioners Hubbs and McNinch opposed. Okay, we are at 16I, Commission Regulation 21-11, 2021 Big Game Application Deadlines, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The Commission will consider adopting regulation to set the 2021 Big Game Tag Application deadlines and related information. Once the Commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the Commission prior to taking any action.
For the record, Kimberly Munoz, Division Chief, Data and Technology Services. I'm presenting the 2021 Big Game Application Deadline. There is one change that I would like to make on CR 2111, and that is the application deadline that we have listed for the non-resident guided mule deer hunt. I've got down there March 8th, 2021. I would like to move that back 1 week and put the deadline at March 15th, 2021. That was an oversight on my part and didn't catch that to make that correction before we submitted these CRs.
Okay.
So other than that change, we have no other recommendations to the main draw or the second draw format. The department would recommend adding sex and species draw order to the main draw, and you'll find on the CR itself that we're recommending. We are also recommending that we continue to use the big game applications to be submitted online and accept no applications via the mail. And we continue to get harvest questionnaires submitted online or over the telephone. The department recommends no changes the prior year deadline. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission has on CR 21-11.
We did have some public comment on the big game main draw from the cabs, that the order be changed, Partners in Wildlife come after Silver State. Do we have any? I'm not sure why it's either way. Can maybe someone explain that to us?
It really won't matter. So if you choose to do Silver State first, we can easily change.
Okay. I think I would like to see that. Any other questions or revisions to this CR? Okay, seeing none, it is an action item. We'll go back out. It's 5:19. We'll come back at 5:21. Okay, it's 5:21 and we have one comment, it looks like. Persian Cap supports the department's recommendations with the following exceptions. We think that the Silver State tag should be drawn before the PIW and the big main draw. And the dates for the second draw and the first come, first served should be changed and not on the same day. Okay, so the dates for the second draw, first come, first serve. Oh, okay, June 14th, 2021. Big game second draw. Big game first come. Ms. Munoz, are you coming back with us?
I am here. Sorry about that. I was reading those.
Okay. Is there a reason those are on the same day? Does it matter?
So it's an application deadline. So the second draw deadline is the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
And it's first come, first serve. See, it's the deadline as well through the 14th. Yeah, we can move that.
Do you have a recommendation?
Let me look at our calendar real quick. Give me a second.
Okay. Any other thoughts while she's doing that? Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess the first come, first serve, if I recall correctly how that's going to work, those are the tags that come 2 weeks prior to the start of the hunt where we can't use the alternate list, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't even know why it's kind of weird. You don't even have an application with the first come, first serve, right? That's going to be an ongoing list. So I don't know how you even put a date to that, I guess.
Right.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
in prior years, we did have, if there were any leftover tags after the second draw, there was a first come, first serve period. We had never had to use that, but we've reformatted the first come, first serve to be the queue that was passed in Commission General Regulation 490 last year. So we can strike that whole section out. Be a deadline.
Okay.
We will, as tags are returned to the department, we will put them in the first come, first serve queue.
And they'd be different for each hunt.
They are up until the morning the season opens for that particular tag in question.
Right. Okay. So we would strike that whole section.
Correct.
Okay. Everybody okay with that?
What section are we striking?
Commissioner,
Just so I can.
the big game. Yeah, it's the big game first come, first serve application deadlines. Just above harvest questionnaires.
Okay, got it.
So the way I see it is we've got two other changes. One under restricted non-resident guided mule deer hunt draw application deadlines, changing that date from March 8th to the 15th. And then under big game main draw order, moving Silver State in front of Partners in Wildlife. Everybody okay with the proposed changes? Okay, then I move to approve CR 21-11 2021 big game application deadlines with the changes to restricted non-resident guided mule deer hunt draw application deadline March 8th to the 15th. Under big game main draw order, moving Silver State ahead of Partners in Wildlife and striking big game first come first serve application deadlines in its entirety. Do I have a second? I have a second by Commissioner Hubbs. All in favor, raise your hand for approval. And no opposed. So motion carries 9-0. 16J. Hey, we're getting there. Commission Regulation 21-12, big game tag application eligibility and tag limits, Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Kimberly Munoz for possible action. The commission will consider adopting regulation to set the 2021 big game tag application eligibility and tag limits and related information. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address, wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action.
For the record, Data and Technology Services Division Chief Kimberly Munoz. The department recommends no changes to the prior year's big game application eligibility and tag limits. Just note that we've added additional explanation in here for the first come, first serve process that was included in regulation as a result of and legislation approval of Commission General Regulation 490. With that, any questions that the commission might have on CR 21-12.
Any questions for Ms. Munoz? Nope. Okay, we're going back out to public comment. We'll come back at 5:29. Okay, it's 5:29 and we don't have any public comment on CR 21-12. Do I have a motion? Vice Chair Barnes?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will move to approve CR 21-12, 2021 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits as presented.
All right, do I have a second? Okay, I've got a motion by Vice Chair Barnes and a second by Commissioner Rogers to approve 2020 or CR 21-12, 2021 Big Game Tag Application Eligibility and Tag Limits. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much for all that speedy work. We are moving on to Commission Agenda Item number 17, Draft Fiscal Year 2022 Predation Management Plan, Wildlife Specialist, Staff Specialist, Pat Jackson for possible action. The draft fiscal year 2022 Predation Management Plan will be presented to the Commission for initial review. Following this review, the draft plan will be updated and shared with the State Predatory Animal and Rodent Committee. All comments from that committee, county advisory boards to manage wildlife, and any other interested entity will be compiled and shared with the Wildlife Damage Management Committee for their consideration at their March 2021 meeting. The Commission will receive an update at the March 2021 meeting from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee and may provide additional direction at that time. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Hey.
Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great. So here I am to present the first round of fiscal year 2022's Predator Management Plan. So a little bit about where we are with the various plans, reports, and the fiscal years. I just provided a report at the November commission meeting on fiscal year 2020. We are currently working in fiscal year 2021, and I am presenting the plan that would be go into effect fiscal year 2022. All of our plans and reports are on our website. A little bit about the predator fee. It now generates almost $800,000 a year. Of that, $14,000 goes to Nevada Department of Agriculture for administrative uses. The remainder goes predominantly towards predator projects within this plan, also staff salary, and any excess remains in an account for future years. It does not revert back to a general fund. The three ways we can spend this money on projects are the management of predatory wildlife, the research on lethal control techniques of predatory wildlife, and the protection of sensitive species. We are now also mandated to spend 80% of the revenues for 80% of revenues for a fiscal year of which we have accurate accounting on lethal removal, and that lethal removal can include monitoring. So the math on what we need to spend to meet that 80% mandate is $637,830. And right now in this plan, we are proposing an expenditure of no more than $749,000. So projects recommended for continuation. I'd like to make a note, we are not changing much except for a few dollar amounts in various projects, and there are no new proposed projects at this time. Project 21 is the removal of common ravens for the protection of greater sage grouse. This is a collaboration with USDA Wildlife Services and also the USGS with the budget of $175,000. We use a toxicant, a corvicide known as DRC 1339, and it's injected in hard-boiled chicken eggs and put out in areas in and near where greater sage grouse nest and lek to temporarily decrease their densities. Project 2201, this is mountain lion removal for the protection of California bighorn sheep in 011 and 013. And as we just heard, it's the first time in a long time, maybe ever, that we've had a tag issued there. This project, it's year-round removal, has a budget of $90,000. We use both USDA Wildlife Services and private contractors to remove lions in and around those populations. And these are some metrics put in place by the commission a handful of years ago to dictate what we will do at different populations. So we are still in a phase where we are removing all lions. We are also deploying GPS collars on rams and ewes to monitor their movements as well as mortalities. And as these populations grow, we will come to you, the commission, with recommendations and changes. 22074, very similar to the previous project, except it's for a Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep in unit 074. Only $20,000, and for the last several years, this has just been a monitoring project, deployment and monitoring of GPS collars on bighorn sheep. We reached a threshold that we set with staff and area biologists, and are just monitoring for lion predations. This is another project that didn't used to have a tag and does again. And I think this is a small but nice success story to how these predator projects can change and evolve over time. Project 37, this is a statewide project allowing us to remove mountain lions if and when we deem them to be a problem and to respond quickly. These are some indices set forth by the commission a few years ago. These do not automatically mean that we will go in and remove mountain lions, but it's more of a conversation starter to work with both staff and area biologists to say, okay, hey, these population indices dictate that you may have a problem. Do we think predation is a limiting factor? So Project 37, collaboration with Wildlife Services and private contractors, and a budget of $100,000. Project 38, very similar to Project 37, just the removal of coyotes instead of mountain lions statewide. same indices from project 37 are used on project 38, has the same budget of $100,000. I will say that this work is really just with USDA Wildlife Services. Most of this work is performed either with a fixed wing or helicopter and aerially gunning coyotes, and so we only work with Wildlife Services in that capacity. Project 40 is both coyote and mountain lion removal to complement a multifaceted management in Eureka County, done in Hunt Unit Now 144, and was started a few years ago to complement some other both lethal and non-lethal work that the county had funded. Project 41 is a collaboration with USGS to understand raven biology and management. This is the first project that is not a lethal project and so qualifies for a Pittman-Robertson match, which means for every $1 from the department, in this case $3 predator fee that we have, we can match it with the Pittman-Robertson fund and have an additional $3. And so when you see that dollar amount, only 25% is coming from $3 fee. So that's a $300,000 project. Project 42, this is assessing mountain lion harvest in Nevada. It's a $20,000 project. This is really the initial stages of building a mountain lion integrated population model to come up with accurate density estimates, subsequently population estimates if we deem that we need to go that route. I just now, literally yesterday, received the initial report for the stage 1 of this. And so we increased the budget a little bit to go to stage 2 with some potential increases, collections of data. But and I will be sharing that report in the predator report at the November meeting. Projects 43, this is the removal of meso predators for the benefit of waterfowl, turkeys, and pheasants on wildlife management areas. Primarily occurs on Overton and Mason Valley, and it's really the removal of coyotes, striped skunks, and raccoons to increase clutch size of turkeys and really waterfowl. Project 44 is the lethal removal and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24. This has been a somewhat of a work in progress where we initially removed lions and then marked lions and went to their kill sites, determined that they were eating quite a few horses, a surprising amount in fact. And so we're now collaborating with Utah State University and the USGS looking at depredation rates of horses and sheep in 2 different mountain ranges. And we are removing offending lions. And so if a lion consumes a bighorn sheep that's wearing a collar and we find its kill site, it is removed. Project 45 is the passive survey estimate of black bears in the state. This was downgraded to 20,000. That final report and population estimate will be provided to the department this summer. However, we would like to maintain the camera grid that's been established to continue monitoring changes in density of not only bears, but pretty much all larger wildlife species in that part of the state. And so this is it's a collaboration with now Oxford. Dr. Bob Montgomery was at Michigan State University. He's now moved across the pond and is with Oxford, and really happy to have him working with our bear estimates. And this has evolved from being both trail cameras and hair snares to just a trail camera project. The amount of effort it takes to maintain trail cameras is drastically less than hair snares, and the data that we get is notably better. And this is a map of where those cameras are, 100 sites across the state. Here's some pictures for your entertainment value from this project. Project 46, investigating potential limiting factors impacting mule deer in Northwest Nevada. This is a $160,000 project. Again, matches with PR, so only 25% of that comes with the $3 fee. And this project was created to come up with density estimates of mountain lions, feral horses, mule deer, and a few other species across the state using the same grid scale of trail cameras as we did in Project 45. Oxford is our same collaborator, and so these two projects are kind of merging together, so to speak. And this is what the Project 46 site looks like. So you can see that, and coincidentally corresponds where we are seeing more and more black bear detections. And so we're really excited about the auxiliary benefit of this project, allowing us to maintain an understanding, monitor, and estimate our growing bear population. So our next actionable items on this, this is a large area. I know in the most recent rendition of getting this plan approved, really received overwhelming support from sportsmen and the cabs. In fact, folks wanted to see it larger. We're still in the phases of deploying these cameras. COVID has presented a challenge with conducting field work. However, those are certainly surmountable challenges. And so I don't have any real updates on what this project twists or turns will be. And these are just some maybes. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Pat, I had a question about the bear snares and the trail cams. I mean, don't we use the snares to do, to track the distinctness of the species to get that correct count? Isn't that what's being used?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So yes, the report that will be available this June will have an estimate that used both hair snares for genetic mark recapture as well as cameras. I am not a statistical modeler, but the best way I can describe it to you is that with some of the improvements in the more recent statistical models, just an observation of a bear on a camera, it allows for almost the same amount of inference as genetically identifying an individual, and the detection probability, the odds of capturing an event, of seeing a bear, was so much higher with the cameras than it was the hair snares. They missed a lot of bears. A lot of bears didn't come into the triangle, didn't leave hair on the snare, whereas they did leave a picture. That is, it's better data, and it's also cheaper and easier data to get.
Okay, but the data that we're going to be looking at, which I think we're all excited about, is going to be hair snares and trail cams. We're just changing right now.
Correct. The report that will be out sometime in June will have both. However, we have enough data already to know that going forward, we will not need to leave out hair snares. We will just be using trail cameras. And that's largely, when you have out hair snares, you have to refresh an attractant approximately every 2 weeks. So you have to visit that site, all these sites every 2 weeks. You have to take the hairs out of the barbed wire. You have to make sure that you sterilize it, so to speak, with the flame, so that there aren't any hairs from one detection to the next. And it's just expensive and laborious. Whereas trail cameras with the proper settings and lithium batteries and large enough storage cards can be left out and checked once every 6 months.
Okay, understood. Thank
Any
you.
other question? Sure. Any other questions for Mr. Jackson? No. Okay. Do you need action from us today, Pat?
That's a great question. You'd think I'd know that. It says for possible action. You know, in the past, it's been certainly informational, but this has to go through several other public processes. So I would certainly take direction if you have any direction with various projects, or you can wait to provide direction after I go through the park and the Wildlife Damage Management Committee.
Okay. We did have a little bit of public comment. If the cabs had some, so maybe I will take it out real quickly, and then we'll come back and offer that direction. So it's 5:46. We'll come back at 5:48. Okay, it's 5:48 and we have some public comment. I'll start reading through it now. Steve Robinson, Washoe Cab, Project 38, Big Game Protection Coyotes. Our cab recommended the elimination of the proposed Project 38 and replace it with a bounty program similar to Utah. Change project to initiate a bounty program on coyotes using the general public as the mechanism for removal of coyotes. 1, program would be statewide in any area that the taking of coyotes is allowable by law. Number 2, program would pay $50 bounty per animal for any coyotes taken. Coyotes taken would have to be presented to the department in whole or 1 pair of ears with 1 tail for payment. Number 3, program would be closed to non-residents and employees and families of wildlife services. And number 4, program would need the funding in place currently for Project 38, $100,000, and additional $100,000 from the projected carryover for fiscal 2022. Number 5, program would end yearly when all funds have been expended. NDOW would be responsible to advertise through the official website and email of the termination of the program. Should all funds be expended. Number 6, project would be more than 1 year with review after 5 years. In a split, okay, that was from Washoe Cab. In a split 6-1 vote, the Clark Cab recommends supporting the draft 2022 Predation Management Plan as presented with the following recommendations. The Clark Cab recommends using the public to help identify lion predation sites for Project 37. Number 2, what is the administrative cost for managing this program? Dissenting view is because the board member disagrees with any mountain lion removal and with all pinyon and juniper removal projects in the Predation Management Plan. New action recommendation in a split vote, 5-1-1 vote. Clark Cab supports the proposal by Washoe Cab to evaluate starting a statewide bounty program reference to Project 38 of the 2022 Predation Management Plan. We do recommend that NDOW prepare a presentation on this possible bounty program, highlighting recent research data from NDOW biologists about the effects of hunting pressure on coyote reproduction rates. Also, the cab would like to know if there is statistical support to back up the anecdotal claims that other coyote bounty programs like Utah's have resulted in increased mule deer populations. Paul Dixon. Dear Commissioners, please urge Nevada legislators to find a way to remove the mandate for the $3 predator fee. All it means is work for you to promulgate, develop, and administer various projects, but it is death to the predators that hunters don't seem to like. Is hunter opportunity everything? Thank you for reading my views. Stephanie Myers, Las Vegas. And that's it for public comment. Do I have any other thoughts or comments for Mr. Dixon? Or Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson, sorry. No? Okay. What do we think about the Washoe Cab bounty program? No comments. Commissioner McNinch?
Well, Madam Chair, now that you opened that door, I wasn't going to say anything. I'm chewing holes in the side of my mouth.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Well, the persistence to run into the biggest open flame fire on earth is absolutely beyond my understanding. We've got so many issues on the table right now that we're either dealing with or not dealing with, because there are a number. I couldn't think of a more ill-advised or ill-thought-out idea than setting up a coyote bounty hunting program in the state of Nevada. I mean, if we run along with something like that, this state will deserve to get what's coming its way. That's just all there is to it. It would be so offensive to people on the whole. That's just where I stand. And yeah, you hit a nerve. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Vice Chairman Barnes?
There we go. Yeah, I got a comment too now. I think it was even before I was on the state commission. I've been approached by a number of people that thought that a bounty program would be fantastic. And needless to say, I just kind of left it there. But then looking, and to be perfectly honest, I don't know if there is enough money in that project to cover. If we did a bounty program, I don't think there's enough money to even cover. What was it, a $50 a coyote bounty? So yeah, I guess I kind of agree with Dave too on that. So.
Okay. Mr. Jackson.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. So I have followed the course of the bounty in Utah since its inception in this Mule Deer Protection Act, and they charge an additional $50 per big game tag to generate that money. As far as its efficiency and effectiveness, I can tell you that the Utah Division of Wildlife has a graduate student at Utah State University to look at that data to see if there's any meaningful impact anywhere in the state. So it's not clear cut, and to the best of my understanding, they haven't found anything. On the surface, I can understand how that might seem like a good idea. It costs this much per coyote to have wildlife services go out, $50 a coyote, you would have more coyotes removed. But then when you dive into the data, it doesn't really work out that way. There are coyotes that die in Nevada every year from hunters, from roadkill already that we don't pay for. We would pay for many of those if and when we had a bounty, because if you're a coyote hunter and you do so because you choose to, why would you not come and collect your bounty regardless? And so that coupled with people cheating, from out of state, having resident friends, and the burden upon the agency to pay people to check in bounties and administer the fees and mail the checks, it doesn't save any money whatsoever. So my opinion on the matter is in line with Commissioner McNitch's.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Caviglia?
I guess I have to admit, I'm with Dave as well. I think that, and I've had people approach me about it also. I've been on here a very short time, but I just don't even see that as a viable, I don't even, not even to bring it up, but it's not a viable option in my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Allenberg?
I'm in agreement. I'm glad to hear all of those that are in agreement.
Mrs. Cherry.
All right.
I'm absolutely 100% for that too. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs?
Just for the record, I completely disagree with that. I think that would be opening a can of worms and actually make the commission and the department take a step back into about 50 years, maybe 20 years. So I do not agree with that at all.
Okay. Do we have any direction for Mr. Jackson or leave it as is? Let him go to his committees and come back to us. Commissioner McNinch?
Yeah, I think Pat, you've done a really nice job. Your presentations, you're always very prepared, and I appreciate that. These conversations on the predator plan used to take half a day, and you really got it boiled down to where it's easy to process, it's easy to follow, it's easy to see. I think there's been vast improvements in the plan over the years, and I don't think we need to take any action at this point in time. Let Pat take his stuff to necessary agencies and come back, and we'll go from there.
Okay, Vice Chair Barnes, I saw your hand up too. No, you're good. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Jackson. I think we're good. All right, we're moving on. Agenda item 18. Wildlife Heritage Auction tags Deputy Director Jack Robb for possible action. Some of the commission approved vendors for the 2021 Heritage Auction tags canceled or may cancel their scheduled fundraising events due to COVID-19. The commission may select an alternate method by which to auction these tags. Options may include receiving sealed bids or working with the current vendor or other vendors that possess the ability to administer a live internet auction. Once the commission members have discussed this agenda item, a recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org. Before reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission prior to taking any action. I don't see Mr. Rob.
Chairwoman East, I'm here in lieu of Deputy Director Rob. He had to step out. So I will
Okay.
be presenting. Let's see, give me 1 second and I will share my screen. If I can figure that out. Okay, can you see that?
No. I don't. Does anyone else? No. Okay, I'm getting no's across the board.
All right. How about that?
Yes, we see Megan's screen.
Okay, so the 2021 Heritage Auction tags, the venues and vendors with the pandemic not allowing people to meet, the banquets that would house the Heritage Auction tags had to either be canceled or pending or at an unknown status. The Wild Sheep Foundation, let's see. The Wild Sheep Foundation auction was held on January 16th of 2021 at www.onlineauctions.com. The Desert Bighorn sheep was sold, number one, was sold for $165,000. The pronghorn antelope sold for $27,500. Let's see, oops. So this is this is the list of the heritage vendors. This list is a little outdated as it's not updated to as you can see, the TBDs of the function dates. But it does show the awarded vendors for the 2021 season. So the Mule Deer Foundation, the auction was scheduled for February 13th at the same venue, the online venue, onlinehuntingauctions.com. Their one mule deer tag, one elk tag, and one pronghorn antelope tag will be auctioned off. And so the department is requesting permission from the commission to allow the all other heritage auction tags be auctioned at that same online venue in a combination of MBU and additional NGOs. So that we are requesting on March 20th of this year. It would hold the Nelson Bighorn Sheep #1 tag, California Bighorn Sheep, 1 elk, 1 mule deer, and 5 turkey tags. We are also requesting that these vendors that hold the 2021 auction tags be considered as vendors for the next round of heritage auction tags. We also are requesting that the date be March 20th due to the spring turkey season opening on the 21st. With that, I'll take any questions that you guys may have.
So Megan, I have a question. So you're asking that we move those tags to the 20th of March, but then approve those same vendors for next year for 2022?
No, approve them for consideration for the next season.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll let others ask questions. Anybody else have questions for Megan? Ms. Manfredi or Ms. Munoz? No? Okay, seeing that this is an action item, we'll take it out for public comment. We'll come back at 6:05. Okay, 6:05. And we don't have any. Oh. I've got a message from Director Wasley. FYI, I understand that some public is not getting email sent received in the 2 to 3 minute windows of public comment. Okay. Understandable. I apologize. We're trying to move through a very lengthy agenda, and I understand that public comment is extremely important. I would just ask that you be prepared to submit your public comment as quickly as you can. We just have a lot going on today. Let's bring this back to the commission. We're talking about the wildlife heritage auction tags. Any questions, further questions? Vice Chair Barnes?
Yeah, just a question and a point of clarification. As far as this year is concerned, it sounds like everything's handled. There's nothing really we can do. Everything's pretty much set. But as far as the recommendation to let the same vendors have them next year as this year, is that something we need to take care of, or is that something that should be referred to the Heritage Committee?
It should be referred to the Heritage Committee, but it's not a recommendation that the same vendors will receive those tags, but it is requesting them to be considered.
Okay. Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess the direction that you guys want us to take is the department then going to set up the auction on online hunting auctions, or I know you said in conjunction with NBU, or would NBU set up the auction with online hunting auctions? I'm just curious how that's going to work.
We've already been in discussions with NGOs, but I might let Director Wasley answer that question if he.
Thank you for the question. It would certainly be in coordination with, we're happy to provide any additional support to make that happen, but we want to do it with the guidance and blessing of those NGOs and the spirit of the program and how that's intended to work. But we're happy to provide that support and work with those auction services to make that happen.
Okay. Somebody else had their hand up. Who had their hand up? No? Okay, so this is an action item. We need a motion to approve the change to the venue and the date. So I will move that we approve wildlife heritage auction tags to the date of March 20th with the tags specified in the presentation. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second by Commissioner Rogers. Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, motion carries 9-0. Thank you. All right, future commission meetings, number 19, and commission committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for March 19 and 20, 2021, and the commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The location of the meeting is subject to change due to direction of the governor during the COVID pandemic. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairwoman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. I do have two quick things. I did make a change on committee assignments to the Regulation Simplification Committee, and Commissioner McNinch filled my spot on that committee so that I have a little bit more time for the Legislative Committee. So I appreciate his generosity of his time on that committee. And that was about all that I had, other than I do have some items for our next meeting, but I'll let Director Wasley start.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the March meeting, the standing agenda items that we have include the draft predation management plan. Will come back before you. We will set our waterfowl seasons and limits. We will have some legislative items. I anticipate we'll have more language with some of those BDRs that were brought up yesterday, and be able to look more carefully at those. We also, in odd numbered years in March, set our commission meeting schedule. So we'll be looking out for that 2-year commission schedule, setting the dates and locations. In terms of reports, we will hear a report from the Wildlife Damage Management Committee, should that be determined warranted. We have scheduled a Wildlife Trust Fund report. That is the 6-month report. We provide those trust fund reports to the commission biannually. The 6-month report occurs in March, and then the annual report occurs in September. We would anticipate a legislative committee report as well, given that we're in a legislative year, assuming that the legislative committee will meet, and I anticipate they will. And we also anticipate a meeting of the Wildlife Damage Management Committee. Those are the items that are typically standing items on that March agenda in odd numbers years, legislative years. And then we have a couple workshops. We have a workshop for Commission General Regulation 496, which is the NAC 503, as well as a workshop on the hounding petition that was originally scheduled for yesterday, but not agendized as a workshop. And then we have 2 possible adoptions for Commission General Regulation 495, which is NAC Chapter 502, and Commission General Regulation 496, which is NAC Chapter 504. And then we'll also have an opportunity to discuss our April commission meeting for legislative matters, because again, in an odd year, we have 8 commission meetings as opposed to 7 in a non-legislative year. And that 8th meeting is a legislative commission meeting to discuss legislative items. That completes my list, Madam Chair.
And I was reviewing some of our policies, Director Wasley, and noticed that many of them are outdated and need review. So maybe you and I can get together between now and then and discuss which policies we need to bring forward either to the appropriate committee or regulation simplification. So that would be another. And the elk management plans, we've heard a little bit about that. So we'll discuss those things too. Anything else, Director Wasley?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Let's see, that takes care of 19. Public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. A recess of a specific duration will be taken in order for the public to provide input at the following email address: wildlifecommission@ndow.org, in accordance with NRS 241.020. Whoops, I jumped ahead. Sorry. Upon reconvening the meeting, public comments will be shared with the commission. I do want to just read a quick text that I got from Mr. Pinu at NBU. And he said he's not getting through on our public comment, but appreciated the vote, and they're happy to take our tags. So we'll move on to public comment. We'll give it 5 minutes. We'll come back at 6:19. Okay, can I have everybody come back and we'll read public comment? Everybody back here. Okay. I think we have just about everybody. I'll start reading. We at the Carson City CAB want to extend a huge vote of thanks and our sincere appreciation to all of the members of the commission and especially to NDOW staff and leadership. I desire to express my personal appreciation for each of your dedication, diligence, and for exercising the appropriate unbiased prudence to ensure a thorough process while discussing and making decisions with regards to managing wildlife and habitat throughout the state of Nevada. I pray that each of you and your families are blessed for your sacrifice on behalf of all citizens of the state of Nevada and Nevada's wildlife. For your information, at our most recent CAB meeting, we held our annual election to select a member who will serve as our chair and vice chair for the 2021 calendar year. I am happy to report that member Jean Green has agreed to again be elected to serve as our chair for 2021, and member Daniel Thompson has been elected to serve as vice chair for 2021. In closing, in the near 12 years I have served as a member of the Carson CAB, I have had the opportunity to serve as the chair 3 separate years throughout my tenure on the board, and I always appreciate what I learn and observe. So again, thank you, Rob Beamer. Thank you, Rob. Mel Belding, after hearing the number of mature rams in 011013, which was not available before Mike's presentation today, I withdraw my opposing this tag. In an earlier conversation with him, he hadn't yet reviewed the data that I had asked him about. Thank you. And from Mike Reese, just wanted to thank the commission for their time and efforts. And that is all that I have. Thank you everyone for 2 days of long meetings, but I think productive and good dialogue. And I'll look forward to seeing you all in March, if not sooner. Night.
Goodbye, everyone. Great work.
Thank you, commissioners.